motorcycle that's still parked in front of the house. As they quietly make their way back out into the living room, they find Ryan's phone out on the counter, completely smashed to pieces, and with no way to call for help, their only choice is to make a run for the bike. It's sitting right where Ryan left it, but the moment that they get close, the entire bike suddenly goes up in flames, detonating in a huge explosion as Scarecrow watches them from the shadows on the other side of the yard. Running back to the house, they retreat back inside and take cover in the bathroom, listening in as the strangers follow behind them again and start playing old-timey music from the record player. Ryan quickly searches the room for a weapon and ends up finding a straight razor hidden somewhere in the medicine cabinet, but that still won't be enough to turn the tables, so they decide that they need to come up with another escape plan before it's too late.
Okay, well, I guess Maya was right about the creepy guy after all, huh, Ryan? The situation here might be looking pretty bad right now, but that doesn't mean that they can't still salvage it if they finally start making the right choices. First things first, they need to get prepared to defend themselves instead of just running back and forth between different rooms and cowering in the corners. There might come a moment where they have to fight, and when that happens, I'd suggest not going for the Scarecrow first. Not only does he seem like the most intimidating opponent, but he's also their leader, which means that the others might back off if he goes down. It's a good sign that Ryan was finally smart enough to find a weapon, but one little razor still won't be enough to fight off 3 armed opponents, unless he's secretly John Wick and we just don't know it yet. Maya should be looking for a weapon too if she's going to back him up, and luckily the bathroom is full of options. You've got the lid from the toilet tank, the towel rack, and all kinds of other random items that could be used as blunt objects, with a pretty effective reach. There's also shaving cream that you can use to make the floor more slippery, and hairspray and cleaning products that can work as makeshift pepper spray or even a flamethrower if you can combine them with Maya's lighter. Now, Maya here is about to suggest sneaking out through the cabin's crawl space, which is a pretty good idea, and it can also be used as a good offensive opportunity. As they're crawling through, what they want to do is leave behind a trail of flammable chemicals and soaked rags at strategic points in the crawl space, and then light it up once they get outside. This would burn down the house while the bad guys are still in there, and provide a great distraction, while Ryan and Maya either make a run for it or counterattack as they try to run out. Once they're outside, I'd try going for the bad guys' truck first, but if that didn't work out, then their only other option would be to escape into the forest on foot. This is going to be extremely dangerous, even without a bunch of maniacs coming after them. So what they need to do is stick together and move as quietly as possible. Once they've put some solid distance between them and the attackers, the next step would be to break the line of sight and then abruptly change direction, which should hopefully lead them away down a false trail. Then it's up to them whether they follow the road back to civilization if it's safe enough, or find a hiding spot and wait until daylight to make their next move.
Thinking it through, Maya remembers that the house is built on a raised foundation, meaning that they might be able to get out through the crawl space without being noticed. As luck would have it, there happens to be an access panel right there in the bathroom. So while the freaks are all busy out in the living room, the two of them pull open the hatch and carefully make their way inside. They crawl through the cobweb-filled area looking for an exit, trying their best to stay as quiet as possible now that the intruders are standing directly above them. But as she's leading the way, crawling on her hands and knees, Maya accidentally puts her full body weight right onto an exposed nail that stabs all the way through her hand before she can even react. She lets out a short, involuntary scream that almost blows their cover, but quickly quiets down again as they hear the people up above them starting to catch on. There's a tense moment where it looks like Pinup here might be about to catch them, but luckily she turns and goes back to the piano without noticing that they're just a few feet away. They're not safe yet though, because Ryan still has to pull the nail out of Maya's hand, and after giving her a quick countdown to get ready, he grabs on and yanks the nail out with one pull, tearing off a piece of his own shirt as a way to wrap her hand in a temporary bandage. Finally, they make it to an exit underneath the front porch and decide to take cover in a shed on the other side of the driveway. But as they're running over, Ryan stumbles over a rock that he didn't see in the darkness and ends up accidentally dropping his inhaler. They find the shed door already unlocked and have to use Maya's Zippo lighter to illuminate the darkness inside, never noticing that Pinup here is already in there with them. As they creep from room to room looking for any weapons, they're able to find a farming tool that looks like it could definitely do some damage in a pinch. And not a moment too soon either, because a loud crash from somewhere outside could be a sign that the killers already know exactly where they're hiding. Leaving the weapon with Maya, Ryan heads upstairs to take a look around while she stands guard down below. While she's waiting, Maya notices the silhouette of a child quickly darting by out in the forest. And when she turns back to the door, there's Pinup again watching her from the darkness. Terrified, she instinctively falls backwards, only for Scarecrow to smash straight through it and grab onto her from behind. Screaming for help, Maya starts struggling to get away without any success. But just then, Ryan comes back in with the boomstick and fires a shot into the wall above their heads, scaring the attackers off for now. Racing over to Maya, he tells her that he found a shotgun with a whole bunch of ammo. And for a minute, they start to think that this might level the playing field. But soon they're going to find out that even superior firepower won't be enough to keep them safe for very long. Shotgun in hand, Ryan leads the way back over to the house, carefully watching out for any signs of their attackers. The whole time, the strangers are quietly watching them too. As they approach the side of the cabin, they can hear what sounds like someone on the porch messing with the front door. Thinking that it must be one of the killers, Ryan tells Maya to stand back and swings around the corner to open fire on the man without a second's hesitation. It's a direct hit, and this would be a huge win for them, but there's just one small problem. As they walk over to confirm the kill, they realize that this wasn't one of the strangers at all. It was the homeowner finally responding to their call to fix the fridge. And Ryan falls down to the ground, completely devastated as he realizes what he's just done. That makes 2 down, with 2 more to go.
Okay. Well, that's awkward. Hey Ryan, I'm not sure if you know this, but you're actually supposed to shoot the bad guys, not old Grandpa Joe over here, who was just popping in to fix the fridge. Seriously, you guys are the worst Airbnb guests ever, but right now, your rating isn't what I'd be worried about, because Ryan, my friend, you...
Yo! Hey!
Y'all about to be like, what the? Yeah, chat, I'm not on the same profile. This is my Flyboy Entertainment profile. Man, I keep talking about the camera, man. I don't even got the camera. What's this? That might be the camera. Oh, that's definitely the camera. I also thought it broke something. I need one to buy. I don't need to, but I want to. I don't need no camera, but I want to buy one. You feel me? They need to start letting you Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit injured, man. I really need to set this bitch up right now. Shit like this. Y'all need to see the shit. Now you see my black ass. Oh yeah.
What's up? Yeah,
My bluetooth, I ain't got bluetooth though. I don't need it.
俺と戦うのはドイツだ。
I still got Gingy though.
Captain Ginyu reporting.
気合い入れていくぞ。この姿でもおめえと戦うことになるなんてな。
せいぜい俺の足を引っ張る。
Hold on, I need to see something. Hold on, I need to see something.
It's good to see you, Dad.
I had to make sure them shits was off.
Wonder
bro.
if
I
there's
don't
anybody
use
strong
items.
around
I'm not
here.
fucking with that. Hey, look, you'll play somebody that got some crazy items on. Yeah, you feel me? You'll play somebody with
この姿でもおめえと戦うこ
You have
とになる
majorly
なんて
f***ed
な。
up. The truth is that we wouldn't even be in this position if you just trusted your instincts back in town. You called this coming from a mile away, but still let Maya here talk you into staying at the obvious cabin in the woods scheme. And then when she was the one who started getting worried, you did a complete 180 and started acting like it was your idea to stay there all along. No, man. Do what the person who you were a few hours ago would have done and trust your gut next time. Or at least trust your girlfriend when you find her hiding in a closet and she tells you that Michael Myers is posted up in the master bedroom. So you got yourself into a bad situation by making some terrible decisions That's alright. We've all been there, but man, the sheer level of talent that it takes to still make things worse for yourself, even when you have one of the most devastating weapons that mankind has ever seen, would actually be impressive if it wasn't so embarrassing. You didn't even wait a fraction of a second to identify your target, just popped around the corner and started blasting. And I'd give you props for not hesitating if it was actually one of the killers, but clearly that wasn't the smartest move, to say the least. You ended up killing the only other person who maybe could have helped you two out, and now even if you managed to survive this, you're probably going to be
Don't get soft now. Come on.
へへへ。さあ、始めようぜ。
You fell into my trap.
しまった。なんだおめえ。
You fell into my trap.
言えた。まだまだ。ここだ。
I can keep this up. You fell into my.
それじゃ読まれちゃうな。よし、準備 OK だ。よっ。あれれれ。ほれほれ。こむぞ。ガラキだ。
It's too early.
よっ。よっ。
You ready for
これで全力が出す。しまった。よっ。ここだ。おっと。目の攻撃はもう当たらないぞ。
I'm not done.
ほれほれ。よっ。
Got it.
まだまだ。
カカロット、下がってよ。I can still fight. Take this. 赤目。まだまだ。
Wow, you're good, huh?
Over here.
I gotta get serious.
よし、やるぞ。
Far from over.
Over here. してやる。
Wide open. Right there!
Damn.
ベジータ交代だ。よっはっよっはっ
That all you
おっと行くぞこっちだ。はっ
Nigga.
get back.
よし準備 OK だ。
Take this!
よっほれこのままじゃやべ。
Ready for the next round?
体が温まってしまった。飛ばしていくぜ。
I'm not gonna.
ありゃ
This is getting exciting now.
ありゃ
I'm not gonna.
おっと それじゃ読まれちゃうな。悟空交代。
This nigga This nigga really like.
まだまだあと少しで勝てる。
Fighting till my body gets out.
全力でいくよ。いって諦めないぞ。とっておきだ。これでもくれ。やったハンジ大丈夫か。
Oh, this nigga.
Do you want to see?
I'm not done.
これで全力だ。
Oh, yeah, that nigga.
見つけたぜ。
Yeah, yeah, alright.
おめえ強くなったな。次も勝てるかわからないな。
He didn't want no more smoke, Jack.
へへへ。
Facing some prison time for what you just did to Joe. All I'm saying is that I definitely wouldn't want to be you right now, because Ryan, you just f***ed up big time.
As the reality of what just happened sets in, Ryan realizes that this might not be so bad after all. The guy's Jeep is sitting right there, and even though he won't be driving it again anytime soon, this doesn't mean that they can't use it to make their escape. Grabbing the keys off of his body, they rush over to the car and quickly climb inside. But the moment that they do, a brick comes flying through the passenger side window, and the killers return to finish the job. Flooring it, Ryan throws the car into reverse and whips a quick U-turn, now just seconds away from a clear shot to freedom. But just then, Scarecrow comes flying up in his own pickup and absolutely broadsides them, stunning Ryan and pinning his leg between the driver's seat and the damaged door. Backing up, Scarecrow starts slamming his truck into the side of theirs over and over again, pushing them all the way across the driveway until they're finally pinned between him and a tree. Maya manages to climb out through the window, but Ryan's still too trapped to get out, telling her to run for it while she still has the chance. Now he finally remembers the shotgun sitting in the back seat, but as he takes aim at the cab of Scarecrow's truck, he realizes that the man has already disappeared, only for him to suddenly jump onto the hood and bury his axe into the windshield. Ryan fires back with a blast from the shotgun, but unfortunately somehow misses the point-blank shot, and Scarecrow decides to save him for later as he races off after Maya instead. Finally, Ryan manages to get his leg free and climb out through the broken windshield, staggering into the woods with the hopes of getting to his girlfriend before the killers do. Out in the woods, Maya is running for her life with a machete-wielding Dollface already following close behind her. After a while, she ends up right back at the collapsed bridge where the businessman made a wrong turn several years back, and quickly comes up with a new idea. Instead of running in another direction, she makes sure that the attackers can't see her before quietly sneaking down into the pile of leaves and twigs filling the ditch and carefully covering herself up with them in an attempt to hide. The noise of the twigs snapping ends up getting the attention of Dollface here, but after a tense moment where it seems like she can almost definitely see her, the killer turns and walks away back into the forest, leaving Maya alone for now. As soon as the coast is clear, Maya takes out the cell phone that she grabbed from the homeowner's truck and dials 911. She's able to get through, but the reception is spotty and she's forced to whisper since she doesn't want Dollface and the others catching on. As she tries to move over for some better reception, she lets out a small scream when she notices that she's hiding right next to the businessman's rotting corpse. But she manages to tell the dispatcher their address just before the call completely drops out. With no sign of trouble for a little while now, Maya gets up and starts running back towards the cabin, but it turns out that the attackers aren't actually gone. And as she's taking cover behind a tree, Dollface suddenly lunges at her from the darkness, knocking her out with a strike to the head and dragging her away towards the house. A bit further away, Pinup here is searching for Ryan in the mist, but this time he manages to get the jump on her first, pointing his weapon straight at her head and ordering her to drop the knife. The woman does what he says, but instead of reacting with fear, she busts out some sick interpretive dance moves and starts laughing like a crazy lady as she practically dares him to take the shot. He eventually decides that he's had enough and makes up his mind to take her out. But before he can pull the trigger, Scarecrow suddenly ambushes him from the side. When they finally wake up a little while later, Ryan and Maya both realize that they've been dragged back to the house and tied to chairs in the middle of the living room. There's nowhere left for them to run, and now that it's almost morning, it looks like the killers are ready for the last part of their game.
Okay, man, I hate to say it, but this looks like the end of the road for these two. The worst part is that they somehow still managed to end up in this position even though Ryan had a shotgun and countless chances to use it. Back at the house, they could have easily taken out Scarecrow while he was ramming into their Jeep, but instead they just sat there screaming as he revved his engine like they didn't have a shotgun within arm's reach. And then
Better pick up the pace, otherwise you won't be able to keep up. Over here! Wow, that guy's done! Full power!
飛ばしていくぜ。これで全力。
Come on, let's finish them! I'll give my all!
覚悟しろよ。
That was
とカカロット下がっていろそらこれで片付けてやるここだ誰だアダムだよしやるぞまだまだぶっ倒してやる投資何を油断してる
Hey, look, DBZ Broly would be like, Vegeta would never. That nigga rage quit. Why he rage quit?
へへへ。なんだ、おめえは小さくならなかった。この姿でもおめえと。
Tisk tisk! You don't get it! The mighty Super Saiyan Gotenks has no rival!
へへへ。やっぱ戦いの前ってのは。はっふっやはっや
Here comes the hero!
これで全力が出す。
I'll end this quick! Dummy! Die!
一気に決めてやる。まだまだ。飛べ。
I'll take care of this! Rapid fire! Super!
Man.
Switch out.
がっていろ。トシが気の体にされてイラついてるんだ。運が悪かったな。くらえ
Something beyond my strength limit.
よし、やるぞ。ぶっ倒してやる。まだ終わらん。当たり前の結果だ。貴様が俺にかなうはずがない。
My foot, my leg.
That what?
It's my foot.
Whatever it is. Does it feel like a muscle or some bone?
Hehehe. なんだ、おめえは小さくならなかったのか？
Let's see if you still got it after all this time.
カカロット、下がって。
この姿でもおめえと。へへへ。
Looks like I underestimated you.
これで全力が出せる。こっちだ。ほれほれ。ほりゃ。いや。
Try to keep up. Hey, stay focused.
ダメだ。よし、本気で行くぞ。行くぞ。おっ、ちょいやってやるか。はめ
カカロット下がっていろ。誰だ。クソ、これで片付けてやる。よし、やるぞ。ぶっ倒してやる。俺の動きについてこれるか。誰だ。
Damn it! What now?
Hm. 俺にこの力を出させたことを誇りに思うがいい。
へへへ。油断してると痛い目に遭うぞ。
Let's see if you still got it after all this time.
Then, when he finally remembered that he did, Ryan managed to miss the shot from about 1 foot away. What happened with Pinup was even worse, because instead of just keeping his distance, he decided to get as close to her as humanly possible, and then did absolutely nothing as Scarecrow came running over from a mile away to knock him out. Getting the jump on them was the best chance that they've had all night, but Ryan completely blew it, and now he's about to pay the price. Getting caught was definitely not ideal, but since Maya was able to get a call through to the cops first, there's
へへへ。まったく暴れ回りやがって。
You mean business?
よっ、おりゃ。しまった。おっと。おりゃ。そこなくちゃ。ここだ。 おっとおっとよっ
Come on, mate.
これで全力が出す全開でいくぞこっちだ一応やってやるかめ目の攻撃はもう当たらない。一気に決めてやる。まだまだ。食べ。このままじゃやべえ。
カカロット下がっていろ。これで片付けてやる。はあチェック気の体にされてイラついてるんだ。運が悪かったな。食らえ
I'm not happy with this.
よしやるぞ。
You're done for now.
まあまあぶっ倒してやる。
For my super special attack.
引っかかったな。 また そろそろ決着をつける。
ベジータ交代だ。
Not stepping.
一気に決めてやる。
I'm very upset by this.
一気に決めてやる。
Down.
ほれほれ。
I'm here. Down.
しまった。
Dang. I thought he was gonna
Tomb! Fighting! Bummer! Over here! Nice try! I'm here!
Let me show you why I'm the captain of this outfit. I like that body of yours. Change now! You can't escape me! Over here! Over here! No shame in losing.
Still a chance that they might make it out of this if they can just stall them or figure out a way to escape. I'd try secretly wriggling my wrists back and forth to hopefully loosen the ropes and get my hands free. Or if things really get desperate, just breaking the chair itself seems like a decent option. One of them could create a distraction while the other gets free, or get the killers to explain who they are and why they're doing this as a way to play off of their egos and stall for time. The thing is, that might work if these were ordinary killers, but Scarecrow and his friends do things a bit differently, and these two were already dead from the minute that they drove into town. They're speechless at first as they realize that this is probably the end, but Ryan does his best to reassure Maya that everything's going to be alright. Terrified, she apologizes for even planning this trip in the first place, but he promises that he doesn't blame her for what ended up happening. With things looking the way they are, Ryan finally decides to ask Maya to marry him, and of course, she says yes, leaning in closer for a very emotional forehead touch. But hopefully, they have a quick ceremony, because it's going to be a short honeymoon. All of a sudden, Ryan gasps as a kitchen knife is driven deep into his chest and twisted around inside the wound, a fatal blow from Pinup, who, along with Scarecrow and Dollface, has been quietly standing there watching them the whole time. Horrified, Maya reaches out to hold his hand one last time, but Scarecrow slowly walks behind them and kicks over Ryan's chair, knocking him to the floor, where he slowly bleeds to death right in front of her. Now the killers turn their attention to Maya, who starts shouting at them to explain why they're doing this. But Pinup leans forward and simply tells the woman that it was only because you were here. Scarecrow stands in front of her as Maya stares directly into his mask, telling him off one last time just before he stabs her in the same way. Wiping the tears from her eyes, he slowly walks behind her and kicks her chair over too, taking a deep sigh of satisfaction now that the game is finally over. That makes all 4 victims down. And just then, the killers hear the police making their way up the road and speed away in their truck just as the first of the squad cars turn into the driveway. But it turns out that this isn't the end of Maya's story after all. Sometime later, the woman wakes up in a hospital bed, having narrowly survived the attack. But as she sits up to have a look around, we see that her old buddy Scarecrow here is somehow already in the room right next to her. It looks like these two are going to get their chance at a rematch. But as for the rest of us, we can all learn an important lesson. If your car breaks down in a small town 300 miles from the nearest city, maybe it would be a better idea just to walk the rest of the way instead. The Strangers Chapter 1. You know, I guess when you just gotta milk a franchise for another entry, you might as well do a prequel. I remember liking the original Strangers back.
ここだ。でもそう来なくちゃな。しまった。よっ。見えた。まだまだ。
No!
よっ。おりゃりゃ。聞かねえぞ。だ。おりゃ。ここだ。おっと。おりゃ。まだまだ。よし、準備 OK だ。おっと。よっ。
I'm done playing around. Take this! No!
ごくん交代。えい、じゃあやったやじゃあやここからの私は最強。じゃあやじゃあ派手にやってやる。そこだ。
Get out of here!
危なっ。
I'm not ready yet.
余裕なくなってきたかも。いた。
パンジー。大丈夫か。ほれ。
Wow, you're I gotta get serious. Over here. How's that? How's that?
ここだ。これで全力が出す。
You're mine. What's wrong? This is the end for you. I can read you like a book. Come on, do better.
Yo, beast, go on, Negro.
カカロット下がっていろ。
This is everything! This will end it!
投資
Over here!
くらえ。
You simply cannot lose. Work.
こっちだ。そら。
I'm done playing around. Just die! Yeah! Just die already! Not yet!
You better go sit on the bed. You better start that coming in here.
Take this!
I don't care.
待てば。
No more playing around.
Duck seat.
Here it comes! Over here! Take this!
おめえじゃあオラには勝てねえ。もっと修行してから来るんだな。へへへ。なんだ、おめえは小さくならなかったのか？
Our training resumed.
Back in the day when it came out. And the sequel, kind of liked it even better. Just had better music, overall different vibe. I would highly recommend checking out part 2. But anyways, let us know down. Have you ever been on a vacation that was so awful that you actually couldn't wait to go home? Well, that's how things start out for this family of tourists here until the people who live on the island start dressing up in disturbing costumes and threatening to eat their flesh. They're trapped for 3 days with no way out. But these freaks aren't the only ones with a deadly secret. And we're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the cannibal commune in Get Away. This vacation is about to turn into their worst nightmare. Driving down a country road, we meet this lovable goofball Richard and his family on a sightseeing trip to Sweden. They're visiting the remote island of Svalta, where, back 200 years ago, an entire village full of people got stranded and turned to cannibalism to survive. Now, every 10 years, the locals throw a big up festival in memory of the event, and these idiots here are just in time to catch the show, but that right there is about to be their biggest mistake. Before boarding the ferry, they stomp by the small cafe at the docks looking for something to eat, but when the owners hear what they're doing, everything gets deadly serious. He tries explaining that the island isn't a place for visitors, especially during the festival. No matter how much he warns them against it, these four just refuse to get the message. As they're getting aboard the ferry, the assistant reminds them that this is the last boat for 3 days. A short ride later, they arrive at the docks only to find the entire village already gathered around, and they don't look too happy about their surprise visitors. That's when the village elder, Clara, here steps forward, and after learning that they plan to stay for the festival, she tells them that they better just get back on the boat. Luckily, their host, Mats, shows up just in time, leading them to their cabin before the others can scare them off, but they have no idea that this old lady is absolutely out of her mind. Okay, I swear, these tourists never learn. On the bright side, at least it's not the dumb Americans for once, but these idiots don't even realize that they're walking straight into a death trap. You know it's bad when even the owner at the burger place says that you're making a big mistake. It looked like he wanted to kill you just for asking if he had a veggie burger, so if he's warning you about the people on the island, then you better think twice about where you planned your family vacation. What's really messed up is they specifically came to basically make fun of the most traumatic event that ever happened in the village over the last 200 years. And no one who actually lives there even wants them around. Take a place like Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the home of the infamous Mothman. Every year they host a
さあ始めようぜ。おっと。よし、準備 OK だ。この目。まだまだ。
You have some skill. Over here. The natural
引っかかったな。まだまだ。
Over here. Over here.
投資。
Forward.
貴様の。
I simply cannot lose. Over here. Medium. Over here. Forward. The natural outcome.
このままでは。その程度では話にならないな。
a Mothman festival and encourage people from all over the country to come and visit, seeing it as a good opportunity for their local businesses. The people here could take that approach, but instead they've made it clear that they don't want any outsiders, and meanwhile, the Smiths are over here treating them all like a bunch of NPCs who are only there for their amusement. It's not just that they aren't welcome, but things can easily turn deadly if they aren't careful. Back at the diner, the kids found a decapitated seagull while they were waiting for their burgers, and even though it's not clear who did it, it's a sure sign that someone dangerous was there, and they could still be around. That's not to mention that these locals have them outnumbered almost 10-1. On a tiny little island with nowhere to run and no boats coming for the next 3 days. When you get on the ferry and everyone's looking at you like that, you might as well just stay on it and go back to the docks where it's safe. But as soon as the old lady steps up and licks your face, I'm sorry, but them's is fighting words, my friend. Either we're throwing hands or I'm taking the loss on the Airbnb and going home. But staying for the rest of the trip definitely isn't an option after something like that. The parents need to think about the safety of their family here and realize that just by coming to the island, they've already offended the people who live there to the brink of violence. It sucks that they're getting beat out of their vacation, but they can always visit somewhere that's a little more tourist-friendly instead. And that's why if it were me, then I'd be getting back on the boat pronto. They're settling in. Matt tells them a big emotional story about how the house used to belong to his mother, only to end it by saying that she was decapitated in the very same chair that Richard is currently sitting in. On that note, the family heads upstairs to pick their bedrooms, where their daughter Jessie here is annoyed that they don't have cell phone service. She's checking out her room when Matt comes sneaking up behind her, and after making some creepy comments, he leaves, telling them all to enjoy their stay, but they're about to realize that this place is even stranger than it seems. A little while later,
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000. If you're looking to get money you are owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family getting that money, because I know a way that you can. Now, before you think I'm crazy, I want to show you how you can get the money that you are owed in the next 30 days. Now, if you've thought about hiring an attorney before but you didn't because you were unsure or you had reservations, it's not your fault. You were probably given no guidance and couldn't get a straight answer out of anyone about how much money you actually could make. I want you to capitalize on a limited opportunity that can have you cashing out a massive check in the next 30 days. This opportunity won't last long, and it's perfect for anybody who's been in a car accident in the last 2 years. Do you still think it's impossible? I'm willing to guarantee that by clicking on the link below and filling out the 15-second quiz, you'll get a free case evaluation from one of the best attorneys in your area. As long as you are not currently working with an attorney, we're confident that our team will help you get the money you deserve in as little as the next 30 days. Still think it's too good to be true? Let me tell you about our client, Steven. Now, when Steven first came to us, he was really unsure if his case was going to be worth anything. He was facing a lot of uncertainties in his life, and he didn't know if he was going to get paid for his injury at all. Turns out, after filing a claim with us, he was able to take home over $100,000 in settlement from an accident that was over a year ago. It's possible, no matter what you thought in the past, you can get the money you are owed, and probably a lot more than you were expecting. Simply click the button below and answer the questions about your case. And if you qualify, an attorney from our team will lay out a game plan instantly and for free. The fact that you have been through this pain means you deserve to be compensated. Together, we're going to hold the parties responsible and get you the money that you are owed. You deserve more, and we're willing to get you more. So what I want you to do is click the link below and fill out the 15-second quiz. And if after completion it says that you've qualified, it'll ask you for some additional contact details. And someone from our team will reach out and will lay out the fastest game plan for you to get the money that you are owed and get massive compensation for your injury. The YouTube video you were wanting to watch will always be there, but this opportunity and the resources behind it are limited. So, click the button below, begin the short process, and we'll be in touch soon.
I love you.
カカロット下がっていろ。体にされてイラついてるんだ。運が悪かったな。これで片付けてやる。ぶっ倒してやる。こっちだ。俺の動きについてこれるか。遅い。その程度か。もちろん。俺をなめるなよ。
I'm gonna wrap this up! Spirit Ball! To the eye! Gotcha!
オラは怒ったぞ。一気に決めてやる。
Switch! You got guts! Start on red! Uh-oh! You can't escape me! I'd rather rally than surrender. Let's go. You got guts, pal.
へへへ。油断してると痛い目に遭うぞ。
Our training resumes.
Jessie gets bored without her phone and decides to take a bath while her parents are cooking dinner. It seems like a nice idea at first, but as soon as she finally gets comfortable, she starts hearing strange noises coming from somewhere in the room. They get louder and louder until she can't ignore it anymore, and getting nervous, she quickly puts on a robe and focuses on this mirror against the back wall, unable to shake the feeling that someone could be watching her from the other side. That night, the family are all in bed when Richard wakes up to notice a strange orange glow coming from the window. Looking outside, they see that it's a group of the locals trying to intimidate them, and Susan decides to go out there and give them a piece of her mind. Standing in the yard is a squad of about 20 people from the commune, and all carrying torches and wearing bizarre ceremonial masks. Furious, she starts shouting at them to leave her family alone, but without saying a word, one of them comes forward, dropping a dead forest critter on the steps before the entire crowd silently disappears back to the village. Unsure what this means, they go back inside hoping that it's all just a local tradition, never realizing that Clara is secretly watching them from the woods, and this is only one step of her diabolical plan. With only one day left before the festival, Richard notices that his daughter had some trouble sleeping and asks the girl to share what's been on her mind. Going to the kitchen, she turns on the sink first before telling him about noises in the walls, using the sound of the water to shield their conversation from any eavesdropping. She's worried that someone's been watching them, but he reassures her that it's probably nothing, with no idea that they're really being watched on camera at that very moment. Looking for some help, he decides to stop by Matt's place, showing him the animal carcass and asking what it means. But for some reason, the guy keeps playing dumb and acting like he has no idea. Getting frustrated, the man threatens to leave a bad review if they can't fully enjoy their stay, and this seems to get the message across, with Matt saying that he'll tell the commune to knock it off. Okay, it's been less than 24 hours into their vacation, and they're already experiencing things that would have any sane person packing their bags. Richard here still thinks that they can believe their host Matt's, but after the way that he's been acting, I wouldn't trust him for a second, and since they can't rely on him or anyone else on this island for help, it means they'll be on their own from here on out. Now, with that being said, it seems like Jessie here is already one step ahead. She's already shown how smart she is by deciding to sleep fully clothed and turning on the sink to cover up their discussion. They're going to need skills like this if they want to make it out alive, and that's why if it were me, the first thing that I'd want to do is find out if someone's actually been watching them. The best place for them to start is that mirror in the bathroom, since Jessie clearly heard noises coming from behind it. It could be a two-way mirror, allowing someone to look in from the other side, but the good news is that there are a few simple ways to figure this out. The difference between a regular mirror and a trick mirror is the thickness of their reflective surface. Two-way mirrors are deliberately designed with a thinner reflective coating so that you can see through from one side, while regular mirrors have a thicker reflective surface preventing any light from getting through. One easy way to test for this is by doing a simple reflection check. Place your fingernail against a mirror and you'll see a small gap between your finger and the reflection because of the thickness of the coating. If not, then that's your sign that you're dealing with a two-way mirror. She can also turn off the lights and then shine the light from her phone towards it at different angles, allowing her to see into the hidden area if she gets it right. If she still isn't sure, then next I'd try knocking on it to see if it produces a hollow sound, and looking around the edges for any unusual gaps or seams that show it can be opened like a doorway.
Once we're done, I'd cover every mirror in the house with a sheet just in case, because this prevents anyone from seeing through, and also lets them know if anything's been messed with while they were gone. As long as they're giving in to the paranoia, they'll also want to check the place for any hidden cameras. A phone light works for this too, because if you turn off the lights and slowly shine it around, you might catch the reflection coming off.
Are you in there? Did I do it right? Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could give him special care.
What are you gonna do to me?
Come on, we're leaving now!
Did I do it right? We can bring her back.
Working in law enforcement and in juvenile detention centers, I got to see the back end of it, like how kids are getting here, but I wanted to see the front end in a sense. How can I take what I've done and show students the reality of life? Maybe I could go into the schools to see what can I do to help these students. I would say to anyone who's looking to further their career with GCU, take
off of a camera lens. Pay close attention to objects like smoke detectors, electrical outlets, clocks, or any decorative items that seem out of place, since these are the most common hiding spots. They can also use their phone's camera to check for infrared light emitted from some night vision devices, which will show up as a little glowing spot somewhere in the room. This still leaves the cult to deal with, but with nowhere to run and no boats coming for the next several days, they might need this house as a holdout point if things go wrong. So I'd start by making sure that it was safe first, and then addressing the other problems from there. After settling things with their host, Richard and his family head out for a peaceful hike through the forest, taking in the island's breathtaking views and stopping for a picture with 4 unmarked graves. Alright, anyway, back at the Burger Shack, it seems like there's been a bit of trouble. Someone absolutely massacred the owner and his wife only minutes after the family left, making 2 victims down with 4 more to go. Detective Forsberg here has a bad feeling that it was the local drunk, Johan, who's back on the loose after serving time in jail. Stopping for lunch, they notice a small boat arrive at the dock, which is strange because there weren't supposed to be any boats for the next 3 days. But the strangest thing is what it's carrying. 4 brand new wooden coffins. I wonder who those could be for. The kids go off to take a swim, leaving Richard and Susan here a chance to sneak back to the house for some alone time. And as for Matt's, well, let's just say that he's enjoying the show and leave it at that. Meanwhile, the detective shows up looking for that sketchy dude Johan, interrupting these freaky-ass commune creeps in the middle of their dress rehearsal. Needless to say, Clara here is not too happy to have another outsider meddling in their affairs. And she lies that the guy left the island a while ago in search of more vodka. Realizing that he's not getting anywhere, Forsberg eventually decides to move on, with the old lady making it clear that they don't respect his authority. But he knows all about how these wackos operate, and he's not giving up on the case just yet. Instead of going for a swim like they said, these 2 troublemakers head down to the local diner just to mess with the bowl cut boy, the cook. As usual, he gives them the whole coming here was a mistake routine just as the trio of burly locals cuts off their exit, but when one of them steps to Sam, he chucks a bowl full of tactical sprinkles directly into the guy's eyes. They make a break for the door, but end up crashing straight into a group of masked cultists, carrying the 4 caskets marked English liar, and as they all stand there laughing, the siblings run off in fear. Well, I guess the word fear isn't really the word for it, more like startled amusement. Anyway, it's back to the house they go, where, unknown to them, Matt's here is currently lying in Jessie's bed trying on a pair of her underwear. Hearing them coming, he disappears back into the walls just as she gets to her room, but she can tell that something about the bed is different from how she left it. At first, she's worried that it might have been Sam creeping through her things, but he reassures her that he's not the culprit, and looking back to the mirror, she intentionally walks over and breathes a heart on the glass, with Matt's freaky ass licking it right from the other side like he's trying to taste the snozberries at Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Okay, just when you thought things couldn't get any worse, it looks like everyone on this island wants them dead, and while they're out trying to enjoy the scenery, we've got their host over here getting freakier than Peach Fuzz when he's blocking a doorway. They're still going about their vacation with no idea that there's at least one confirmed killer on the island right now. And it doesn't help that Detective Forsberg here is totally incompetent at his job. He thinks that Jordan, the town drunk, is the one responsible for the attacks, but back at the diner, he gave up on trying to find him as soon as the villagers turned him away. His first sign that they're full of shit was when they said that Johan left town for some more vodka. This might seem like a small detail, but don't forget Johan is from Denmark, not here in Sweden. His drink of choice is beer, not vodka, like we've seen every time that he's been around so far. There also weren't supposed to be any more boats coming or going for the next 3 days, so their story that he left doesn't make any sense. At the dock, the assistant took down the names of everyone on board in case of an emergency. Knowing this, the detective could easily check the ship's manifest for undeniable proof that Johan came to the island and never left. Speaking of boats, I don't think there could be a bigger red flag than what the family saw back at the docks. This village was supposed to be totally cut off from the rest of the world, but then one day later, a boat shows up with exactly 4 coffins that are all freshly made? I'm sorry, but what the f is this about? They need to start taking this seriously before they all end up dead, and that's why the first thing that they need to do is stop antagonizing the locals. Ever since they showed up at this place, it's like they've been deliberately trying to get on their bad side, so it's time to settle down and stop pissing them off. They don't want to confront them yet either, because this could raise the alarm and escalate things even more. From now on, they need to be sticking together at all times. Splitting up just makes them more vulnerable and could easily lead to a...
You fool! Mercy shall not come. What a fool.
Mama.
Could be worse.
よしやるぞこれに耐えられるかキャリックフォー
Retribution! Kamehame!
一気に片付けてやる隙だらけだそこだな伊賀さん
Something good. Well, what do you think of this color? Is it not beautiful?
Put 倒してやるこっちだ何を油断してるつまらんついに俺が最強だということが証明できた
へへへ油断してると
A bad situation. Even though they don't have service, they should always have their phones charged and ready in case of an emergency. While they're still pretending that everything's fine, they should start looking for an escape plan, like a boat that they can borrow if they need to get off the island in a hurry, and be ready to defend themselves at a moment's notice if things get any worse. The problem is that they still haven't realized they're even in danger yet, but it won't be long before everything changes. Back in the village, Clara gathers up everyone in the commune with some new ideas for this year's festival. She's been organizing this shindig for a long time, and now that she's getting old, she's worried that this one might actually be her last. So, wanting to go out with a bang, she's bringing back the old tradition of actually sacrificing the tourists. It's something that they haven't done for many years, and a few of them speak up, trying to stop her, but the old lady refuses to listen. They all loved killing in the past after all, and because of the rules on their commune, the only choice is to go along with it. But first, there's one other weirdo who she has to deal with. Later that night, the old woman catches Mats while he's stopping at the local store saying how he should have known better.
It's nice to train with a friend like this once in a while.
へへへ油断してると痛い目に遭うぞはっおっとよっありゃ
You're done! Let's settle this!
で全力が
You're done!
覚悟しろよ。とどめだ。しまった。一気に決めてやる。
カカロット。これで片付けてやる。はあ！くらえ！誰だ！思うようにいかん。俺を遊びはこれまでだ。あだこだ。くたばりやがれ。もっと修行しろ。俺のトレーニング相手になれるようにな。
Underwear. Hearing them coming, he disappears back into the walls just as she gets to her room, but she can tell that something about the bed is different from how she left it. At first, she's worried that it might have been Sam creeping through her things, but he reassures her that he's not the culprit, and looking back to the mirror, she intentionally walks over and breathes a heart on the glass, with Matt's freaky licking it right from the other side like he's trying to taste the snozberries at Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Okay, just when you thought things couldn't get any worse, it looks like everyone on this island wants them dead, and while they're out trying to enjoy the scenery, we've got their host over here getting freakier than Peach Fuzz when he's blocking a doorway. They're still going about their vacation with no idea that there's at least one confirmed killer on the island right now. And it doesn't help that Detective Forsberg here is totally incompetent at his job. He thinks that Jordan, the town drunk, is the one responsible for the attacks, but back at the diner, he gave up on trying to find him as soon as the villagers turned him away. His first sign that they're full of shit was when they said that Johan left town for some more vodka. This might seem like a small detail, but don't forget Johan is from Denmark, not here in Sweden. His drink of choice is beer, not vodka, like we've seen every time that he's been around so far. There also weren't supposed to be any more boats coming or going for the next 3 days.
へへへ。なんだ、おめえは小さくならなかったのか？
training hard, so I can always have Tien's back.
I'll handle this. There is more to martial arts. A little
もっと強くならんとな。貴様に絶望的な実力差を見せてやる。ギャリック。沸騰し。一気に決めてやる。こんな程度とはな。
I'll play with you for a little while. Take that and that. Oh.
よし、やるぞ。ぶっ倒してやる。
全力でいくよ。いってここからの私は最強。また。
俺の動きについてこれるか。遅い。その程度か。もちろん。これで分かったか。俺の方がカカロットよりも上ということだ。
So their story that he left doesn't make any sense. At the dock, the assistant took down the names of everyone on board in case of an emergency. Knowing this, the detective could easily check the ship's manifest for undeniable proof that Johan came to the island and never left. Speaking of boats, I don't think there could be a bigger red flag than what the family saw back at the docks. This village was supposed to be totally cut off from the rest of the world, but then one day later, a boat shows up with exactly 4 coffins that are all freshly made? I'm sorry, but what the is this about? They need to start taking this seriously before they all end up dead, and that's why the first thing that they need to do is stop antagonizing the locals. Ever since they showed up at this place, it's like they've been deliberately trying to get on their bad side, so it's time to settle down and stop pissing them off. They don't want to confront them yet either, because this could raise the alarm and escalate things even more. From now on, they need to be sticking together at all times. Splitting up just makes them more vulnerable and could easily lead to a bad situation. Even though they don't have service, they should always have their phones charged and ready in case of an emergency. While they're still pretending that everything's fine, they should start looking for an escape plan, like a boat that they can borrow if they need to get off the island in a hurry, and be ready to defend themselves at a moment's notice if things get any worse. The problem is that they still haven't realized they're even in danger yet, but it won't be long before everything changes. Back in the village, Clara gathers up everyone in the commune with some new ideas for this year's festival. She's been organizing this shindig for a long time, and now that she's getting old, she's worried that this one might actually be her last. So, wanting to go out with a bang, she's bringing back the old tradition of actually sacrificing the tourists. It's something that they haven't done for many years, and a few of them speak up, trying to stop her, but the old lady refuses to listen. They all loved killing in the past after all, and because of the rules on their commune, the only choice is to go along with it. But first, there's one other weirdo who she has to deal with. Later that night, the old woman catches Mats while he's stopping at the local store, saying how he should have known better than to invite outsiders into their village, especially during the week of the festival. The truth is that the elders know all about his perverted schemes, but they let him get away with it because he's from the community. And now it's time for him to return the favor. The man hesitates at first after hearing what she has planned, but just like the others, she isn't giving him a choice either way. So tomorrow night after the festival, they're going to serve the family up like Thanksgiving dinner. As she leaves, she throws him a box of flour to make their guests a batch of special cookies, but they're not the only ones who are in for a big surprise. The very next morning, it's officially time for the festival to begin, and while the locals are getting ready, the tourists are back at the house feeling refreshed after a peaceful night's sleep. Sam's the only one with any complaints because, as a vegan, he's not happy that their only breakfast options are sausages and eggs. Things get weirdly confrontational for a minute when he starts talking smack towards Richard, but the mom steps in and tells them both to play nice, reminding everyone that it's finally time for the big day. The townspeople start heading to the theater.
What can I say? Guess we all love to fight. What? I hope you're ready. You what? I let my guard down. You moron. Not bad. I hope you're ready. I won't lose to you. This will change everything. Your fate as well. This ends now.
開で行くぞ。こっちだ。ちょっとはやるようだな。
Can't handle it. A parting gift. Just for you. A parting gift. Just for you.
全開で行くぞ。見っけたぜ。
A parting gift. Just for you. A parting gift. Just for you.
ここだ。ちょっとはやるようだな。
Damn it. A parting gift. Just for you.
こっちだ。これで全力が出せるぞ。おっと、さはっ、ふっ、うわ、はい、はっと、どうしてやってるんだ。さっ、行くぞ。ほれ、まだまだ戦えるぞ。おっと、さっ、よいしょ。よっと。気合い。これは避けられないぞ。一応やってやるか。
カカロット下がって。
これは避けられないぞ。力が出ない。下がっ。うわ。これは避けられないぞ。
これで片付けてやる。ふざけたやつだったな。
They don't never want a rematch. But damn, I think that's kind of cool though. You need to get by.
へへへ。なんだ、おめえは小さくならなかったのか。
Let's see if you still got it after all this time.
Peter first thing after breakfast, taking their places while this googly-eyed ghoul stands there slowly hitting a drum. Once they're ready, Matt goes to check on the family just like they planned, acting like he has good news. Not only are they welcome at the festival, the villagers even saved them all front row seats, but to his surprise, they're already planning to hit the beach for a while first and come back to catch the good parts of the 8-hour festival later on. Stunned, Matt stands there dumbly holding the plate of cookies as the
やっぱ戦いの前ってのはワクワクするな。おめえはどうだ。 スで勝ってるんだ。これで全力だ。よし、本気で行くぞ。行くぞ。こっちだ。いつやってやるか。
Just say when you want to switch out.
カカロット下がっていろ。こっちだ。
Don't think I'll give up so easily.
まだまだ。よし、やるぞ。
Get serious.
投資。そら。くらえ。
Thought I could do it.
まあ腕試しにはなったな。
へへへ。油断して。この姿でもめと。
You can transform into a Super Saiyan as well?
へへへ。なんだ、おめえは小さくならなかったのか？まだまだ。これで全力だ。おっと、これ。
I promise I'll do my best for you. 悟空、交代。まだまだ。派手にやってやる。そこだ。ナイスタイミングだ、親父。出し惜しみは一切なし。大盤振る舞いだ。No, no, no. よいってはあ畳みかけちゃおっかな。
That's enough.
パンジ大丈夫か？よし本気でいくぞ。一丁やってやるか。
I shall fight. It's time to end this.
オラは怒ったぞ。一気に決めてやる。まだまだ。飛べ。よし本気でいくぞ。こっちだ。一丁やってやるか。
This is the finale.
全開でいくぞ。
It's time to end this.
しまった。
Inside.
一丁やってやるか。おめえやるな。だけど今回はオラの勝ちだな。へへへ。油断してると痛い目に遭うぞ。
Our training resumes.この姿でもめとへへへ。おめえ全然懲りてねえみたいだな。
Who would be foolish enough to challenge me? Be gone!
What?
been a long... You've fallen for it! Let's play for a bit. Why you? Come
Time to finish this! Garlic gun!
こっちだほりゃよ全開でいくぞ
Enough of you!
ちょっとはやるようだな
We're going to...
これで全力が出すいくぞ
Vegeta, I think it's my turn now.
しまった
Just like the good old days.
ほれほれしまった覚悟しろよ
Got a little something for you. This is everyone's power, the Spirit Bomb! Kaio 10 times 10! No! Times 20!
どうすりゃ勝てるんだはっよっちょいやってやるかめめ
カカロット下がっていろこれで片付けてやるはあどうした待てるのか
Vegeta, let's do this!
I didn't want to have to resort to this again! Fusion! Bring it!
こっちだ遊びはこれまでだここだくたばりやがれこれで片付けてやる体にされてイラついてるんだ運が悪かったなくらえよしやるぞ
I am the strongest! Yeah!
これに耐えられるかキャリックフォーまあまあの相手だったがスーパーサイヤ人2の敵ではない
Probably gonna take a smoke break. I'll watch the rest of this game. I'm
The family just walks away, but calling out to them, he makes sure they're going to be back soon, saying how he's going to leave them all a little surprise.
Okay, it seems almost impossible that these morons haven't figured out that they're in danger yet, especially with the way their freak-ass hosts have been acting. I don't know what would concern me more, the obvious warning signs that they aren't welcome here, or the sudden change where now everyone's acting completely normal. When they first got here, these people wouldn't let them go 10 minutes without some kind of threatening costume show. But now, overnight, and for absolutely no reason, they want to act all friendly and treat them like VIPs at the festival? That's the most obvious setup for getting midsommered that I've ever seen. They might still be completely oblivious, but sooner or later, something's going to make them realize that they need to get the hell out of there. And no matter how relaxing the vacation, it's always better to know what you'd do in an emergency before it's too late. When they eventually get back to the house, they're going to find Matt's surprise cookies on the table in a way that's incredibly suspicious. For some reason, he's dead set on them eating these 4 specific cookies as soon as possible, which should be their first clue that something is wrong, and hopefully by that point they're smart enough to actually recognize the danger here and avoid falling for his trap. With that being said, immediately showing that they're suspicious would still be a big mistake. The commune is made up of mostly older members, and it seems like only Clara here actually wants to go through with their plan. Knowing this, the situation isn't totally hopeless if they end up in a fight, but considering how heavily outnumbered they are, they should really keep the cult thinking that they don't know any better for as long as possible. Without packing any of their personal belongings, they should take their phones, a warm jacket, and anything else that they might need to survive, and act like they're going out for an afternoon hike. While the commune is still busy with the festival, what they're really going to do is start looking for a way off this island. The ferry still isn't coming back until the next morning, but we've seen a few private boats around the island that could work, like the one that brought the coffins or sailboats they're using for the big show. That would be the ideal way out of here, but even without a vehicle, they could try putting together some kind of makeshift flotation devices instead. The best way to do this would be to use an empty plastic container, furniture cushions that are wrapped in plastic, or some solid wooden furniture, which are all easy to come by and buoyant enough to support.
That's me, right about to get into a head-on collision. This is how I went from a $12,000 offer to over a $100,000 payout. I was involved in that head-on collision a few months ago, and I was offered $12,000 for an accident that nearly ruined my life. I work for myself, which means if I don't work, I don't get paid. After that accident, I was left in excruciating pain. I mean, I had neck, back, and chest injuries. I was left traumatized. Not being able to work meant no income, and the debt just kept stacking higher. I had hospital bills to pay, rent was due, and I had no money coming in. I thought my insurance would help, but they only offered me a final payout of $12,000. Not even enough to cover my ER visit, let alone months of physical therapy, lost wages, or the daily pain that I was going through. They just wanted me to settle, sign, and move on. Then I came across Case Connect and their AI system, which asked a few short questions and compared my case to over 50,000 other successful cases, and gave me an estimate of what I was potentially owed. I could not believe the estimate. Okay, the system showed I was potentially owed 8 to 12 times more what was originally offered. So at this point, I had nothing to lose, right? So their expert called me right after filling out the form and patiently went through my accident in details, and they explained my rights and connected me with a grade A attorney, I might add. No upfront costs, no hidden charges, no pressure. 3 months later, I received a $112,000 check in the mail. It changed my life. I paid my bills, took care of my health and family, and finally got the offer I deserved for my claim. So if you've been in an accident, please don't accept their first offer. All it takes is 30 seconds and a quick phone call to find out how much your car accident is really worth. It's free to check, no commitment, and no hidden costs or charges. So click the link before it's too late.
Case Connect, Case Connect. Hit the link down below and get paid a check. Case Connect, Case Connect. See how much you can get in 30 seconds or less.
Are you Austin? Guilty.
A new neighbor invited you over for a drink at 8.
You don't know my schedule.
This is my neighbor Craig. He's the best.
There's nothing to be nervous about. Just be yourself.
You hit that hard.
Sorry, my money smells really bad. I've got to get to this Renaissance fair.
Support their weight. Then all they have to do is jump in the water and let the current carry them to safety. The show kicks off with some definite midsummer vibes, as a line of villagers wearing robes and crowns made out of flowers descends from the top of the stairs, approaching a group of 4 English soldiers who are waiting for them on stage. The officers present their leader with a giant golden egg as the crowd erupts in a bunch of boos, symbolizing how their ancestors sold the island for their own gain. And meanwhile, back at the cabin, Mats sneaks inside as soon as his guests are far enough away. Standing in for the villagers, Clara gives a big dramatic performance of how the community suffered under the new laws. All while somebody in a giant goose costume keeps walking by and laying golden eggs that he quickly shoves in his pocket. Finally, it gets to the part where the villagers had to begin eating dead bodies in order to survive, and while they're reliving the most traumatic experience imaginable, the tourists are over here just having a pleasant swim in the lake. Later on, they eventually return to the cabin and find that surprise Mats mentioned waiting on the kitchen table. It's a plate of homemade cookies. They immediately decide to dig in for some cookies and tea, but this plate of sweets won't be the only surprise that they'll be getting today. The play goes on with the village chief having second thoughts about turning on his people, but when the soldiers pay him off with another giant egg, he can't resist taking the deal. And old lady Clara finally kicks the bucket. In the end, they arrest the 4 soldiers and tie them up in front of the coffins, with the old lady cutting their necks as they reach the grand finale. Meanwhile, back at the house, everyone passes out within minutes of eating the cookies. Mats comes in to get them looking like an absolute sicko, and without making a sound, he quietly sneaks upstairs dressed in Jessie's stolen underwear and lies down next to her in the bed. But just when things are getting as creepy as they can get, that's when the whole situation changes. All of a sudden, the girl's eyes shoot open, revealing that she was never asleep, and neither was anyone else in her family. He might have thought he was in control, but Mats here just walked straight into their trap, pulling out ginormous knives as they give him a second to cower in fear, only to start stabbing the absolute crap out of him until the entire bedroom is covered in his blood, making 3 victims down with an entire island more to go. While the villagers are still at the festival pretending to sacrifice the tourists, the family is back at the cabin getting ready for their next kill. You see, they didn't come here for a weekend getaway, or even just to kill Mats. They're actually a team of 4 heavily armed serial killers who do this just for fun. And they're not stopping until they slaughter everyone on the island. Okay, I guess these village creeps just found the only people in all of Sweden who are more deranged than they are. They had me worried for a second there, but I'm happy to see this turned out to be a wholesome family vacation after all. As for this commune of elderly cannibals, I've got some bad news for you freaks. It looks like you all just f***ed up. Now, Clara, you were right about one thing. You really should have kept these tourists off the island after all. Maybe if you weren't so busy plotting to eat them, then you could have put the information together. Getting them arrested would have spoiled your weird little festival, but it also would have saved countless lives from your own community. Because as you're about to find out, this whole time you thought you were the predators, it turns out that you were actually the prey. Speaking of predators, it looks like there's one less on the island now thanks to Richard's family here, so even though they're a bunch of killers, guess they aren't all bad. Hopefully they at least got to enjoy one last waffle before the end, because you commune creeps have seriously fucked up. In the forest, they encounter a group of the village elders heading home from the ceremony and start absolutely tearing them to shreds, all while Run to the Hills by Iron Maiden plays in the background. I have to say, pretty fucking metal. One of them manages to get away and warn the others, but by then it's already too late and everyone scrambles for safety as the family starts slicing, stabbing, and dagger punching their way through the entire community one creep at a time. The kids are still raring to go, so while they take off to continue the bloodbath, the parents decide to take a quick break. Their next stop brings them to the island's radio tower, where they're planning on cutting the communications so that the locals can't call for help. They decide that Sam will pretend to cry while his sister knocks on the door. Sure enough, this moron here instantly takes the bait, opening the door and telling them to come hide from the monsters, only to get stabbed repeatedly with a massive knife for her troubles.
They even stop to take a selfie as she lies there bleeding on the ground, and the craziest part is that these two are actually getting bored. But their night of fun isn't even close to being over yet. Sven here eventually catches up with Clara in the woods, who tells him that she's going to look for their buddy Mats. Heading to the radio station, he finds the place absolutely destroyed by the kids and quickly fires off 2 flares into the sky as a distress signal. The red glow provides the perfect romantic lighting for Richard and Susan's little mid-massacre date. As luck would have it, the authorities are too preoccupied with the other distress calls to send any help. Stalking them from the woods, the family watches as the survivors from the village start gathering back at the Wahoo, patiently waiting for as many of them as possible to show up before they strike again. Meanwhile, inside, Sven starts barricading the door as a group of costumed cultists come creeping out from the shadows, asking their leaders what they should do. He wants to get out of there while they still have a chance, but the old woman is still dead set on sacrificing these psycho tourists for their ritual. That's when they hear Richard knocking on the front door.
Okay, forget the family, it looks like this just turned into a survival scenario for the cult creeps themselves. With no cell service and the radio station destroyed, there's no way for these people to call for help. The flares should get somebody's attention, but there's no telling how long it's going to be before they get here, so they'll need to hold out here in the barn for as long as possible. The first thing that you'd want to do in this situation is immediately barricade the doors with any heavy furniture that you can find, like the benches and tables scattered all around the barn, or even tie the doors shut with a rope or some chains. This should buy you some time to get ready for the next attack. The good news is that they only have hand-to-hand weapons, no long-ranged options, and they're only normal humans with no special powers, so they can still be hurt or even killed if necessary. I'd grab a makeshift weapon like a piece of broken furniture or a farm tool here in the barn that gives me some decent reach, and ditch the costume so that it won't slow me down. Next, climb towards an elevated area so you'll have the high ground advantage, or position yourself in the middle of the barn an equal distance away from the doors. That way, you'll have the most room to work with. So after escaping the barn, I'd double back to the stage and get away on one of those sailboats while they're still busy killing everyone else. While her husband creates a distraction, Sven goes around back and starts begging to be let in. The others rush to help her, and seeing her opportunity, Clara goes to escape out the front, only to be stabbed straight through the gaps in the door by Richard's giant knife. Furious, Sven grabs a sword from the wall and decides to return the favor, piercing Richard straight through both sides of his mouth. But it's just a flesh wound for both of them, and he immediately kicks in the door even more blood-crazed than before. Grabbing Clara, they quickly take cover in a closet just as the family finally breaks in, and while they watch from their hiding place, the killers start brutally massacring these costumed cultists like it's all just fun and games to them. The Golden Goose gets his beak sliced off by Susan's razor, and even Bowl Cut Boy shows up at the worst possible moment, only to get decapitated by Jesse a split second later. Last but not least is this poor little possum who gets the group stabby treatment, just like Matt's back at the cabin. And the family moves on without ever noticing that Clara and Sven are still hiding in the closet just a few feet away. Somewhere on the mainland, Detective Fossberg wakes up to an urgent call from his assistant saying how the island is literally burning to the ground. At first, he thinks that it might be a prank call, but after realizing that it's serious, he tells them to get the boat ready so he can make his way out there. Over back at the commune, the parents are relaxing next to a big bonfire made out of their victims' dismembered bodies. It's a peaceful way to end the night until the kids show up, and Sam here immediately starts complaining like he's been doing the whole time. Staying calm for once, Richard tells him to knock it off, but the little twerp just won't quit, and after finally deciding that he's had enough, the old man randomly hauls off and shanks the dude straight in the throat. As he lies there dying in front of them, we learn that these four actually aren't a family at all. They're just a group of like-minded lunatics who get together every year or so to massacre another isolated town. Richard here had been fed up with this guy's for a while, but this trip was the last straw, and the others are just as annoyed
annoyed that they have to find a new brother now that he's gone, telling him that was not cool. The girls joke around about whether or not they forgive him for a moment before immediately going back to their goofy family antics, leaving Ian, aka Sam, with the other bodies as they head back to the house. Only Sven and Clara here are left as he tries to stop her one last time, but the old woman is still hell-bent on completing the ritual, and there's nothing that he can do to talk her out of it. Knowing that it's her last ceremony as the leader, he reluctantly gives in to her demands, grabbing his shotgun as they wait to ambush the family when they return to the cabin. There's just one problem with their little strategy. These dumb leave all the lights on, so the family sees that their sneak attack is coming from a mile away. Instead, they quickly duck into Matt's house, where they can see the two villagers waiting for them thanks to the pervert's hidden cameras. And Richard finds a secret tunnel that leads right back to their crib. Needing a plan, they decide to send Jessie in as a distraction while her pops sneaks around through the tunnel, believing that the cultists still don't know that they're the killers. But, it's not going to be as easy as they think.
Okay, there's only 2 of these creeps left to go before this cult is out of business for good. But the family of killer tourists is making a crucial mistake. They're assuming that Clara and Sven here are just 2 more unlucky victims, when in reality, these 2 are actually just as dangerous as they are. Using someone as a distraction won't work because they're just going to attack them on sight, and after seeing that Sven has a boomstick, they shouldn't risk getting into an open confrontation because he can easily take the 2 of them down before they can even retaliate. Instead of going straight for the front door, someone should sneak up to the house and cut the power first. This makes it harder for Sven to get an accurate shot, and easier for them to sneak up on him, which helps cancel out his much more powerful weapon. It also gives them the chance to use the night vision cameras to their greatest potential. Without cell phones or a radio, they can't directly speak to each other if they split up, but what they can do is have the 2 of them sneak in from different angles at the house, while the third stays back and watches the cameras. If they get near a room where there's danger, the person watching can go to the window and start shining their flashlight, using it as a warning sign for their friends inside, while also possibly distracting one of these creeps and leaving them open for an easy kill. Once Sven's out of the picture, the old lady Clara shouldn't be that much to deal with. Actually, I think the most difficult thing would be figuring out how they're going to explain all of this to the police when they show up, but that's something that they've practiced many times before. So after psyching himself up on the porch, Jessie enters the house pretending to be injured, only for Sven to immediately spin around and blast her square in the chest with the shotty. Somehow, still alive, she starts panicking and comes up with a story about how Mats actually killed her dad and brother, trying anything just to buy herself some time. Well, lucky for her, it seems like these 2 don't know that they're the killers yet after all, and Sven splits off to search the rest of the house, leaving her with the creepy old lady who's still hungering for some human flesh. Just then, Susan runs up and starts slamming on the door. Confused, she unlocks it and lets her come right in, thinking this is about to be an easy kill. But little does she know that it's all according to their up plan. Upstairs, Richard sneaks in through some hidden tunnel, leaving the secret door behind the mirror wide open as bait. After discovering Matt's dismembered body neatly tucked into one of the beds, he hears a noise from the other side of the room and finds the dad there pretending to be hurt. All of a sudden, Richard jumps up and slashes his throat as soon as he gets close, but while he's standing there admiring his kill, Sven ups the boomstick and completely blows off his right hand as payback. Horrifically injured, but seeming like he's not even remotely fazed by it, the dad staggers downstairs and into the kitchen, where a concerned Clara is standing guard over his family. His wife and daughter immediately start cracking jokes when they notice that he's missing a hand, but he tells them that it's way too soon for that, as they start to turn their attention back to the old woman. The whole time that she thought she was hunting them, they were really the ones hunting her. Realizing this doesn't change her plans though, because she's still completely obsessed with sacrificing these 3. So as the girls get to their feet and start closing in, she slowly starts backing up towards the knives on the counter. All of a sudden, Clara spins around with the knife held above her head as she prepares to fight them to the death.
But then from absolutely out of nowhere, a shot goes off as her head explodes into 1,000 tiny pieces like a gore-filled balloon. Who can it be but old Detective Fosberg, showing up just in time to save the day. Stunned, the family turns around wondering what the hell just happened, but quickly go back to their usual act when they realize that he doesn't suspect a thing. Leading them to the dock, they quickly hop aboard his boat and speed out of there while the entire island burns in the background. But there's one villager who's actually still alive. It's Johan, the drunk. Waking up, he's incredibly surprised to see a boat full of soldiers headed this way, and starts trying to fast walk out of there before they show up. But as soon as they see him running, they immediately pull out their weapons and gun him down without a moment's hesitation. With everyone on the island officially wiped out, it looks like this family of freaks got away with it yet again, so let's just hope that their next slaycation doesn't come to a small town near you.
Get Away. Get Away. Interesting movie, interesting characters, interesting plot, and I'm glad we got a chance to cover it here on How to Beat. Now, you guys have to let me know if there's anything you would have done differently down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm The Guy. We'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day.
If you were being hunted by a psycho stalker who wanted to steal your identity, what the hell would you do? There's a killer on the loose at this resort, and they're the last person who you'd want as a follower. I'm here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the social media stalker and influencer. This Instagram model's dream getaway is about to turn into her worst nightmare. At a luxury resort in Thailand, this girl Madison goes about her day filming content for her social media pages and travel vlog. She takes some selfies out in the garden, goes for a swim in her private pool, and finally signs off at the beach. Another hard day's work is in the books. The only problem is that her boyfriend/manager Ryan was supposed to be there, but canceled on her at the last minute, leaving her to run the family business all by herself. The good news is that won't be a problem for very long. Later that night, Madison grabs a seat at the resort bar and, you guessed it, starts taking more selfies. But after about 10 seconds, this older British guy scooches in for some awkward small talk. When she asks him what he's doing in Thailand, he responds that he's here for the women, but quickly adding that he's only joking. Still, Madison gives a help me look to another girl who's sitting nearby. He says that he'd like to show her around sometime, and that's when the other girl tells him that he needs to take a hint. She invites Madison to go for a walk, and seeing this as her chance to escape, the two of them leave the bar together. The girl warns her to be careful around guys like that, pointing out that they may seem harmless at first, but after a few drinks, things can go very wrong. She asks her why she's traveling by herself in the first place, and after thinking about it for a minute, Madison tells her about what's been going on between her and Ryan. She says that she came out here looking for a magical experience, but so far all that she's done is hang out around the resort and sit by the pool. The girl asks if she has any plans the next day, and just like that, they become BFFs for L. But this girl isn't as trustworthy as she seems.
Okay, she might not sense it, but this other girl is giving off some weird vibes, right? Being friendly isn't a crime, but she's a little bit too much interested in Madison's personal life for my liking. Now, I'm not saying that she needs to run away yelling stranger danger from anyone who comes within 15 feet, but when you're traveling alone, it's important to be careful about how much you share with people, because you never really know who could be watching. It's interesting that her new friend asked Madison why she's traveling by herself instead of why she was at the bar by herself. It might seem like an innocent choice of words, but to me, it could be a slip-up that makes it look like she's been following her, and not just on the gram. Speaking of social media, across the board, one of the top things that travel experts say to avoid doing is oversharing online. When traveling alone, it's very dangerous to be constantly posting about your exact location like Madison here. Instead, the safest thing to do is wait until you've moved on from a place before sharing too much about the trip. Although you don't want the whole world to see every little detail, you might want to pick a trustworthy person or two that you know from back home and get into the habit of updating them as often as you can about things like where you are, what you're doing, who you're with, and any changes of plans. That way, if you suddenly stop answering or something seems wrong, they'll notice right away and will be able to take the appropriate actions to get you some help. Madison here might think that she's in luck finding a new friend, but pretty soon, everything is about to go downhill. In the morning, the girls take a motorcycle ride through the countryside to a scenic hiking trail out in the jungle. Madison immediately pulls her phone out and starts filming a video because the grind never stops. But when she turns the camera towards her friend, the girl quickly shies away and hides her face. Later that night, they pull up at a restaurant downtown and enjoy a bit of the local cuisine. The camera eats first, of course, since Madison wouldn't be a true influencer if she didn't document every meal. They start to chat about her boyfriend, and the new girl wastes no time throwing shade. After a successful night on the town, the new besties make it back to the resort and give each other one last hug before going their separate ways. As she's walking back to her bungalow, Madison can't seem to find her keys, but that's okay because when she gets to the door, it's wide open. Room service? No. A break-in? This can't be good. Madison slowly makes her way inside, looking around the place and realizing that her personal things have been ransacked. Her tablet, money, and worst of all, her passport are gone. How is she supposed to influence under these conditions? They go down to the lobby and she has a good pout while her friend reports the burglary to the police and the front desk. But besides that, there isn't much else that they can do. The next morning, Madison starts filling out some paperwork so that she can get back home, but her friend says that she could be stuck there for as long as 2 weeks while they wait for the embassy in Bangkok to process her new passport. She's frustrated that she'll have to spend so much more time at the hotel, so the girl says that she can come crash at her place, and Madison takes her up on the offer. Okay, this is not #travel goals. If your passport is ever stolen while visiting another country and you need to get home quickly, the first thing that you'll have to do is file a police report with the local authorities just like Madison did. Although, I'd suggest doing it for yourself instead of letting a total stranger that you just met handle it for you. The next step is to go in person to the nearest US embassy with any travel documents and IDs that you still might have. From there, they'll be able to issue you a temporary emergency passport, which could be available as soon as the same day depending on the situation. At most, it shouldn't take more than a week. They'll also be able to give you advice on where's safe to stay nearby and any other steps that you should take to help you get home. Madison is staying in an area called Krabi, which is at most a 10-hour drive from the embassy in Bangkok. If she really wants to get home instead of going to stay at her friend's house, she should see if it's possible to get a flight from the Krabi airport to the capital city without a passport, and if not, try to rent a car or find some other means of transportation, like trains and ferries that can take her there. It might be a hike, but she could definitely get there in faster than 2 weeks, and start the process of getting back to the States much sooner. Now, the best way to handle getting your passport stolen is to do your best to avoid it ever happening in the first place. When you're staying at a hotel, don't leave important things like documents and personal electronics anywhere that they can be easily found and taken. You might even want to invest in a portable travel safe for things like passports, IDs, bank cards, and even cash. For now, Madison might be trying to look on the bright side and make the best of a bad situation, but she has no idea how insane things are about to get. Later on that night, Madison hops on FaceTime with her boyfriend and explains to him that she won't be catching her flight back to the States. Instead of being concerned, like you might expect, Ryan comes off as irritated that she won't be home in time for a photo shoot that they have lined up and more or less blames her for what happened. He sits down and rudely asks for more information, which is when Madison decides that she's had enough. She tells him that she wants to break up, but he won't take her seriously, so she abruptly ends the call without explaining any more. Over the next day, the girls travel across the country while Madison writes about the trip in her journal and ignores mean texts from Ryan. Eventually, they arrive at the port where they hop on her friend's even cooler motorcycle, making their way out to her house in the jungle. As soon as they get there, Madison picks up a book from an end table and notices the name Becky Wilson written inside. That night at dinner,
she mentions that she has some ideas for what they should do tomorrow, but her friend says that she already has a surprise planned. They go out to the dock early the next morning, and her friend leads them to a little green boat. Madison here thinks that she's already on the clock and pulls out her phone to start taking a video, but her friend abruptly cuts her off, convincing her to wait until they get there. She climbs aboard, and the girls sail far out into the water, traveling for a long time until they finally pull up to a deserted island. Madison takes a stroll up the beach while her friend anchors down the boat, and something quickly catches her eye. There's a place where someone recently made a campfire and a bench that has several tally marks carved into the wood. Checking her phone, she notices that they're too far out for her to get any service, which means that she'll be taking a break from posting for the rest of the night. After sunset, the girls start up a fire and Madison has a few cups of wine. She starts talking about listening to scary stories during her days as a Girl Scout and says that her friends would have definitely thought that the other girl brought her out there to kill her. That's when her friend gets weirdly serious, promising that she isn't going to kill her, but she is going to leave her out there. She goes on and on about the plan, getting into every detail about how it's miles to shore, no ships will pass, and bets that she'll only make it 3 days at most before she kicks the bucket and gets eaten by sand crabs. It's a weird speech, and Madison doesn't take her seriously, but that was her biggest mistake. Madison says that there's one flaw in her plan. She's popular, so people will notice that she's gone, but her friend argues that the little girls who follow her won't come looking for her, and bets that if she took over her accounts, nobody would notice the difference. She doesn't buy it and keeps on partying until she falls asleep. In the morning, Madison is still out cold when the girl steals her bag, hops on the boat, and leaves her out there just like she said that she was going to do. That makes one victim down, with 2 more to go.
Okay, next time you're on an island and start to feel like you never want to leave, remember to be careful what you wish for. She might have ended up in some hot water, but if we're being honest, her new friend was putting up way more red flags than a rough day at the beach. Hey Madison, let's just get this out of the way. You Let's take a quick look at how you managed to go from social media celebrity to castaway within the span of 72 hours. Here's a tip. The next time that you're traveling and someone cleans out all your stuff, how about reporting the break-in yourself instead of letting a total stranger handle everything for you? Then she hands you some random paperwork in a language that you can't even read, tells you that your vacation just got extended 2 weeks whether you like it or not, and you say to yourself, you know what? She seems trustworthy. I should go to her to a house out in the middle of the jungle in a part of the country that I've never been to, and blindly do everything that she tells me while I wait for this to all blow over. What could possibly go wrong? To make matters even worse, you did all of this without telling anyone. Not a single soul. For someone who shares every second of their personal life with thousands upon thousands of internet strangers every day, this seems just a little bit out of character for you. Don't you think? I get that you're in a fight with Ryan, but he's not the only other person in the world who you talk to. Even if you don't have a great relationship with your parents, you could have at least told someone the details about what you were doing and where you were going. You know, just in case one day during your spur-of-the-moment girls trip, your new friend decided to leave you for dead on a deserted island or something like that. Speaking of your friend, there was something a bit odd that you noticed when you first got to her house, but quickly forgot about. That book with another girl's name written inside. This brings up something important. It's been 3 days, and I haven't heard your friend say her name once, but I'm pretty sure that it's not Becky Wilson. That's a little too American touristy to fit. We find out later that her name's CW, and that's all you get, just 2 initials. Seems legit. It's interesting to me that she's making a habit of bringing random American tourist girls back to her house in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes you gotta go with the flow, right? I might have asked, who's Becky Wilson, and started being more careful if she gave me some kind of strange reaction, but you do you. And now we come to our fateful boating trip. Call me paranoid, but in my opinion, trustworthy people don't just make surprise plans for you to spend the night on a deserted island with no cell service, without at least giving you a heads up so that you can check in with friends and family to let them know the details of what you're doing, and when they should expect to hear from you again in case anything goes wrong. The fact that she aggressively cut you off just as you were getting ready to post about the trip gives me some very questionable vibes. So you sit down at the fire that night and have a couple of drinks when, out of nowhere, this girl starts going on a 2-minute-long Thanos speech about how she's going to wait for you to fall asleep and then leave you out there for dead. I appreciate dark humor as much as the next guy, but you've got to be able to tell the difference between when someone's playing a weird joke and when an actual maniac is spilling out their evil plan for you straight to your face. Take a hint, lady! Normal people don't just start freestyling off the dome about you dying of dehydration and sand crabs eating your flesh. That's some real sicko behavior. You should have taken that wine glass in your hand and gotten ready to scrap it out. But instead, your response is pretty much, I'm the main character, so nothing bad will ever happen to me. I guess by now you're starting to realize that you were a bit too sure about that one. When you manage to screw up so much that you willingly get left on a deserted island bound to die a horrible death with no chance of rescue, I think it's safe to say that Madison, you f***ed up. Now, there's no denying that she's stuck in a tough spot, but she might not be totally done for just yet. The first and most important step is to find a source of clean, drinkable water. Without anything to keep you hydrated, you probably won't last more than a few days. So this is essential if you want to stand any chance at survival. The best place to look is on an interior of the island, since this is where you're most likely to find small streams, water sources near plants. If this doesn't work out, you can always use containers that you might have, like Madison's leftover wine bottle, to try and collect rainwater. Some types of food, like coconuts and other fruits, can double as a meal and water source. Next, you'll need shelter to protect you from the elements. Gathering up long logs, forming them into the shape of a teepee, and weaving foliage through them should do the trick. It doesn't have to be perfect, just enough to give you a little cover from the sun or the rain. If you can get this far, then you should be in pretty good shape. After you've got your water and shelter squared away, it's time to start a fire. To do this, gather up any dry sticks that you can find and create a mini version of the teepee that you've just built. You'll need some flammable fibers to get it cooking, which you can scavenge from around the surrounding area. If they're still dry, then some of the stuffing from the pillows that Madison was sleeping on could work perfectly. She could use wood or stones to generate a spark with friction, or if she's feeling creative, she might be able to concentrate a beam of sunlight using one of the wine glasses. Water, shelter, and fire are your 3 most basic needs. After that, you need to start thinking about food. The best source will probably be fish from the ocean, which you can catch by creating a makeshift spear. Simply sharpening the edge of a branch by rubbing it on a stone should get you started. You could also break one of the wine glasses and attach a sharp piece of a stick using plant fibers or a bit of material from your clothes. Once you've got your spear, you have a pretty long time to work on getting the technique down before you die of starvation. Finally, you need to try and signal someone to rescue you, since you don't want to be stuck out there forever. The smoke from your fire is perfect, but it's also important to create a passive signal like a large SOS in the sand. Find a sloped section of the beach so that it can be visible from the air and the water. Trace the letters out as big as you can, and then fill them in with rocks and tree branches so that it won't get swept away by the winds or the tide. Now, pretty much all that's left to do is hang out and wait. You could try building a raft, but going out into open water is dangerous, and you'll most likely end up putting yourself in an even worse position than you were in already. If you've got water, shelter, fire, and food, then there's really no reason to rush things along. It could be days, months, or even years, but if you can manage to hang tight, someone has to come by eventually. Something tells me that Madison here isn't going to make it, and we'll have to see if her friend's next victim does any better.
With Madison out of the picture, CW begins the process of taking over her identity. She uses her credit card to rent out this super expensive house in the hills, empties her bank account, and starts posting all of her usual content to her social media accounts. The plan is simple: take the girl's clothes, put on a blonde wig, and go around taking pictures and videos throughout the day, editing Madison's face over them when she gets home. Sure enough, it turns out that what she said on the island last night was right. Madison is gone, and for now, no one has any clue. After using a voice emulator to call the girl's credit card companies and increase her spending limits, she posts that she's taking a break from social media and isn't sure when she'll be back. She hangs a picture of Madison up on a board next to 4 other girls who must must have been her previous victims. Now that the fun and games are over, CW takes a ride into town and sits down for some dinner and margaritas to celebrate. But with the thrill of the hunt slowly fading, she's already thinking about her next target. She goes to the beach and sees some people having fun, which makes her remember that she hates fun. So she pulls up the gram and starts searching her location until she finds another potential victim, an influencer named Jessica, who's also solo traveling in Bangkok. By the next night, she tracks Jessica down to a restaurant in the city, following her every move until she eventually corners her at this shop. She casually strolls into the store and tells the woman that the jade Buddha she's about to buy is fake. But this time it doesn't work. Jessica says that she knows it isn't real and is just buying it for a quick gift for her sister, paying the shop clerk and walking out without saying another word to her. It looks like this target won't be falling for the usual tricks so easily. Determined to get her by any means necessary, CW goes back to her hotel room and starts to do some more research, eventually realizing that the girl uses her social media accounts to promote a lifestyle that focuses on self-confidence. She decides that that's her ticket in, devising a plan to use some good old-fashioned reverse psychology to get in close enough for the kill. The next night, she finds Jessica at a bar downtown and pretends to be one of her followers, putting on her best starstruck act and pretending to be a shy girl who's nervously excited to meet a social media celebrity. She starts to walk away, but now that the woman knows she's a fan, she invites her to sit down and talk, all according to plan. CW essentially steals Madison's backstory, telling her that her boyfriend bailed on their trip and flattering her with compliments about her world-traveling lifestyle. After mentioning that they rented out a huge villa for their vacation, Jessica starts to think that she could use the spot for some content and decides to let her tag along. While she's distracted doing a photo shoot the next day, the girl grabs her hotel room keycard out of her bag, and now phase 2 can begin. They split up for a bit when Jessica has to go meet with a sponsor for dinner, agreeing to meet up afterwards to check out some local spots. As soon as she's out of the way, CW gets to work. When Jessica arrives at her hotel room later that night, she sees that the place has been broken into and all of her stuff was stolen. And guess who she decides to call for a helping hand? Just like that, phase 2 is complete. The girls take the ferry to her bungalow, but that's when things start going horribly wrong for CW. When they get there, she sees that the sliding door is wide open, and someone has laid rose petals on the ground leading into the house and down the stairs. Not only that, but there's dinner on the table and a bottle of wine. It's Ryan, and he's there looking for Madison. Realizing that now her whole scheme could fall apart at any minute, CW starts spinning another web of lies while Jessica goes to put her things in her room. She says that she wasn't expecting him to visit, but Ryan points out that it was supposed to be a surprise. The place is rented under Madison's name after all, and she never told him that anyone else was going to be staying there. It's an awkward moment, but Ryan decides to head off to bed, leaving the girls with the dinner and asking them to let him know if they hear from Madison before he does. In the morning, CW calls Ryan pretending to be Madison using her phone and the voice emulator on her computer. She tells him that he needs to leave, but he notices that her voice sounds weird and insists that he wants to see her in person. It was a good try, but it looks like Ryan is here to stay. Jessica comes to start their day, but CW says that she's actually going to hang back, hoping to get rid of Ryan while they're all gone. The problem is, Ryan chimes in that he wants to tag along, and so she quickly changes her mind and goes with them. While CW gets them food from a beach bar, she overhears Jessica and Ryan talking about her and everything that's been going on. Ryan thinks that it's out of character for his girlfriend to let someone stay at her place while she's gone, and mentions how someone broke into their hotel room, but before they have a chance to talk about it more, CW shows up and cuts them off. They travel to a scenic spot, and Jessica drops a comment about getting home early so that they can make sure that their rooms weren't broken into. CW realizes that she's catching on, but decides to try and play dumb, saying that it's surprising how often that happens.
Okay, is it surprising or is it highly suspicious that Jessica and Madison both had their rooms broken into within hours of meeting this chick? Personally, I'd have some serious questions for CW, and since they're in the middle of nowhere and have her outnumbered 2-1, what better time to grill her and find out what she's hiding? As soon as they started to catch on, they should have kept asking CW for details and not allowed her to change the subject. She can't just lie her way out of everything forever. Eventually, she's going to slip up or start behaving strangely, and that's when you know that there's more to her story than she's willing to tell. You might not be able to get a confession right on the spot, but you'll at least start to get a sense of whether or not you need to get the local police involved. And if she tries anything funny, you have the other person there to use as a meat shield while you fight back or make your escape. Now it's time for an official confrontation, since the last thing that you need is for this freak to catch you alone when she knows that you're suspicious of her. But for Jessica, that's exactly what's about to happen.
Later that night, the three of them go to a nightclub and CW sees that Jessica sent Madison a message through Instagram. When she turns around, the woman is gone, so she chases her out of her cab and follows her home. During the drive, she looks at the message and sees that Jessica is definitely onto her. After pulling up to the house, CW tells Jessica's cab driver to go and heads inside. She finds her hustling to pack her things and get out of there, the woman saying that she decided to find a hotel. CW keeps pressuring her to stay, but Jessica brings up everything suspicious that's been going on and says that she thinks that she's trying to take advantage of her for her money. They go back and forth for another minute until Jessica blurts out that she finds her creepy, and that was the last straw. As she tries to walk away, CW slams her head into the stone wall. The woman crawls to the pool, trying desperately to escape, but it's too late, and she stomps the heel of her shoe straight into her neck, killing her. That makes 2 victims down, with 1 more to go.
Okay, that was pretty embarrassing. How do you catch on that someone is up to no good and still let them sneak attack you from behind when you're getting so close to getting out of there alive? You can't just say some fighting words like calling someone a creep straight to their face and then not expect to have them throw some hands afterwards. You saw that look in her eye, didn't you? That look that screams, "I'm gonna smash your head into a rock as soon as you have your back turned for what you've just said to me." Come on, Jessica, do better. Since I'm thinking that there might be a tussle, I would have circled around towards the exit while keeping my eyes on her and using that big suitcase to create some space between us. If she lunged at me, then I'd slam that thing right into her knees and get ready for an all-out brawl. Hopefully, I'd knock her off balance and give myself an opportunity to make my escape or go in for the ground and pound. While Jessica was crawling for her life across the kitchen floor, she also missed an opportunity to grab the leg of one of those nearby chairs and swing it at her, possibly sweeping her feet out from under her and evening the odds. Or better yet, if she really thought that this girl was a con artist and potentially dangerous, then why not just leave her things, go straight to the other hotel from the bar, and contact the police? Instead of putting herself in harm's way for, what, a suitcase full of clothes that she probably got for free from her sponsors? They may be nice, but they're not worth dying over. The best way to win a fight is to avoid getting into a fight altogether, but it looks like it's a little too late for Jessica here. This leaves Ryan as the only loose end left to tie up, and we'll have to see if he can catch on before he ends up as the next victim.
She stuffs Jessica's body in a suitcase and starts to clean up the bloodstains, but that's when Ryan walks in with a bunch of drunk dudes that he brought back from the bar. He asks what happened to Jessica, and she quickly covers it up by saying that she was too drunk to get a hotel and decided to sleep it off until morning. CW demands that he tells them all to go home, and after arguing about it for a minute, he reluctantly agrees to kick them out. Once the coast is clear, she grabs a kitchen knife and heads upstairs, ready to log Ryan out for good. But just as she's about to do the deed, she gets a notification on Madison's phone. It turns out that Ryan got a picture of her with Jessica while she wasn't paying attention earlier in the day and posted it to Instagram, unknowingly connecting her directly with the 2 girls who she's just killed. This was not part of the plan. The next morning, CW makes them both breakfast and says that she wants to apologize for getting in his face the night before. She even sets a plate that makes it look like as if Jessica woke up early and already hit the road. The girl tells Ryan that he can stay at the place until Madison gets back, but that's when he opens his phone and sees a photoshopped picture of her with another guy, the caption reading, "New love of my life." He decides to take a scooter ride out to the water to do some soul searching, and CW follows him. They start to talk about how he thinks that her account sucks without him to manage it, and she agrees, stroking his ego by telling him that she thinks that he's a really cool guy, and Madison didn't deserve him. Later on at a restaurant, she slips something in his drink while he isn't paying attention. All that's left now to do is wait for her moment to strike, and she leads him on by talking about his social media expertise, until he finally starts to get sleepy and they catch a cab back home. As soon as they get to the house, CW leads a now barely conscious Ryan into the bedroom and sets things up to make it look like they slept together before using his face to unlock his phone and deleting any evidence that she exists. In the morning, she wakes Ryan up and tells him there's only an hour left until his ferry leaves. He notices some signs of adult activities taking place the night before, but something about it doesn't feel quite right. CW takes him to the boat, telling him to get home safe. As soon as he's gone, she takes Madison's clothes, the blonde wig, and her passport and burns them to ashes in a fire. Decides to keep the journal as some kind of trophy. Instead of going straight home, Ryan decides to head to the hotel where Madison was originally staying and starts asking around. The employee at the front desk can't remember seeing her, but there's someone there who might. Losing hope, he decides to sit down for a glass of wine at the bar, and that's when the old British dude shows up and starts to chat. He can tell from Ryan's body language that he's having girl troubles, so he shows him a picture of Madison and asks him if he's seen her. At first, he can't remember, but after he explains that her room was broken into, the man realizes who she is, and that he hasn't seen them since. Them? Asks Ryan, and the guy explains that she was with a girl who had a birthmark on her face. He shows him the Instagram post of Madison at the resort, but the man says that's impossible, since they're in the rainy season right now. But in the picture, there isn't a cloud in the sky. Ryan calls Madison's friend and says that he never mentioned meeting another guy, which is extremely strange for her since they share everything. After hanging up, he opens a recent video from Madison's account, and as he goes through it frame by frame, the birthmark appears on her face. Now he realizes for weeks, CW has been posting to Madison's profile without anyone noticing. It's time to get some answers, and Ryan doubles back to the villa where CW and her boyfriend were supposedly staying together. After looking in the closet and seeing that all of her clothes are gone, he finds a backpack on the bed, and inside is Madison's journal. He opens it to the last page, reading about how they took a boat out to the deserted island just as he hears the girl's motorcycle pulling up outside. As she walks down the stairs, he ambushes her, cracking her on the head with a little Buddha statue. She wakes up tied to a chair with Ryan standing over her demanding to know the truth. At first, she tries to play dumb, but he throws the journal in her face, proving that the jig is up. He says that he originally thought she was doing this all for money, but after logging into her computer, he's seen that she has plenty of cash and must have stolen Madison's identity just for some twisted personal satisfaction. Ryan threatens to call the police, but CW counters that no one will believe him and starts to blackmail him with false evidence that he was abusive to his girlfriend. With no other witnesses around, she's got him in a bit of a tough spot. Frustrated, Ryan pulls out a knife and demands to know what she did with Madison. "I didn't do anything," she replies, "but I can take you to her." She leads Ryan out to the dock and to the boat, but as soon as he lets his guard down, she rushes at him and knocks him into the water. He slashes at her with the knife, but she maneuvers behind him and uses her hand ties to choke him out, killing him and setting herself free. That makes all 3 victims down, but the story isn't over just yet.
Okay, Ryan, buddy, how did you let this happen? You don't exactly look like an MMA fighter yourself, but it should have at least been a fair fight. Not to mention that you had her knocked out, tied up, and you had a knife. Explain to me how you managed to lose this one, please. Because this seemed like a guaranteed win to me. So he can't just kill her immediately, right? Because he still doesn't know exactly what's going on, where Madison is, or if she's even still alive. I get that. But when you have the villain hostage, it's pretty basic common sense to make them walk in front of you and not to take your eyes off of them. After almost completely unraveling the entire evil plot and making it all the way to the finish line, he got so distracted by a boat that he gave her the opportunity to body check him right off the dock. Hey Ryan, you have seen a boat before, right? Keep your head on a swivel, man. Once she started trying to strangle him underwater, it was time to fight for his life. He may not have wanted to kill her before, but now that it's a matter of life or death, you gotta do what you gotta do. He even still had the knife. But he decided to just flail around while she slowly drowned him instead of, stabbing her. And she was wide open for a stab. Wide open. Unbelievable. Of all the sad attempts that I've ever seen, this one is up there. It looks like Ryan's sleeping with the fishes. It was a close call, and now all that's left to do is dump the bodies and find another clueless victim. But there's one more surprise on the way before this is all over.
CW hides Jessica and Ryan's bodies under a sheet on her boat and goes home to wash up. Using Madison's account, she makes a post about how Ryan was an abuser, and within hours, he's completely canceled. After fueling up with some orange juice and a nice McDouble, she hops on her boat and heads out to the island to dispose of the bodies. Everything seems to be going off according to plan, but when she gets there, she notices signs of life, and several more tally marks added to the log by the fire pit. Someone else is out there. Grabbing a shovel, CW stalks through the woods looking for whoever decided to set up camp on her island of death, walking out until she finds two makeshift crosses on the cliffside, and just as she turns around, surprise, Madison knocks her over the head with a big stick. It looks like she wasn't dead after all. The girl tries to crawl away, but Madison cracks her in the face again, knocking her out cold. When she finally wakes up, she hears the sound of the boat motor and runs down to the beach, but it's too late. Madison is already gone, and CW can't do anything but laugh to herself as she watches her would-be victim disappear over the horizon.
But what would you do? Now, personally, I travel all over the place, and I kind of know these things because I've seen a few R-rated action movies. You know, keep the hostage in front of you, tell the local police, don't let, strangers talk to you on a beach at a random bar. I just know this. But I mean, what would you guys do? Let me know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day.
What if an ordinary visit to someone's house suddenly made you question your whole reality? These two girls are trapped in a bizarre maze where the only way out is to keep playing, but by the time that it's over, they'll never know who they can trust again. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the mind games in Heretic. This regular day is about to turn into a nightmare. One morning somewhere in small-town Colorado, two young Mormon girls, Sister Barnes and Sister Paxton, are going about their daily responsibilities. After a long day, they finally arrive at their last stop, which is a secluded house on the edge of town. Locking up their bikes near the front gate, the girls head up to knock on the door with no idea that they're walking straight into a death trap. The storm is just picking up when the girls knock on the door, but strangely, nobody answers even though they scheduled ahead of time. Knocking just a few more times, the man finally opens up and introduces himself as Mr. Reed, politely thanking the girls for stopping by. Excited, Paxton here hands him a pamphlet even though he already has one, and starts rapid-firing off her speech about why the man should consider joining their church. Interrupting her, the man invites the girls inside to dry up, but they say that they can't come in unless there's another woman present. That's when he explains that his wife is home, and the girls finally agree to come inside. But that was their biggest mistake. The man says that his wife is in the kitchen baking a pie and politely offers to hang up their coats. Before he leaves though, he briefly mentions how the walls and ceilings have metal in them, but the girls think nothing of it as he disappears down the hallway.
Alright, these girls need to be careful because Reed here is freaking me the f out. He took a suspiciously long time opening the door even though it was pouring rain on the girls' heads. And then when he finally did answer, he seemed a lot more focused on getting them inside than on listening to Paxton's speech. This is mad suspicious, like he was hiding something, or even worse, setting up some kind of trap. Also, why is he walking around with a watering can even though it's raining? It might be a small detail, but it all adds up when you're deciding to trust him with your life. Safety is the whole reason why the girls wouldn't come inside without another woman present, but it doesn't work if you don't stick to the rule. As of right now, they still have no proof that this woman even exists, and they should have firmly stated that they'd either have to meet her at the door or just come back another time. Now that they're inside, he's already setting things up so that they can't leave. He could have hung up their coats here, but instead he took them deeper into the house, and now without them, it'll be much harder to escape in the cold conditions. When you look around the room, it seems like all of the windows are extremely small, and that's not a good sign if you need to make a quick exit. Alright, but you know who could definitely beat this freaky creeper? Yeah, obviously a team of Marvel superheroes and villains. I'm talking Moon Knight, Venom, and Deadpool would be my main dudes. But then maybe throw on a Spider-Man for good measure? Oh, but you're thinking, these dudes are never on the same team. How could they come together to fight a common enemy? Well, if you play Marvel Strike Force, you'll find out. Recruit your favorite characters from across the Marvel Universe, including Iron Man, Wolverine, Thanos, and more. Easily play, level them up, and outfit them with legendary gear. Engage in epic 5v5 battles, dominate PvP modes like Alliance War and Arena, and conquer challenging raids. The choice is yours. Will you be a hero or a villain? And this month, get ready for a highly anticipated Absolute A-Force team. Led by the powerful Kaori, this new team is sure to shake up the Marvel Strike Force. Celebrate the holiday season with Marvel Strike Force. Use the promo code DEC24 to unlock exclusive what-if characters, like Captain Carter, Star-Lord, T'Challa, and Strange Heartless. Click on the link in the description or scan the QR code to download the game. Freaking school's about to be out, what else are you gonna do? Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Download Marvel Strike Force today and start your heroic journey. And let me know down in the comments if your Marvel Strike Force team could beat today's villain. But the weirdest thing of all was what he said right before he left. There's metal in the walls and ceilings? What the f does that mean? Because what the hell could that be for besides keeping people trapped inside? If it were me, the first thing I'd do is text someone from the church and, let them know what the f was going on, so they can send help if there's any trouble. While they're there, the girls should stick together and avoid any situations that might split them up, allowing them to watch each other's backs and use their friend as a meat shield if anything goes wrong. I'm just saying. Then all that's left to do is come up with a polite excuse for why they need to leave and get out of there while they still have a chance. Now, if Reed tries to stop them, then that's where things get interesting. They have outnumbered him, but he's fighting with a home field advantage and could have access to weapons that we haven't seen yet. So it's better to avoid getting physical for as long as they can. This means that they need to focus on distracting him while they make a break for it. Otherwise, they'll have to use whatever they can to defend themselves. Paxton here still has her bag, so hopefully she's packing some heat, or at least some pepper spray. Everything from pens, keys, to furniture from around the room could all be used to kick his ass and get out of there. But as they're about to find out, this nightmare is just getting started. It takes a while for him to come back, and while they're waiting, Barnes notices that something about this place just feels a little weird. That's when he finally comes back with a coffee for himself and 2 sodas for the girls, but there's still no sign of his wife. The girls insist that she needs to be in the room, but he promises that she'll be out soon enough, and they all take a seat around the table to start their chat. Before they get into it, he wants to know some more background about the girls' childhoods. Paxton explains that she was born a member of the church, but Barnes was actually born in Philadelphia and joined after her mother converted. This gets Reed here fired up, and he starts explaining how he's spent his life trying to find the one true religion. Paxton here thinks that this is a good sign, but the truth is that this guy isn't as wholesome as he seems. The girls are surprised when Reed starts reciting the whole history of their religion straight from memory, and walking over to the shelf, he comes back with his own copy of the Book of Mormon. When Barnes brings up the pie again, he asks if they can smell what kind it is, and her friend correctly guesses that it's blueberry. Changing the subject, he asks Barnes if her father's spirit has ever tried to contact her since he passed away. But the conversation starts to get uncomfortable the longer it goes on. Just then, a few of the lights go out, and that's when Reed says that he wants to ask them some awkward questions before they...
Well, hope I'm not too rusty.
Attack on 3 female college students in Pflugerville, Texas last year is back in the public spotlight. Pflugerville citizens are in an uproar demanding answers from Texas state officials on why no arrests have been made in the case. Reports say an unidentified man entered the home in the middle of the night, viciously strangling one female to death before attempting to...
Oh my god. They came for me. My friends are here. Think. Just look around, Connie. This didn't fit in the door. Who the hell are these people? I don't know what this is. It might work on those doors. Yes, a shortcut. Should be open now. Hey, can you hear me? It's gone. My poor friends. Oh, finally. Oh, wait. Not again. Don't come over here. Where do you think I lost him? Shit. Did they see me? I need to keep moving. I need to find some help. Connie. Oh my god. Please, please don't let that thing come back.
Fuck that.
The man believed to be responsible for multiple stranglings in East Texas is finally in custody tonight. Authorities followed a tip that led them to a deserted motel outside Bryan, where they caught the man in the act of subduing 36-year-old Kelsey Keough. The man, whose name is being withheld, claimed he and Kelsey were participating in an agreed-upon way and that he had no connections to the murder.
Gotta focus. Gotta stay strong. Listen, we can make it. Just stay quiet. They're everywhere. Damn. This'll work. Gotta keep my eyes peeled. They're all over. What the hell is going on here? This can't be happening. Okay, finally, they're gone. Where are the others? How many are there? Come on.
I can help you.
Might be safe now. Need to find a way out. Lost him again. I gotta stay hidden. Somehow.
Aw, don't split. I ain't had my fun yet.
Gotta keep my eyes peeled.
I'll kill you and swear you died. Trust me on that.
Stay hidden.
Don't fight.
Ready!
fuck is you talking about? You said what? And you might win again. Get this bitch out of it. You so fucking good.
The remains of an unidentified male have been discovered near Devil's River off Highway 163 in southwest Texas. A Cedar Canyon resident stumbled upon the scene while hunting early yesterday morning. Authorities have confirmed this is approximately the same location where 2 females were discovered last June. All of the victims appear to have been stabbed and strangled to death. Although the cases have similarities, investigators have nothing more to share at this time. A series of home invasions throughout Bell County have turned into a search for a known fugitive. Omar Pauly, native of Holland, Texas, was arrested in 1967.
This looks promising. Turn, there they are. Wait, can I use that? They're all over. Stay hidden.
unidentified male have been discovered near Devil's River off Highway 163 in southwest Texas. A Cedar Canyon resident stumbled upon the scene while hunting early yesterday morning. Authorities have confirmed this is approximately the same location where 2 females were discovered last June. All of the victims appear to have been stabbed and strangled to death. Although the cases have similarities, investigators have nothing more to share at this time. The scheduled draining of the Colton Reservoir was put on hold when city workers discovered the remains of more than a dozen animal corpses. The bodies are reported as being in various states of mutilation. Authorities believe the carcasses are from packs of wandering wild dogs, with them
Where the hell am I? No matter what. Over here! Please help!
Where the hell am I?
Maybe this will help.
Oh, what's this?
Leland, over here! Maybe I can open those doors. I gotta find a way out of here.
Keeping this. Thank you.
God, is this human?
This'll help.
Yes. A short.
Wait, can I use that?
I got it. Thank goodness.
This'll help.
reported cases of suspected food poisoning have led authorities to recall all meat sold through the Delverson meatpacking facility outside Coleman, which in turn led to the arrest of plant supervisor Justin Austin. 40-year-old Austin admitted some of the ground chuck produced by the facility had become tainted when several rats were discovered to have fallen into the processing unit. And Mr. Austin did not...
Yes, I can use that. What's this?
Did they hear that?
I can use this.
Can I use this? Can I fit? Oh, nice. Okay. I'm gonna throw up. There's one. You shoot. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. No, not you. Please stay. Oh.
You gotta...
I should see what that is.
Residents of the Apache Ridge residential development were horrified today when authorities removed dozens of jars from one of the homes in the neighborhood. These jars contained a variety of body and animal parts, from frog legs to horse hooves to human eyeballs. The owner of the property, 60-year-old Martin Wemmer, claims he bought the jars as is and thought everything was just right.
Connie, I'm over here.
What's going on? What is this place? I can't see them. What's that? This will help. Why won't you leave me alone?
Trust me on that.
You're gonna look real nice next to that friend. Now. Yeah. Die for me.
Just leave me alone.
Thank goodness. I think I can use that. This could be useful. Maybe this will help. Ooh, that is horrible. Should be open now. I'll be back with help. I promise. I
remains of an unidentified male have been discovered near Devil's River off Highway 163 in southwest Texas. A Cedar Canyon resident stumbled upon the scene while hunting early yesterday morning. Authorities have confirmed this is approximately the same location where 2 females were discovered last June. All of the victims appear to have been stabbed and strangled to death. Although the cases have similarities, investigators have nothing more to share at this time. The man believed to be responsible for multiple stranglings in East Texas is finally in custody tonight. Authorities followed a tip that led them to a deserted motel outside Bryan, where they caught the man in the act of subduing 36-year-old Kelsey Keogh. The man, whose name is being withheld, claimed he and Kelsey were participating in an agreed-upon way and that he had no connections to the murders that have plagued the eastern part of the state since last June. Another disturbance was reported at the abandoned slaughterhouse outside of Hills Prairie. Deputies responded to a caller reporting loud noises from the dilapidated facility after midnight. Police investigated the site and found evidence of trespassing and minor equipment theft, but suspect it is merely the work of local vandals. The search continues in Huerto.
This shit hurts.
Oh, thank you, Lord. Leland, you're alive.
Can I use this? I need help. Now.
Oh, thank you. I might be able to bring her.
Hey, and I'm still on my. Sit. Don't even start that. Don't even start it. Sit. Get back there and sit. I don't know if you, why you trying to start that. Oh. Still gotta put that thing. bathroom? You gotta use the bathroom? Huh? Real close.
finish. Thinking nothing of it, the girls agree to play along, but they have no idea where this is about to go. He asks the girls how they feel about the old practice of Mormon men having multiple wives, but more specifically, what they think about changing the rules to get rid of it many years later. Barnes here explains that it was done out of necessity for their population, but these days they've changed to go along with the times. To Reed, it points to holes in their beliefs, and he keeps getting more confrontational the more that Barnes disagrees. Trying to get out of there, she mentions bringing his questions up to their bishop, but Reed won't be letting them go so soon. Asking them their favorite fast food place, the girls eventually pick Wendy's, and he compares his research to trying something at every restaurant. He only wanted a sample of what each religion had to offer, but in the end, he ended up finding the one true religion. By now, the girls are starting to get creeped out, and they nervously ask if his wife is ready to meet them. While he gets up to check, Barnes tells her friend that they need to go home, and they notice that their phones aren't getting any signal. That's when Barnes looks down at the candle, and turning it around, she's horrified to discover that the scent is blueberry pie. Just then, Reed comes back into the room, telling the girls that his wife is finally ready. Taking the tray, he starts leading them down the hallway deeper into the house. But Barnes quickly stops her friend at the door, saying that they need to take a phone call first. Once he's out of sight, the girls agree that they need to sneak out, but getting away won't be as simple as they think. Going for the door, Barnes remembers that their bikes are locked up, and the old man has their jackets with the key. Thinking it over, they decide to go for it anyway, only to realize that the door will not open. That's when the girls realize that Reed has locked them in, and now it looks like their only choice is to follow him down the dark hallway. Okay. Well, I guess they're f***ed. But this is what happens when you keep trusting the dude despite the constant red flags. Things were already strange from the start, but the more that they actually talked to this guy, the weirder that it got. First off, why would he even invite them over when he already knows more about their religion than they do? And if this guy is such a genius that he finally discovered the meaning of life, then what's he doing just chilling in some random-ass cabin in Colorado? Shouldn't he be writing a book or something? We can already tell that something isn't adding up, and that's only from what he said. Now, to make matters worse, we have physical evidence that this guy is full of I mean, come on, he put a blueberry pie scented candle on the table right in front of them. He's obviously lying straight to their faces, just like he has been for this whole time. Now they're trapped in here with no obvious way out, and they need to decide what they're going to do next. They could try just playing along and following Reed down the hallway, but personally, I wouldn't be in a rush to go any deeper into this house. After everything that's already happened, I don't trust Reed at all, so I'd rather look for another way out than to keep playing into his weird little game. They should grab something for self-defense in case he gets violent, but we want to avoid a fight for now. Instead, their best bet is to try getting out through a window. How small of a gap you can fit through really depends on a lot of factors, but someone the girls' size should be able to fit through a space of about 15 inches in diameter in an emergency situation. The windows in the front of the house are still too small, but the one right behind them looks just big enough for either Barnes or Paxton to squeeze through. With that being said, Reed going down the hallway first actually gives them an advantage, because it looks like that's his only way back into the room. Knowing this, I'd quickly grab a piece of furniture and use it to wedge the door shut from their side. If that doesn't work, they could use shoelaces, sheets, or some clothes to anchor the handle to a piece of heavy furniture in the room, making it much more difficult for him to pull the door open. By blocking the door, this might force Reed to come back around and unlock the front, which gives the girls an opportunity to jump him and make a break for it. Either way, I'd rather hold out here than let this creep keep leading us deeper into his trap. Worried, Barnes tells her friend to call for help while she looks for another way out, but the problem is Paxton here cannot get any service, and none of the windows are big enough for them to fit through.
With nowhere else to go, the girls start cautiously making their way down the hall. Up ahead, they stop dead in their tracks when they notice that someone is staring at them from around the corner. But when they get closer, they realize that it's just a creepy statue. That's when they finally reach a door at the end, but as they step inside, things get even stranger. Looking around, they realize that they've entered a brightly lit library with a religious altar at the front. Reed finally steps out from between the shelves, acting like nothing is wrong, and the girls nervously tell him that they need to get going. Disappointed, he says that he understands and points them to their coats while he puts some things away. But when they put their coats on, they realize that the key has been switched to Paxton's pocket, with the only explanation being that Reed here was going through their stuff. That's when Barnes mentions how the door was stuck, and he calmly explains to them that it won't happen again. Confused, they ask him what he means, and he explains that the deadbolts are on a timer that he cannot unlock, meaning that their only way out is to go through the back. Barnes politely confronts him, saying how this whole thing seems very fishy, but the man reassures her that it's perfectly safe, giving them as much time as they need to make their choice. He knows that they can't make any phone calls because when they came in, he told them about the metal in the walls and the ceiling that's stopping them from getting any service. Deciding that the best choice is to play along, Barnes asks him which of the two doors they should use, and although he won't give them a clear answer, he makes it seem like one option is definitely better than the other. Still hoping that he might be normal, Paxton asks the guy one last time if they can meet his wife, but that's when he decides to completely drop the act. Turning things back around on them, he asks the girls why they still believe that he even has a wife after everything that's happened. For him, this was all an experiment to make the girls question their own thought processes, and he knew they'd ignore the evidence because they're secretly afraid of the truth. By now, the girls have finally realized that they might be in danger, so Barnes carefully makes her way towards the doors. Opening the first one, she immediately closes it up again, horrified by what she sees. But the next door is just as bad, because inside, there's nothing but a long staircase leading down to a pitch-dark basement. He tries to explain it by saying that the house is built on a hill, and the only way out is down on the lower level. Sensing a trap, they remind him that the people from the church will be looking for them, but Reed here is still acting.
Your taxes, can you pay them or not?
Yes, of course.
Oh no!
My son, John, is right here with your money.
3 days, double what you owe. And if you can't pay, we take your father to prison.
I brought someone who can help. This is Jesus.
Never heard of him.
He's helping people. I want to be a part of that. This is my chance to show up.
No, we've talked about this. It's just a story.
Papa?
We're gonna need a bigger boat!
I knew a guy who ate those.
The baptizer?
With the honey and the wild hair.
Ooh, that gets me every time.
Tell me about this Jesus.
Jesus is no Messiah. He's nothing.
And sometimes evil men silence those who speak the truth.
What is truth?
This is not the end. It's the beginning.
Of the world.
like they have nothing to worry about. Okay, I don't know about you, but there's exactly zero chance that I'm setting one foot in that creepy-ass basement. The girls really need to trust their instincts here and stop going along with everything this guy says. You never know when he's going to lock a door behind you, and every step farther just takes them deeper into his trap, so they need to stop listening to his directions, like right away, and instead start focusing on how they're going to escape. Ignoring him actually comes with an extra benefit because he obviously thrives on predicting their next moves. So by choosing not to play along, they might annoy him so much that he actually slips up or makes a mistake, which could end up being their ticket out of there. After everything they've seen so far, there's absolutely no way in hell I'd be going down into the basement unless I had no other choice. But it still seems like the easiest way out is actually the way that they came in. And now we have some more information about what happened with the door. Reed here says that the deadbolt is on a mechanical timer that won't open again until the morning, but if this is true, then there might be another way to get it open. The only way it could work is if there's some kind of mechanism attached to the lock, so they should try checking the door frame and nearby walls for any access points, and then use some keys or scissors to cut the wiring and disable the lock. Otherwise, they should try breaking down the door itself using a sturdy object to help them pry it open or smash through the paneling, since when you can't find an exit, you can always just make one. One thing they'll have to remember is that all of this action might draw some attention from our friend Reed here, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. They wanted to avoid a fight for as long as possible, but at this point, he has trapped them against their will. Eventually, they might have to throw hands with this guy, and it could be better to take him on now while they still have the element of surprise. They missed their first opportunity to go on the offensive while he was putting things on the shelf, but the next time that he lets his guard down or picks up a heavy object, the girls need to grab whatever they can find and clobber this old creep into submission. Yeah. With any luck, he probably has a key to open the door, and even if not, they can just keep beating answers out of him until they get out of this place. Either way, it would be a lot easier getting out without him causing any more trouble. So I'd consider jumping him here and now as a totally viable option. After letting them have a look through each door, Reed here finally agrees to help them choose the right one. Telling the girls to pay attention, he pulls out the board game Monopoly, explaining that there are copies in dozens of different languages, and that it's sold in hundreds of countries all around the world. Then he puts on a record by the British rock band, The Hollies. He says that everyone's heard of Monopoly, but they haven't heard of the Landlord's Game, which is basically the same thing, only it came out 30 years earlier. Although it never got popular, some other guy eventually came along, stole the idea for himself, and made the most successful board game in history. The same thing happened with The Record, The Air That I Breathe by The Hollies. Decades later, the band Radiohead used the same melody for their song Creep, and then Lana Del Rey did the same thing to them. His whole point is to say that every modern religion is like a spin-off version of the same original message. And tonight, he wants to show them what the one true message really is. Turning off the lights, the man fires up a slideshow going all the way back to ancient Egypt and beyond, showing how all of the most popular religions are built off of each other. To him, it's like a long game of telephone, with the same message getting more obscure the longer it goes on. That's when he grabs a piece of chalk, writing the word belief on one door and disbelief on the other. He makes the argument that either everything they believe in is true or that it's all a lie. And he wants them to pick a door based on whether they still believe in their religion or not. From his point of view, he's convinced that it's all fake, but the girls still haven't made up their minds. Nervous, Paxton suggests that they should just play along and pick disbelief, thinking that
This message is Funsultant approved.
It's serious work to keep the park this fun. Make it twisty-turnier, right? Yes! But when I see their smiles, I'm overjoyed with joy.
We're serious about fun.
It's what the man wants, but Barnes here isn't so sure. Going to the other door, she guesses that Reed won't let them leave either way.
pointing out how he's been carefully controlling things all night. It seems like he's trying to learn something from what they choose, but Barnes refuses to doubt herself so easily and eventually decides that they need to pick what they feel is right. Sticking together, the girls open the belief side and start carefully making their way into the darkness, but nothing could prepare them for what's about to happen next. As they're going down, the girls notice Reed standing behind them. He only closes the door and locks them in. In fact, it's so dark that they have to use their phones to see, and their worst fears come true when they finally reach the bottom. Instead of a back door, it's nothing but a concrete basement with no way out, and it looks like both choices would have led them to the same place.
Okay, well, I think we all saw that one coming. I mean, he made it seem like their choice was actually going to matter, but like we've already pointed out, every step into this place just leads them deeper into the trap. Barnes even said herself that there's no way he'd let them go after all of this. So even if he's promising you a way out, the absolute last thing that you want to do is keep going along with his game. Now he's in even more control, and they have almost no chance at getting out of there alive. The only way to find out what was really down there was for someone to go take a look. Now, usually I'd say not to split up, you guys know this, but this situation might be different. If they'd been thinking more clearly, then one of the girls could have gone downstairs to see if there really was a way out, while the other one stayed there in the library with Reed, and got ready to whoop his ass if he tried anything funny. Speaking of violence, it seems like the best strategy all along would have been to just give him a beatdown during his 20-minute PowerPoint presentation. There were plenty of just funny. Then one of the girls could have gone downstairs to see if there really was a way out, while the other one stayed there in the library with Reed, and got ready to whoop his ass if he tried anything funny. Speaking of violence, it seems like the best strategy all along would have been to just give him a beatdown during his 20-minute PowerPoint presentation. There were plenty of moments during his little speech where he got a little distracted, and the girls could have easily waited until he reached down to pull out another board game or something and then just grabbed a candlestick and smashed him in the fucking head. For real. Now their chances of escaping just went from slim to almost none. But it doesn't have to mean that they're screwed just yet. The first thing that they need to do now is look around the basement and understand how every element factors in. You see, both staircases have doors at the bottom that lock, with no handle to open them from this side, so I'd start by finding something to block one of them open. Then we start working on our plan to escape. The vent that's high up on the back wall seems like their only way out of there, but it's too high for them to reach on their own. It's dangerous, but stacking the furniture and then having one girl climb onto the other's shoulders could give them the extra height that they need to pull it down. And as long as one of them can climb out, then they can run and get help for their friend. Otherwise, I'd start getting ready to squabble up. By breaking off legs from the table and chair, they can sharpen them against the concrete into perfect metal spears, giving them excellent reach and killing potential. Just saying. They could even use parts of the table as a shield for extra protection. I mean, hey, Reed still isn't expecting them to fight back yet, so their best choice is to use the element of surprise. The plan can be as simple as having one girl sit out in the open and start doing something to get Reed's attention. Then, when he comes through the door, the other girl jumps him from behind, and they can work together to finally take his ass down. They have no idea what the man has in store for them next, but whatever happens, Barnes knows that he isn't planning to let them go. While stacking the table and chair against the wall, she tells her friend that they can stall for time by challenging Reed on his philosophical options, since he can't resist the urge to debate. She tries climbing out through the window, but it's still too high for her to reach, and that's when they hear someone coming down the tunnel. Putting things back in place, she hands Paxton a sharp letter opener that she took from the man's office, telling her to use it when she says the code word magic underwear. Terrified, they watch as the left door slowly creaks open, but instead of Reed, a ghostly old woman carrying a blueberry pie shuffles into the room. The woman puts the pie down on the table before folding her arms and hunching over in the corner without saying a word. That's when the girls hear Reed mocking them through a pipe in the wall. The voice is coming from his office, where he's listening to Creep by Radiohead and moving figures around on a detailed model of his house. Seeing an opportunity, Barnes carefully avoids the woman and explores the opposite set of stairs, finding a hole in the wall that looks like it could be another door. The way out is still locked, but when she peeks underneath, she notices a box of matches lying on the rug.
The music cuts out before she can grab it, and she runs back down as the man starts explaining what's next. He claims that this woman has the power to come back from the dead, and he needs them to witness it happening so that they can prove it's true. Pulling back her mask, she starts digging into the pie with her bare hands, as Reed explains that it's been poisoned. Within a few moments, the woman is going to die, but then she's going to come back to life. Sure enough, the woman stares at them for a second before suddenly dropping face first into the pie, and he asks the girl to feel her pulse as proof that she's really gone. They're nervously waiting for her to come back, but just when it looks like there's a problem, someone rings the doorbell. It's Elder Kennedy from their church, who noticed that the girls were missing when they never came home, and now Reed has to go deal with him first. The girls see him leave the secret room and exit through one of the doors, chasing him up the steps as they start screaming for help. But the thick wall
I love you. What's going on?
I don't know. Since the move, Tim and I haven't been on the same page.
Please, do you love each other?
Maybe we're just complacent.
Well, you know, complacency can sometimes simply be harmony. You know, this could be the beginning
When you roll over, then you're on my hair.
of something wonderful.
Tim.
We spend our lives in search of the other half. If you think you found that, don't be so quick to let it go.
I think something's happening to us.
Babe? Listen to me. Listen to me. We've got to get out of here. Now. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Billy, wake up!
You'll be okay. Whiskey for the pain.
Are you planning an exciting road trip to Mexico? The key to any great trip is careful planning. You have probably packed your vehicle, made reservations, wrote a list of all the phenomenal restaurants Mexico has to offer. But I bet you forgot one minor detail. The Mexican government cannot recognize liability coverage from a United States insurance company. This ultimately renders useless a United States policy if you cause bodily injury or property damage in Mexico. You need Mexican tourist auto insurance. With a full coverage policy from Lewis & Lewis Insurance Agency, you will make your next trip your best trip. You will have complete peace of mind for your trip down south across the border. Our policies include up to $1 million third-party liability coverage, international medical air evacuation back to the United States and Canada, legal service, roadside assistance, total theft, natural disaster damage coverage, all with 24/7 claim service from the largest auto insurer in Mexico, our underwriter, Qualitas. At Lewis & Lewis Insurance Agency Incorporated, we are family-owned with 37 years of experience, and we live in claims where we fight and win our clients' battles. Visit MexicanAutoInsurance.com to get your quote now, purchase, and print online.
All's managed to drown out the sound. Upstairs, he opens a light switch near the door and resets the deadbolt timer, answering it as if he has absolutely nothing to hide. The man asks him if he's seen the two girls, with no idea that they're only a few feet away. While he's busy, Barnes decides to try for the matches again and calls her friend to help as they start pulling the rug underneath the door. The elder stalls him for a while, but it's not long enough, and they're just about to reach the box when Reed comes back to the room. Lucky for them, he doesn't notice what they're up to, and they wait until he's gone to start again. This time, they actually manage to reach the matches until he starts coming back towards the door, but just when he's about to catch them, the doorbell rings again, saving them at the last second. Okay, this is an important moment because with the elder being here, it's their best chance to get noticed and hopefully escape. They've been banking on someone showing up to look for them all night, but the first time he came around, they almost blew it. Now, lucky for them, they're about to get another chance, but they need to realize the most critical mistake in their strategy. They were going to wait until Reed opened the door to start screaming. That way, the elder would be guaranteed to hear them, but he predicted this and shut the door to the lobby first. The added layers of the house made it impossible for the elder to hear, but they're forgetting that there's a caged vent on the other side of the room. Instead of trying to yell through the whole house, I'd climb on top of the table and start shouting through that window, because there's a chance that the sound might travel better around the outside of the house where there are no walls or doors to block the waves. The sound waves, I mean. You know, if the elder hears them and starts asking too many questions, then the complications this would cause for Reed's plan will give them a perfect opportunity to turn the tables on him. With that being said, I'm not exactly sure what the girls are planning to do with the matches, unless it's to burn down the entire house while they're still trapped in the basement. It certainly is better than nothing, but it's definitely not the best plan, since it might get the attention of the outside world, but doesn't directly lead to a way out. Instead, I'd focus on some important new information that they learned, and sticking to our original plan of kicking Reed's ass. Yeah, go mode. While exploring, Barnes noticed a secret door hidden in the left staircase that leads to Reed's study. Doesn't seem as reinforced as the others, so I would grab a tool and focus on trying to pry or smash it open. We've also seen that he has the keys on him to open the doors from this side, which seems obvious, but now that we can confirm it, we know that jumping him will 100% pay off. Now that we know he's keeping other prisoners here, there's only one thing left to do. Wait until the next time that he comes to the basement and then scrap like their lives depended on it. And maybe the zombie lady here will even help them out. Who the f knows? As soon as he's gone, Barnes flips over the box and pulls a handful of matches under the door. The girls run back downstairs, and that's when Paxton notices something strange. It seems like the dead woman on the table is in a different position. Her friends think that it must be her imagination, and with no time to waste, they start desperately trying to light the matches against the wall. But soon, they're in for a pretty big surprise. It turns out that it was only Elder Kennedy again, but instead of coming to the rescue, he just wanted to make sure that Reed got a copy of their pamphlet. While he stands at the window watching the man leave, the girls keep struggling until they finally manage to get one lit. All of a sudden, the girl turns around to see the dead woman standing right behind her, and the two of them scream as she starts coughing up a bunch of blood, putting out their only match. In a hoarse tone, she tells them about a vision of what she saw on the other side. But at the very end, she holds a finger up to her mouth and whispers to the girls that it's not real. Just then, Reed comes back and thanks the woman for her prophecy before leading her away through the trapdoor on the steps. Turning to the girls, he takes out a pen and asks them to describe what they just saw, saying that their words will go down in the history books. Stunned, Paxton remembers what the woman told them, saying how it was like a vision of the afterlife, and the man agrees that she's correct. He says that he can show anyone what's on the other side, and the only catch being that they have to die and let him bring them back first. To him, not knowing would actually be more scary, but Barnes here is not buying the story. Standing her ground, Barnes insists that this is all just another one of his mind games, and she has a theory for what really happened. The visions sound a lot like what people see during a near-death experience, and she knows this because she's actually had one herself. She thinks that the woman is just another prisoner who Reed forced to play along, and now she's ready to end this once and for all. The man gets up and stands between them, but just as Barnes gives her friend the signal, he suddenly pulls out a box cutter and slits her throat, causing her to collapse in a puddle of her own blood. Terrified, Paxton runs for the door, but the man only stands there smiling as she bleeds to death on the ground, making one down with one more to go.
Okay, well, Sister Barnes, that's a tough break. If I can get in my bag real quick, sometimes things happen in life that totally aren't your fault. And this was actually one of those times, for about 5 minutes anyway. But for the last hour and a half, you two have been doing nothing but making one dumb decision after another, all while he was literally telling you to your face what was about to happen. Sorry to say it, Sister Barnes, but I've got some bad news. You just f***ed up. This guy was acting strange as hell right from the jump. I mean, the first thing he says to you when you get inside is that there's metal in the walls and ceilings. What the peanut butter f*** are you talking about? And you just ignored it? I'm not saying you should have called the cops right then and there, but that's definitely the moment where you need to start paying attention. Maybe he's just a nice old man with some weird habits. But that blueberry pie scented candle would have been the absolute last straw for me. He wanted you to find that just to get in your head, all to prove his point that he could manipulate you straight to your face and you'd be too polite to stand up for yourself. It really is some for real deal sicko shit right there, and this is exactly the moment where it turned from an awkward encounter to a fight for survival. You said yourself that he wasn't going to let you go, and yet you walked down into his murder dungeon anyway, just like a chicken volunteering for the nugget factory. Next time, you might want to try doing something before the last possible moment, because it turns out that violence really was the answer all along. Now it looks like Paxton will have to fend for herself, and I'm sorry to say it, Sister Barnes, but yeah, up. Knowing that she can't escape, Reed calls for the girl to come back down. He swears that her friend should come back to life at any minute, but as more and more time goes by with nothing happening, the man realizes that there must be a problem. Without explaining what he's about to do next, he suddenly picks up the razor and cuts a hole above her arm, before reaching in there with his bare hands and pulling out a tiny metal object. Crossing the basement, he drops the object into Paxton's hands and says that her friend can't come back because she was never a real person. Confused, the girl asks him to explain, and he says that it's all related to a concept called the butterfly dream, an ancient Chinese philosophy that argued we could all just be butterflies dreaming that we're really people. To put it in modern terms, he thinks we live in a simulation so advanced that we don't even realize it's all fake, and for proof, he reminds her of when the prophet said it's not real. Barnes here was only an NPC, which is why she couldn't come back, but when Paxton dies, she'll be able to cross over into the real world. Feeling confident that he's convinced her, Reed asks the girl what she thinks, but she has a different idea about what really happened. The object in Barnes' arm wasn't a microchip, it's a birth control implant. And even though her friend never admitted to having one, Paxton knows that she kept it a secret for fear of the consequences. The problem with his simulation theory is that there's no way you can test it, and Reed here agrees that it's all a matter of belief. But she doesn't believe it's true, even though she can't explain why. That's when he brings up the prophet again, but now Paxton here isn't buying that trick either. She thinks the woman actually died and he just switched her body out with someone else, but she's not sure how he managed to pull it off. When the elder rang the doorbell, he knew that they'd be focused on the stairs, and when they came back down, she noticed that the dead body was in a different position. Her explanation is that another woman came in through a hidden door, replaced the body, and then read the prophecy from a script. The only problem was, she decided to go off script at the very end. It's not real wasn't part of the prophecy. It was a warning, and the woman was telling them not to trust Reed. Going along with it, the man says that there'd have to be a hidden door somewhere in the basement and starts knocking on walls to prove that it isn't true. That's when Paxton notices rain dripping through the skylight, and she tips over the table and pours the water onto the ground, revealing a trapdoor hidden in the floor.
Reed doesn't try to stop her as she slowly pulls it open, but warns the girl not to go down there unless she's ready to face the consequences. Still, she knows that going down might be her only chance at getting out of there, and she nervously climbs down the ladder into the darkness.
Okay, I must be going crazy here because I genuinely can't believe that she's about to make the same f***ing mistake. I don't know how many times I have to say it, but every step you take into his house just gets you deeper into this trap. He wouldn't even let her go down there unless he planned for it already, and the last thing we want to do is keep playing along. I mean, he just killed her friend right in front of her and tried to play it off like it was all a simulation. If it was not clear enough before, she's dealing with an unhinged psychopath, and there's absolutely no way that he's letting her out of this alive. So Paxton here needs to stop wasting time and take the next opportunity to end this once and for all. Right now, she still has the letter opener, and Reed here isn't expecting an attack. All she needs to do is get his guard down and she'll have a free chance to take him out. Instead of going down the ladder, the girl should try putting on a convincing act that Barnes is actually coming back to life. And then when Reed turns around to look, turn that letter opener into a larynx opener, if you know what I mean. Cut. I'm saying get cut. Cut the man. I mean, all she'd have to do is take the keys out of his pocket and go home, but instead, she's about to make the most shocking discovery yet.
When she reaches the bottom, she finds the woman's body lying in the mud, proving that her fears were true, and Reed quickly closes the hatch, locking her inside. Her only choice is to keep going forward, passing through 3 doors that are all locked up from the outside, until she finally gets to the last one, and it's locked with the lock from their bikes. The good news is that she has the key, but maybe it's not good news after all. Unlocking it, she steps into a large metal chamber with 6 cages holding different women who are all on the verge of death. That's when Reed comes down a set of stairs on the other side of the room and asks the girl if she finally figured out what the one true religion really is. Putting the pieces together, she realizes that he's been manipulating them the whole time, even down to making sure that Paxton had the key instead of Barnes. The point was to prove that he was always the one deciding their actions, even when they thought that they were making their own choices, because the one true religion is actually just control. The way he sees it, he's never done anything to his victims that they didn't allow him to do. And he keeps the prisoners in this weakened state so that they'll be easier to manipulate. Sitting down, he starts trimming the prophet's fingernails with a pair of hedge trimmers, only to cut off one of her fingers as punishment for going off script. He says that he was able to trick them because they've lived their whole lives blindly following whatever they've been told, allowing him to predict every decision that they'd make throughout the night. The only problem with his logic is there's just one thing that he couldn't predict. And just when he leans over her shoulder, Paxton takes out the letter opener and pierces it straight through the bottom of his chin, running out of the room as he falls backwards in shock. The path leads her to a ladder that goes back up to Reed's secret room, but he isn't done with her just yet. She quickly takes the desk and pushes it against the door, but now the only way to go is back into the basement. When she gets to the bottom, Paxton notices that the trapdoor is open yet again. But by the time that she realizes what happened, it's already too late. The girl spins around, only for Reed to stab her straight in the stomach, and she staggers to the corner where she collapses from her injuries. Now it looks like they're both on the verge of death, and strangely, the man starts asking her to pray for them. That's when Paxton tells him that it won't work, remembering an experiment where half the patients prayed while the others didn't. In the end, the results came back inconclusive, but she still thinks that it's the right thing to do, even if it might not be true. Paxton doesn't even try to fight back anymore as the man slowly crawls towards her, and he lies there for a moment crying because he's afraid to die. Taking out his knife, he's just about to finish the girl off as his final act of revenge, when all of a sudden, somebody picks up a spiked board from the ground and bashes him straight in the face. It's Barnes, who's somehow still alive after all this time, and woke up at just the right moment to save her friend's life. There's nothing that Paxton can do as the girl finally dies from her injuries, but now the old man is finished too. That makes 2 down with 1 survivor. The only problem is, she still needs to find a way out of this house. Returning to the office, she takes apart the scale model until she finds a vent that leads outside.
It's just big enough for her to fit through, and after surviving a night from hell, she finally emerges into the snowy daylight. Getting to her feet, she takes out her phone to call for help, and while she's waiting, a butterfly comes and lands directly on her finger, proving that her friend Barnes is still watching over her from the other side. Boom! Heretic. 2024. I think this is like maybe the last big spooky movie to get a big theatrical release here in 2024. Last big spooky movie of 2024. Everything in the cinema right now is just Christmas films. So I think you know, wow, what a year. Strange Darling, Heretic, you know, Long Legs. What a good fucking year for horror movies. But if you think that you would do something differently to The Heretic, let me know down in the comments below. And thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. I'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day.
Each of your users is unique. Their security should be too. Bitdefender introduces Gravity Zone Phaser, a groundbreaking solution delivering unprecedented attack surface reduction. Find out more on our website.
I started All Nation Restoration to help people. Chase for Business is literally what it says in the name. It is Chase for Business, where I can find everything I need in one place so we can help people get back to life.
If you were trapped in an ancient monastery that was secretly being used for bizarre genetic experiments, what would you do? These girls think that they've just landed the perfect job, but they have no idea that this place is actually hell on Earth. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the evil nuns in Immaculate. This woman is about to experience the most horrifying thing imaginable. Late one night at a convent somewhere far out in the Italian countryside, a young woman named Sister Mary is getting ready to make a risky escape. After saying a prayer asking for protection, she quietly sneaks into the bedroom of one of her older superiors and retrieves a large ring of heavy iron keys from the drawer. Reaching the front entrance, Mary sprints out of the building towards the large gate at the opposite end. But that was her biggest mistake. As she's running down the path, a floodlight suddenly powers on, illuminating the foggy yard and proving that the others are onto her. Panicking, she throws down her suitcase as she reaches the gate and begins scrambling for the right key, desperately trying to find the correct one to open the lock. Suddenly, the woman looks back over her shoulder, only to see a group of threatening cloaked figures slowly approaching her from behind. Terrified, she's finally able to get the main gate open, but she's only able to pull it back enough to create a small gap for her to squeeze through. With the figures closing in, Mary slips and falls on the other side, just close enough that one of the attackers is able to grab her by the ankle. The girl screams for help as the others drag her back in, but no one is coming to save her. And using the bars on the gate, one of the attackers brutally snaps her leg at the knee, causing her to instantly black out from the pain. When Mary finally wakes up, she finds herself surrounded by total darkness, with only a strange, banging noise coming from somewhere up above. Lighting a match, she suddenly realizes that her worst fears have come true. She's just been buried alive in a coffin 6 feet underground. She immediately begins slamming on the box around her, lighting match after match as she desperately calls out for help from anyone who can still hear her, but it's no use. Eventually, the digging stops, and Mary lights her last match, which quickly burns away and fizzles out, leaving her trapped screaming in the suffocating darkness until she finally goes quiet. Okay, damn, so close yet so far. When it comes to Mary here's escape attempt, I'm giving her an A for effort, but an F for execution. I mean, she had the right idea, but the way that she went about getting there could use some serious work. Her biggest mistake was going straight for the most obvious exit. I get that she was in a little bit of a rush, but there's nothing sneaky about running screaming through a giant metal front door. Instead, she could have tried scoping the place out for other options, like a side gate that wasn't in direct view of the entire chapel, and covered by motion-activated floodlights. I mean, I'd start by searching for a less obvious exit, but if that really was Mary's only choice, then she could have used a distraction to cover her escape. One idea would be to start a fire or cause some other kind of commotion on the opposite end of the property, and that should keep the nuns distracted long enough for her to sneak out with a good head start. Another thing that Mary overlooked here was remembering to close the older woman's nightstand. It would have cost her precious seconds, but of course the old lady is going to immediately notice that the keys are gone if her drawer is just sitting wide open when she wakes up, and simply closing it would have been a good way to potentially delay them finding out what she was up to. Also, for future reference, the right key for the big iron gate is almost always the biggest key on the ring. And if she'd guessed the right one more quickly, then we might not even be having this post-game breakdown of her unfortunate demise. Instead of going through the gate at all, it might have been faster to parkour her way up the ivy that we can see growing up the walls here. There's an added bonus to this strategy if she happens to have the only set of keys, because then it would take them longer to come after her while they figured out how to open the gate, giving her more time to get away. The worst part is that all she needed to do was rotate her shoulders just a bit more at first so that she could squeeze right through. And being even 2 seconds faster might have made the difference between life and death. This is why it also would have been important to bring a weapon if she could get her hands on one. Even something like a hairpin or another sharp object would have given her the option to fight back when they grabbed her and possibly get away. Overall, it just wasn't the best thought out plan, and when being buried alive is the consequence for getting caught, you better be damn sure that your plan is going to work before you try it. As messed up as it sounds, many ancient cultures from around the world once used premature burial as a form of capital punishment. These nuns actually could have done Mary even worse here, but the really twisted people out there would have sometimes buried their victims while still giving them access to fresh air just to draw out their deaths for as long as possible. That's enough nightmare fuel to make anyone claustrophobic. As Mary here woke up, she would naturally begin to experience extreme panic as she realized what had just happened. The feeling of being unable to move would make this terror even worse as the reality set in that there was no way out. Although the total darkness and crushing sense of confinement would be terrifying, the biggest threat to her life would be her limited supply of oxygen. As she gasped for air, she'd actually feel the sensation of the oxygen getting thinner, and it would happen very fast. How long you have depends on how much air you're using up, but if you're lucky, then it won't last longer than a few hours at most. With the air supply running low, she'd begin to drift in and out of consciousness until she eventually died either by suffocation, dehydration, or some combination of other factors. And her last moments would be spent in pure fear until it was finally over. It sounds like fun, right? If you're unlucky enough to be buried alive, then your only hope of ever seeing the light of day again would be to somehow escape. And good luck with that one. Although it's extremely unlikely that you'll manage to make it out, there are a few strategies that you could try that just might save your life. Anyone's natural reaction would be to probably start kicking and screaming out of pure fear. But like we mentioned before, the thing that's going to kill you the fastest is going to be your limited supply of oxygen. So the first step to survival is to conserve your air supply for as long as possible by taking slow, controlled breaths after the initial panic wears off. Next, you'll need to feel around a bit to figure out exactly what kind of coffin that you're in. If it's a modern coffin, then you're pretty much screwed. Your only hope in this case is to make a lot of noise and get incredibly lucky that someone happens to hear you. But if it's something less sturdy, like an old school pine box, then
he escaped.
Get. We have a blue dog to catch. Tickets.
Now.
Yeah.
Rough. Lilo and Stitch. Rated PG. In theaters May 23rd. Get tickets now.
Worship them with Sheba Selections fillets.
you could possibly make it work. According to the experts, the next thing that you'll want to do is use an article of clothing like your shirt to cover your face and stop dirt from getting into your nose, eyes, and mouth. Then it's time to break out of there. There's no established strategy for this, just start punching and kicking like that scene from Kill Bill until you're finally able to get through. For some added help, you could try using any items that might still be on your person, like a metal belt buckle to give you some kind of extra force. If by some miracle you manage to break through, then congratulations. Now there's only about 6 feet of dirt between you and freedom. The good news is that Mary was only buried recently, so hopefully the dirt above her might still be loose. From here, you need to push the dirt down into the coffin and away from your face, and keep digging until you can sit up and then eventually stand. After that, all that's left to do is pull yourself up out of the hole and go call your grandma and tell her that you love her, because that was crazy. Unfortunately, Mary here didn't make it out alive, and now another unsuspecting victim is about to fall right into their trap.
Sometime after Mary's death, a young nun named Sister Cecilia arrives in Italy to fill the woman's place, never suspecting the truth about what really happens there at the convent. Out in the station's lobby, Cecilia meets with her driver, a friendly-looking man from the church. He warmly welcomes her to the country, and after loading her single bag of luggage into the car, the two of them set off towards their destination. Driving out to the city, they travel along the winding roads for miles through the hills and fields, making their way farther and farther out into the empty countryside, until finally they arrive outside of the convent where Cecilia will be working. The place looks both beautiful and strangely threatening, with thick clusters of vines growing up the outside walls. As they approach the building, a pair of nuns opens the very same gate that Mary was trying to escape through so that their car can enter. But what Cecilia doesn't realize is that she's never going to see the outside world again. They enter the convent into a large open courtyard where Cecilia meets the group's leader for the first time, an elderly woman who goes by the name of Mother Superior. It's clear that they've been eagerly waiting for her to show up, but since Cecilia hasn't picked up on any Italian, she's forced to turn to one of Mother's most trusted assistants, Sister Isabel, to bridge the language barrier. Unlike the Mother, Isabel here isn't as welcoming, and after a brief argument breaks out when the older woman asks her to show Cecilia around, she'd rather tend to the other sisters. But after the Mother abruptly shuts her down, Isabel reluctantly agrees to give Cecilia the grand tour, rudely brushing past her and motioning for the girl to follow. On their way up to the dorms, Isabel fills Cecilia in on the details of the convent's purpose and history. She explains that the place is meant as some sort of retirement home for elderly nuns, where the younger sisters receive their training and hone their skills while making the older generation as comfortable as they can until they eventually pass away. Apparently, the home was built nearly 400 years ago above a complex system of catacombs, which Isabel here wastes no time pointing out are strictly off limits to any nuns who might feel the sinful urge to do a bit of recreational exploring in their free time. As they pass through the dining room, they're stopped by an older woman with dementia who says that she's become lost. Leading her down the hall, Isabel explains to Cecilia that some of the elderly sisters have become delusional in their old age, and the best thing to do is just play along until you're able to get them back into bed. In one of the rooms, Cecilia notices one of the nuns suspiciously watching her, but Isabel quickly recalls her attention and hurries her away. Eventually, they make it to the room where Cecilia will be staying, the same one that used to belong to Sister Mary before they moved her into a smaller apartment out back. Cecilia thanks Isabel for her help, but the woman replies that she's too friendly, saying that she'll need to develop a harder personality if she's going to make it here at the convent. You see, Isabel here takes her work very seriously, and instead of reassuring her that she'll fit right in, she gives Cecilia one last chance to quit before taking her vows later that night. But the girl respectfully declines, insisting that she's fully prepared to take the job. Later that day, while
It's Native. Native is made with 9 clean ingredients and is good for your skin without leaving white marks or residue. Heavenly. 72-hour odor protection that cares for skin isn't a myth. It's Native.
Hey, Jess, we're downstairs. Only one bag, right?
Of course. Hey.
You gotta be kidding me. Jeez, where did you even find this thing?
Custom made.
While Cecilia is using the bathroom, another young nun named Sister Gwen suddenly barges in on her. Instead of shying away when she notices Cecilia, Gwen here simply takes a seat in the window and goes about her business like it's no big deal. Cecilia can immediately tell that Gwen here is one of the cool nuns, and the two of them quickly become friends. During their chat, Cecilia explains that she felt lost after her old church was closed down due to low attendance, but was happy to accept when one of the convent's priests, Father Sal, invited her to work there instead. After hearing this, Gwen hints that the father seems to have a bit of a habit of hiring young women who've lost their way, and although she plays it off like it's just a joke, it won't be long before Cecilia finds out just how bad this place really is.
Okay, Cecilia here has no idea that she's about to walk straight into a death trap. She doesn't realize it yet, but listening to Sister Isabel would have been the smartest decision that she could have ever made, and the only way for her to avoid what's about to happen. So far, almost everyone else has welcomed her to the convent with open arms, except for Isabel here, who's the only one besides Gwen to actually keep it real with her. It could just be that she doesn't like the new, younger, prettier girl stealing her thunder. But like Isabel said herself, this isn't the type of job that you can do for glory. Caring for these old ladies is a lot of tedious, difficult, and frankly disgusting work, so you'd think that she'd be thrilled just to get any extra help. She gave Cecilia every opportunity to quit before she got in too deep. And when the top worker at the place has nothing good to say about working there, then it's time to reconsider what the hell you're about to get yourself into. Isabel's warnings weren't the only red flags that Cecilia here did not pick up on. As they drove out to the convent, she should have noticed that the place is as far out in the countryside as possible, with nothing around for miles, and is surrounded by a huge stone wall that circles around the entire property. If you've ever seen a prison before, then it should be immediately clear that this place is specifically designed to keep people in. Whenever there's a job opening, there's always one important question that you need to ask yourself. What happened to the last person who worked there? If Cecilia had done a bit of research beforehand, then she might have found out about the young women who tend to go missing there, or who've stayed working at the convent only to never be seen or heard from again. A place with that many people working at it can't go on forever without a few rumors spreading, and if she'd taken some time to ask around a bit before signing up, then I'm willing to bet that there would have been some families of missing daughters out there who have their suspicions about what's really going on behind those walls, and Cecilia here might have decided that it was safer to look for a different job someplace else. But now, she's absolutely determined to work there just to prove Isabel wrong, and will most likely ignore any red flags until it's already too late. That's not to mention that Isabel here just casually dropped that this entire place is built above a 400-year-old tomb that they definitely do not want Cecilia to go poking around in. I'm sorry, but I'm just a bit too paranoid to let something like that slide. If she has the chance, I'd suggest asking Sisters Isabel and Gwen for a little more info about what life is really like here before agreeing to fully commit. Then, Cecilia can decide if it really is better to just back out now like Isabel said, and pretty soon she's going to wish that she'd never even heard of this freaky-ass convent in the first place.
When it's time for her to take the vows, Cecilia puts on her official nun drip and heads to meet with the other girls out in the courtyard. Entering the church, she leads the way down the aisle, with the others following behind as the rows full of older nuns turn to watch them pass. Father Sal is already waiting for them at the end of the aisle so that he can fill in as Cecilia's translator. As the ceremony begins, Cecilia takes her place in front of the altar and follows along with Father Sal's instructions, completing her vows and officially being sworn in as the newest member of the convent. After the ceremony, the nuns gather around the dining room and Cecilia and Father Sal have a chance to get to know each other's backstories a little better. Cecilia eventually excuses herself from the conversation and goes to use the restroom, where she overhears a strange groaning noise coming from somewhere else in the building. Following the noise, she winds up back in the empty chapel without another living soul in sight, and sees that the gates to the catacombs are unlocked. Just inside, one of the nuns is lying face down in the center of the room, and Cecilia cautiously makes her way over to see if she needs help. But as the woman turns to look at her, she sees that her face is covered in a featureless red mask. Nervous, Cecilia turns around to get some help, but ends up bumping right into Mother Superior herself, who reassures her that everything is all right. Without explaining, the woman approaches an altar at the back of the room and removes a large iron spike from its ceremonial case. Placing the object in Cecilia's hands, she explains that it's actually one of the nails that was used during the crucifixion, when all of a sudden, the girl is overcome by an unexplainable force and abruptly passes out. The next thing that Cecilia knows, she finds herself in a confession booth seated across from the head priest, but everything isn't quite as it seems. Suddenly, a pair of hands burst through the wall behind her, pulling Cecilia down, and now she's strapped to a table in a secret underground chamber with more of the faceless nuns surrounding her. While two of the figures grab at her face, the group's leader steps forward and draws out some kind of sharp object before plunging it into Cecilia's stomach. At that exact moment, Cecilia wakes up gasping in her bed, thinking that it was all a nightmare, until she sees one of the nuns still watching her from the shadows in the corner of the room. She flicks on her lamp, and the woman disappears. But what she doesn't realize is that the real nightmare is just about to begin. One night, Cecilia says her prayers and gets into bed after another hard day's work, having no idea that she's not really alone. Some creepy old lady rises up from the side of her bed and suddenly chops off a piece of Cecilia's hair. Confused, Cecilia thinks that the woman may just be having another episode, and leads her over to the ward to put her back in her own bed. As she tucks her in, Cecilia notices something very strange. Both soles of the woman's feet have been branded with a cross, and it won't be long before she learns exactly why they did this to her.
Okay, that was weird. And if Cecilia here thought that all of the strange things going on in this place were just a part of her imagination, then this is proof that it's officially time for her to start getting a little worried. When you're working in an ancient church that's full of old ladies who don't even remember what planet they're on, then it's probably safe to expect some bizarre stuff to be going down. But this was something different. Let's take a second to wrap our heads around what just happened, because this quick interaction could be Cecilia's biggest sign yet that she needs to get out of there now. First, let's start with what the woman took from her: a cut-off section of Cecilia's hair. Historically,
Zevo works 24/7 to attract and trap flying insects. Available at the Home Depot.
sections of hair like this, called locks, can have significant meaning. One of the most common beliefs was that owning a lock of a person's hair gave the owner a sort of magical control over the victim, which the owner could use to influence their actions or direct supernatural energy towards them as they saw fit. In some cultures, gifting someone a lock of your hair was meant as a gesture of devotion and commitment. For example, in ancient Rome, girls would sometimes offer a lock of hair to the god Jupiter before their wedding day as a way to get his blessing for their marriage. Now, as for our creepy old grandma here, there's no way to know exactly what her goals are, but whatever she has planned, I'm getting the feeling that it's probably not good, especially after that whole incident down in the catacombs where it looked like the nuns were using Cecilia in some sort of sacrificial ritual. The surprise haircut is red flag number one, but that's not the only strange aspect about this lady. As Cecilia noticed on her way out, bottom of the women's feet were actually branded and permanently scarred. For those of you who might not be familiar, branding is usually used on grazing livestock, like cows that tend to wander over long distances and intermingle with other herds as a way to quickly identify the animal's owner. The process involves heating up a metal symbol until it's searing hot, and then placing it against the animal's hide to mark it, creating the scarring effect. It's not something that you'd normally do to a human unless you're Bam Margera from Jackass, doing absolutely anything for views. And on the rare and extremely messed up occasions that branding was used on people, it was done as a form of punishment, and almost always placed on an area of their body where the victim and others could see the mark, not on the bottoms of their feet. You know what I mean? The idea was that it was supposed to remind the criminal and others around them of what they'd done. But whoever did this to the old lady here must have had some other purpose in mind. Cecilia here probably just wanted to get Granny back to bed and end the interaction as quickly as possible. But instead, I might try to make friends with this old creep and really find out what she's about. A place like this is bound to keep files on their patients, so I'd also do some digging through the archives to see if I could find out more about what actually happened to her. More importantly though, I think it's safe to say that it's probably time for Cecilia here to start thinking about how she's going to get out of there. While the girls were all out hanging laundry on the line, you can see several areas in the more secluded part of the yard where the vines grow. If Cecilia was able to sneak out without raising the alarm, then she could try climbing over a section of the wall late at night. And this would give her at least a few hours before the others realized that she was missing. For now, Cecilia here needs to keep her ears and eyes open for any more strange activity. That way, she'll still have a chance to see the danger coming before it's too late. One morning a few weeks later, Cecilia begins to feel sick and starts throwing up, so they rush her to the convent's doctor to find out what's wrong. After running some tests, Mother Superior brings the girl to a room where she finds the doctor speaking to Father Saul and the head priest. She immediately notices that the atmosphere in the room is tense, and the three men seem extremely stressed for reasons that she doesn't understand. As she takes a seat in front of them, the priest demands that she repeat her vows, but abruptly cuts her off when she gets to the part about chastity. To her confusion, the three of them start pressing her to find out if she's ever slept with a man, but Cecilia insists that she never has, and she's starting to get worried about what all of this could be leading to. At the same time, she notices Mother Superior placing a red folder with her picture on it into a locked drawer on one side of the room. The men take her to the doctor's office, where Isabel rolls in an ultrasound machine. That's when Cecilia learns that she's somehow become pregnant, an event that priests can only describe as a genuine miracle, although Cecilia herself is absolutely horrified. Confused, Cecilia asks Father Saul why she, of all people, was chosen, and he suggests that this must be the true calling that she was waiting for. But the truth is that he knows more about what really happened than he's willing to tell. Several months pass, and Cecilia has entered her second trimester. One morning, she starts vomiting up blood and notices that she's even lost a tooth. Something about what's happening to her doesn't seem quite right. The nuns have started treating her differently from all of the others, cooking all of Cecilia's meals for her and giving only her special treatment, which the other girls quickly pick up on. While she's floating in the communal bathtub, Isabel suddenly sneaks up from behind and starts trying to drown her, forcing Cecilia's head underwater. She's briefly able to break free, but Isabel quickly overpowers her again, and the only thing that saves her this time is a group of nuns who come running to investigate the commotion. As they drag her away, Cecilia overhears Isabel shouting something about how it was supposed to be her. Okay, so I think it just hit me, right? This place has enough nuns. What they really need to hire is a lifeguard. All right, all jokes aside, this chick is crazy, and Cecilia here is lucky to be alive. So in case Isabel comes back for another surprise swimming lesson, here's what she might want to do next time. Obviously, the most important thing for Cecilia to do in this situation was to keep her mouth closed and hold her breath for as long as possible. Then you need to find a way to get the attacker off of you, and you should never hesitate to go for a cheap shot. Cecilia here actually made a great move by using a tactical bite to get away. Poke them in the eyes, punch them in the nose, hit them in the balls. Anywhere that hurts really bad is what you're aiming for. In a situation where they're holding you under, you can also try pressing down on their hands between their fingers as hard as you can, which should hopefully trigger a pressure point that could weaken their grip long enough for you to get free. If nothing's working, then you can always try to pull them deeper into the water with you, because that way, now both of you are underwater, and they can either choose to let you go, or you've leveled the playing field to the point where the winner will be decided by whoever can hold their breath the longest. If you're able to get your head above water, use that moment to yell for help as loud as you possibly can, and hopefully someone will make it in time to save you. Now, as she was being carried away, Isabel mentioned something interesting about how it was supposed to be her instead of Cecilia. What the hell could she have meant by that? Clearly she knows something about what's really going on behind the scenes here. Now, I don't think that they could ever be best friends after what just happened, but if I were Cecilia, I might try talking to Isabel and finding out what she knows. Now that she's a disgruntled employee, maybe we can win her over and get her to spill the beans. And you never know if that information might save your life. One thing's for sure though, if she wasn't working on an escape plan yet, then she definitely should be now. But things are about to get even more difficult. Father Saul is about to tell her that she can't leave to see another doctor from outside of the convent, which means that they're basically holding her there against her will. And escaping is going to become harder and harder every day now that she's well into her pregnancy. Since she can't go anywhere, this leaves her with one option: try to get a message out. Thinking about it logically, there's just no way that the people at the convent have the skills to handle absolutely everything for themselves. I'd try causing some damage to the pipes or something so that they're forced to call in an outside contractor and then slip them the message about how I needed help and right away. Pretty soon Cecilia here is about to come up with a great idea for how to escape, but one dumb mistake is going to make her situation even worse.
To the doctor's relief, Cecilia's baby boy seems like he's still alright, but the woman quickly realizes that they seem to care much more about the baby she's carrying than her own safety. Things are starting to get a bit too weird for Cecilia here, and she wisely decides that she'd rather see a doctor from outside of the convent. But Father Saul immediately shuts her down, insisting that the only safe place for her and the child is here where he can protect them. Sometime later, Gwen begins to express her suspicions about what's really going on here. Father Saul overhears this and tries to confront her, but instead, Gwen ignores him and begins shouting to the entire group that they should be ashamed of themselves for letting so many strange things happen to the women of the convent without ever asking any questions. It doesn't take long before the priests hurry her away, and it's the last time that Cecilia will ever see her friend alive. That night, Cecilia goes to check on Gwen, but finds the girl's bedroom suspiciously empty. Making her way through the halls as quietly as she can, Cecilia eventually comes to the room where she saw Mother Superior hide the file. Just then, she spots the light of another candle coming towards the doorway at the end of the room, but luckily, whoever it was keeps going without catching her. Using a knife, Cecilia manages to pry open the locked drawer and grab the file from inside, which she's surprised to see is full of news reports from her accident, and even scans of her own genetic sequence. Just as she's wrapping her head around this, she hears someone screaming from outside and decides to check it out. The noise leads her to a building.
Each of your users is unique. Their security should be too. Bitdefender introduces Gravity Zone Phaser, a groundbreaking solution delivering unprecedented attack surface reduction. Find out more on our website.
In the courtyard that looks like some kind of prison cell, and as she's peeking through the keyhole, she witnesses a group of masked nuns brutally cut out Gwen's tongue with a ceremonial dagger. Suddenly, the crazy old lady from the ward appears behind her and gives Cecilia a doll that she's made out of her hair. Cecilia begs the woman for help, but her face suddenly turns hostile as she growls that the girl can never leave before disappearing again into the darkness. The next day, Cecilia decides that it's time to take matters into her own hands. The entire convent wakes up to her painfully screaming, and when they get to her room, they find her writhing in agony with blood all over the bed. This leaves them with no choice but to rush her to the hospital, and for the moment, it seems like everything is going to plan. They're already miles away from the convent when one of the nuns finds the body of a chicken hidden in a pillowcase underneath Cecilia's bed. The woman immediately calls up Father Saul to snitch, and when Cecilia realizes that her cover is officially blown, She decides that the only thing left to do is make a break for it across the open fields. She tries running for her life, but it's no use, and the two men quickly take her down and drag her screaming back to the convent, where things are about to get so much worse.
Okay, damn! And I thought Mary's escape attempt could use some work, but this takes blowing it to a whole nother level. There's only one thing to say when you make it a stone's throw from freedom just to get caught literally red-handed. Sorry, Cecilia, but you f***ed up. Once again, we've got another great escape attempt that was only botched by terrible execution. The idea was definitely there. Fake a life-threatening injury, use their weird fixation with this baby against them, and then trick them into taking you to a real hospital where you can tell the doctors what's going on. That's clever as hell and honestly a damn good plan. There's just one problem. You left the evidence directly under your own bed. Come on, Cecilia. What, did you use up all 100% of your brain power just to come up with that idea and forget the fact that the dead chicken sitting in plain view would be just a bit of a dead giveaway? I mean, seriously, you'd have to be blind not to notice the evidence right there. And how long did you think that it would take for them to find it anyway? Clearly not long enough for you to get to safety. You've seen with your own two eyeballs what these people do when you go against their plans, and that was just for speaking up. Your only chance was for this plan to go off as cleanly as possible, so leaving irrefutable proof that you were trying to fool them approximately 2 feet away from the scene of the crime probably wasn't the best idea in hindsight, now was it? You gave it your best shot, and if you'd just come up with a better way to hide the evidence, then you actually might have gotten away with it. But now these weirdos are going to be pissed. I hate to say it, Cecilia, but it looks like you up.
Now that the priests aren't taking any more chances, and they decide to keep Cecilia restrained in a wheelchair so that she can't escape, after a while they bring her back down to the catacombs, and Father Saul says that it's finally time for her to learn the bigger picture. Taking the sacred nail from its case, he explains that they were actually able to gather trace amounts of genetic material from it, the same genetic material that they used to get her pregnant in the hopes of resurrecting their savior. It's disturbing, and the worst part is that Cecilia here isn't even their first victim. Wheeling her deeper into the tunnels, he brings Cecilia to the diabolical lab where he's secretly been conducting these freakish experiments for the last 20 years. Although all of their other attempts in the past have failed, they were able to get it right this time around. They can't risk losing her after coming this far, so using a red-hot piece of metal, they brand the soles of both of her feet just like the older woman so that they can never run away again, and leave her locked in her bedroom until the day that she's ready to give birth.
Okay. This is bad, but it's not over yet. Cecilia's only hope of survival is getting out of there before the baby's born. But it's not going to be easy now that the wounds on her feet are going to take months to heal. One idea could be to try wrapping her feet in some bed sheets for some added protection. It still won't be comfortable to walk on, but it's definitely better than being stuck here waiting to find out what these maniacs have planned for her next. The door may still be locked, but there's a pair of big-ass windows right on either side of her bed that shouldn't be too difficult to break through. For a quieter approach, she could try hiding out and then wait.
Mother's Day is about those simple pleasures, like a bite of her favorite cookie and a warm cup of coffee. That's joy. Beautiful moments shared with the ones you love. Feliz Día, Mama. Maria's Gamesa.
The hard-working weed killer that's safe for use around people and pets, and backed by Good Housekeeping.
Waiting to ambush the next person who comes into her room with food or to check on her. If she can find a way to start a flame, then she could always try setting the place on fire, which would hopefully get some outside attention from the world and possibly give her a chance to escape. On the bright side, she's got nothing but time now to come up with another plan, and when she does make her escape, she's going to make these creeps regret trapping her there at all.
Cecilia is at the tail end of her 3rd trimester, and she's ready to give birth at any moment. While she lays in bed silently waiting for it to end, the others come in to run some tests, and that's when the doctor leaves the bedroom door open. Cecilia here quickly realizes that this could be her chance, and the only person standing between her and freedom is Mother Superior. While the woman is distracted by the ultrasound display, Cecilia quietly grabs a heavy statue from the nightstand and clubs the woman over the side of the head with it, climbing out of bed and brutally beating her to death on the bedroom floor. Now that Mother Superior is out of the picture, Cecilia makes her way out of the room and begins sneaking through the convent. She finds the head priest standing on a balcony over the courtyard and chokes the old creep to death using her rosary beads with absolutely zero hesitation, before grabbing his lighter and making a break for the chapel. Once inside, Cecilia takes the nail and continues down through the tunnels until she reaches Father Saul's secret lab. She immediately starts covering the place with flammable liquid, but just when she's about to make her escape, Father Saul suddenly cuts her off. The man tries to wrestle her lighter away, but Cecilia breaks a beaker over his head and runs out of the room, slamming a door behind her before lighting the puddle at her feet on fire. The entire lab instantly goes up in flames, with Saul still trapped inside, but he somehow survives and starts coming after her again, chasing Cecilia down even further into the catacombs. Running for her life, she finally makes it to a section of the tunnel where she can see light from the outside, but just as she's going towards it, Saul ambushes her from behind, dragging her back in. The man starts trying to deliver the baby himself, until Cecilia grabs the nail from her robe and pierces him straight through the side of the neck, killing the man before finally escaping into the outside world, but it's not over yet. At that moment, Cecilia painfully gives birth to her child, and she's so horrified by what she sees that she decides to unhave it right there on the spot. It's brutal, but in the end, it looks like Cecilia was able to escape, and she finally put a stop to the doctor's twisted experiments, once and for all.
But what would you do? Personally, if I were signing up for a job that was way the f out in the middle of the country and had some crazy prison-ass looking walls, I would be like asking people around if this was actually like a cult, if I was gonna get killed, stabbed, shot, you know, the usual job interview questions. Let us know down in the comments what you would do. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the Guy, and I'll see you in the next video. Have a damn good day.
Have you ever felt so overwhelmed with life that you secretly wished for a zombie apocalypse just so we could all start over again from scratch? If so, then this dude Akira is about to be living your dream, at least until he realizes that it's more like his worst nightmare. This isn't just the end of the world, it's a chance to do everything he's ever wanted, from riding a badass motorcycle to becoming a superhero, and battling a zombie great white shark. So get ready, because we're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to survive the best apocalypse ever in Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead. This guy is about to realize that the end of humanity might not be so bad after all. We first meet our hero Akira as he's running for his life from a pack of flesh-hungry zombies, but the crazy thing is that he's worried more about being late for work. In fact, it all started about a year ago when he was a bright-eyed graduate ready for his first day on the job, but that was his biggest mistake. It seemed like a dream come true until they had him working overtime on the first night, and before he knew it, it had already been 2 straight days on the clock before they let him go home. After a while, the stress even led to a friendship-ending argument with his buddy Kencho. The only thing that kept him going was a crush on his coworker Otori, but after finally getting a chance to talk to her one day, he realized that she was actually miserable as well. One morning, Akira wakes up in his trash-filled apartment and shuffles down the stairs, almost zombie-like himself, but this time as he reaches the bottom, he finds the building's superintendent gnawing on some lady's neck. The man turns around with hunks of human flesh falling out of his mouth, and realizing that he's about to be munched on next, he takes off running with the constantly growing horde of zombies furiously chasing after him, which catches us up to where he is right now.
Okay, this kid needs to stop worrying about being late for work, or else he'll end up early for his appointment with the Grim Reaper. The truth is that these zombies just saved him from a miserable existence, but what he does next is literally going to make the difference between life and death. According to real-world data, in most large-scale disasters, anywhere from 50 to 90% of all fatalities occur within the first 24 hours. This is when most people are caught off guard with no idea what's happening or a plan to escape, and survival here is more about quick decisions and luck than anything else. But if you're able to make it past that threshold, then your odds of surviving a week or longer can go up to as high as 70% or more, because by then you've most likely secured some kind of shelter, and the challenge becomes keeping yourself supplied until help arrives, or in this case, if help arrives. Now, Akira already knows a zombie when he sees one, which puts him one step ahead in terms of understanding the threat. As we can see from what happened with the caretaker and the woman on the street, the infection clearly spreads by bite. That's exactly what you'd expect from a zombie outbreak, but it's still an important detail because it gives him something to focus on. So, no matter how chaotic a situation gets, his number one priority is always to avoid being bitten. In psychology, this is explained by the cognitive load theory, which found that people with one clear objective always do the best in high-stress situations. This is why first responders and military personnel are trained to focus on clear task-oriented actions, because it narrows their decision field and greatly improves the overall chances of survival. Unfortunately, these zombies are fast, but the good news is that they're clumsy and tend to overshoot their targets. As he's running, Akira should knock over trash cans, furniture, or anything else that he finds in the halls to trip them up, but eventually he'll need to find shelter. Since he's limited for options, I'd try to make it to a safe apartment on one of the upper floors and barricade myself inside, where he'll have access to basic supplies and ways to signal for help. That should keep him alive through the first 24 hours and give him a much better chance of surviving long term.
You know, the KO3s truly helped me travel across the country, never have to worry about anything.
I love KO3 tires because they're reliable, they're durable, they give me a sense of confidence.
It's definitely critical to have a tough tire. KO3 is just up in the game.
New Airhead Sour Box.
Hi.
Starts sour
I'm Carol.
and stays sour.
With nowhere else to turn, he eventually makes it all the way to the building's rooftop, jumping to the other side of a safety fence just in time. As he looks around, he sees that the outbreak has already taken over the entire city, but that's when he realizes something even more important. It means that he gets the entire day off of work. All of a sudden, this just became the best day of Akira's life, and for a while he just lies there basking in the sunshine with the angry horde of shamblers only a few feet away. He's wondering what to do next when he remembers that his crush Otori is still out there, and texting the girl to see if she's alright, she replies back asking him to come to her place. As he's scaling down the side of the building, he comes across this pregnant couple and mentions that he's going into the city, offering to bring back some supplies later on. Reaching the street, he borrows a bike and puts on some music as he hits the road, dodging zombies the entire way until he finally makes it to the girl's apartment. Nobody comes to the door, so he tries the handle and finds it unlocked, timidly making his way inside until he finds her hiding in the kitchen. Asking if she's alone, the woman shakes her head no, and when he looks behind him, he sees their zombified boss stumbling around in a bathrobe. The zombie charges as soon as it spots them, but he's too injured to run, and his only choice is to fight the guy off with his own toupee. Remembering his days as a wide receiver, he lowers his shoulder and levels him straight into the wall, giving Otori a chance to finish him off with a heavy magazine. But it turns out that she was already bitten, and after collapsing to the ground, she rises back up a moment later like a lifeless puppet on a string.
The woman immediately turns on Akira, forcing him to throw her off and make a break for the door, but just before leaving, he takes one last chance to confess his love, relieved that he finally got a moment to express his true feelings. The kid returns home just after dark, but after he reaches the pregnant couple's apartment, he's horrified to see that the biters have already found it, and now his neighbors are nowhere in sight. Back in the safety of his apartment, the grim reality of what happened begins to set in as he realizes that the zombie apocalypse might not be so much fun after all. Feeling inspired, he decides that it's time to start living life the way he's always wanted, and taking out a notebook, he starts writing down a bucket list of 100 things he wants to do before becoming a zombie. He's already checked the first one off the list, which is tell someone I'm in love with them, and as the hours go by, he keeps writing down ideas until he can't think of anything else, feeling excited about the future again for the first time in a while.
Okay, I'm glad that our boy finally got a chance to say how he really feels, but now I think it's time for a reality check. Some of the ideas on his bucket list do look like fun, but he won't make it past line 2 if he doesn't get his priorities in order first. Akira here still has no idea just how bad the situation really is, but based on everything that he's seen so far, it looks like the infection has already spread across the entire city. In the real-life aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, which was one of the deadliest hurricanes in US history, it took at least 3 to 5 days for federal aid to reach the hardest hit areas, and several weeks or more before the areas were eventually secured. That means that Akira here should plan to survive on his own for at least the next 2 weeks or 2 months before any form of organized support arrives, if they ever come at all. His first priority is to establish a reliable shelter, and since his room hasn't been found yet, he should use any sturdy furniture like the fridge, dressers, or chairs to barricade the door, while continuing to use the balconies as his primary way in and out of the building. Next, he'll need a supply of clean drinking water, because he won't last more than 3 days without some good old H2O. The municipal water lines are bound to lose pressure soon, so first, he should fill up every container in the apartment, like the bathtub, sink, and any buckets or bottles with as much tap water as he can. After that, he can use his balcony or the roof to set up as a way to collect rainwater. The trick is to hang several tarps or plastic sheets so that they're flat in the air with a slight sag in the middle to form a bowl, and then poke drainage holes in the bottom and allow water to funnel into a container underneath, putting up as many of these as possible to maximize his daily yield, and filtering the water through a cloth before boiling it so that it's safe to drink. The average person needs 2 to 3 liters of water per day to survive, but thanks to Tokyo's regular rainfall, he could collect as much as 50 to 100 liters per week with a reliable setup. Now, after establishing a steady supply of water, I'd use large sheets to make a huge help sign and hang it from his balcony or place it up on the roof. Then, over the following weeks, he can carefully scavenge for supplies from the nearby apartments, while keeping a low profile until he figures out if this is really the end of the world. In the morning, Akira starts off the day with a whole new sense of purpose in life, cleaning his room and going on a no-budget shopping spree at the grocery store, which checks 2 more activities off of his list. He even tries dyeing his hair to look like Gi-hyun at the end of Squid Game Season 1, but eventually decides to go back to his normal look. After some more adventures, all while dodging zombies along the way, he picks up a sweet motorcycle and ends the night with a big fireworks display down at the park. But even after spending all day doing whatever he wants, he still feels a little unfulfilled. By day 5, he manages to put up a little campsite on the roof and grill himself a nice juicy steak, only to realize that he's fresh out of seasoning. He could just eat it plain, but that's not how he does things anymore, so he decides to risk it all and head back into town for some more supplies. Everything's going according to plan until he hears a noise at the back of the store, and all of a sudden, another survivor in a motorcycle helmet jumps out and kicks him square in the chest. He's able to save himself from a beatdown by promising that he's not a zombie, and when they take off their mask, he realizes that they are actually a girl. But she makes it clear right away that she is not looking for a friend.
Just then, they hear a man being chased outside, and Akira gets himself involved only to lead the zombie right back into the store. But the girl busts out a collapsible baton and cracks it over the head, before using a noise device to distract another zombie that follows them inside. When the fight's over, he tries inviting her back to his place, but the girl insists that she'd rather travel alone, saying how guys like him always make things more dangerous as she disappears into the city with her supplies. By now, he's starting to feel pretty lonely, and remembering the fight that he had with his best friend Kensho, he decides to give the guy a call to see if he's alright. To his surprise, his friend is actually still alive. The only problem is, he's stranded at a love hotel with no way out. They'll have to fight through the zombies if he's going to escape, but now that Akira here has a new perspective on life, he's willing to do whatever it takes for the chance to save his friend.
Okay, he clearly didn't listen to that girl's advice, but she made a very good point. Guys like Akira here are always putting themselves in danger to help other people, just like he's about to do again right now. And this got me thinking, if you're trying to survive a zombie apocalypse in the heart of Tokyo, then what would be the ideal party size to have? Well, going solo, like the girl here, definitely has its benefits, making you extremely stealthy with low resource needs and no arguments about what to do next. But it also leaves you with no backup, no one to carry the loot, and most importantly, no one to use as a meat shield if everything goes south. Now, running duos is a little bit better, giving most of the benefits of going alone without the risks of a larger group. A large group of 5 or more gives you the numbers to potentially create something close to a functional society, but it attracts too much attention from the undead, and with supplies in high demand, you run the risk of everyone turning on each other for food and water. The ideal group would be a squad of like 3 or 4. Now, Akira's new motorcycle gives him a great means of transportation, but it's also incredibly loud. That's a problem because the zombies are mainly attracted to noise, right? But they'll also run right past you to chase a more interesting sound. Knowing this, Kensho should rev the bike a few blocks away from the building, then kill the engine when he's close enough and allow himself to coast up to the door. If he does it right, this should lure all the zombies to the other end of the block, clearing the way for him to get inside. He's also using his football pads as armor to protect against bites, which is actually a great idea, but the one thing that he still hasn't looked for is a weapon. He'll have to use whatever's available at first, but I'd look around for a decent blunt object like a baseball bat or a metal pipe, and eventually try to upgrade to a crowbar from there, because not only are they great for crushing and stabbing, but they can also be used to open doors or windows, making them incredibly useful while out looking for supplies.
Putting on his football gear, the kid rips through the city on his motorcycle, dodging one crowd of zombies after another. And although he has a few close calls, he makes it to the hotel sometime after dark. The street is crawling with biters, leaving him with no easy way to get through, but taking out a Bluetooth speaker from his pocket, he throws it into the crowd and turns on the music, using it as a distraction so he can get past. Moving like he's back on the field, he rushes his way past the stragglers and across the roofs of cars until he finally gets to the door, quickly sprinting inside, where he steamrolls one of the zombified customers straight into the wall. Checking the hallway to see if it's clear, his buddy Kensho almost has a heart attack when someone comes barreling around the corner, but it's just his best friend Akira here to save the day. As they're apologizing for the fight, they're interrupted by another group of zombies that stumbles into the hall, but they're able to escape by running up the stairwell. Reaching the roof, they manage to jam the door shut with a ladder, and after finding a way back down, Kensho cooks them a delicious meal at a restaurant nearby. Afterwards, he takes a look at Akira's bucket list and gets emotional when he sees that one of the activities was to fix their friendship. The conversation makes Akira realize that he officially has a new dream. And writing it down, he says that what he wants to do next is become a superhero, but his friend points out that it's going to be difficult when he doesn't have any superpowers. The next morning, they decide that they need to get out of the city, and he already knows exactly where he wants to go next. There's an aquarium nearby where they have a state-of-the-art shark suit that was specifically built to protect the diver from bites, and now he wants to use it as an anti-zombie suit to make his dreams of becoming a superhero come true. His buddy Kensho here thinks that
that it is a great idea, so they decide to stop at a Don Quixote across the street to gather some supplies. But getting there won't be as easy as they think. They've just reached the store when suddenly they hear a loud crash in the road and turn around to see a bus full of survivors about to be overrun by the zombies. A few of them try to escape, but they're quickly overwhelmed by the living dead before they can get away. And in the crowd, he spots the same girl from earlier fighting for her life. She's taking down the freaks one after another using her baton, but there's way too many, even for her. And rushing for the store, they're able to get inside just in time. Besides the mystery girl, they also managed to save the bus driver and 2 other passengers, but with the entrance blocked, they decide to take a look around while they wait for things to quiet down inside. It turns out that the bus was actually headed to the aquarium because it's supposed to be a safe zone full of other survivors. The driver here blames himself for what happened, but they're both too distracted by the girls to notice that he's hiding a fresh bite wound on his hand. Okay, this is not good, and it's only a matter of time before that turns into a problem. Like the mystery girl is about to point out, these two still aren't taking the apocalypse seriously. Akira wants to be a superhero who saves everyone, so he's obviously not going to leave anyone for dead, but that doesn't mean he can just let his guard down once the zombies are gone. That's why from now on, rule number 1 after picking up any new survivors should be to always check them for recent bite marks. Now, keeping infected people around puts the whole group in danger, and even for a hero like Akira, the only way to prevent that is to stop them from joining the squad. So unfortunately for the bus driver here, Buddy's gotta go. Now, once this guy starts to turn, they'll need to be extremely careful about how they react. Most people's natural instinct is to run away screaming, but you have to remember that these zombies are primarily attracted to sound, so instead of panicking, they need to slowly start backing away without making any noise. Then they can use their superior numbers and his predictable behavior to their advantage. I would start by finding a weapon from the store's hardware, sporting goods, or kitchen sections. Next, they should use a loud noise like setting off a toy to lure him to an isolated part of the store, and then while he's focused on the noise, their 2 best fighters can quickly move in and take him down with a barrage of strikes to the head. Now, as a backup plan, they should have others ready with another noise-making distraction on the other side of the store. That way, if the 2 fighters are somehow overwhelmed, they can quietly sneak away while he's distracted again for a chance to rest. After enough time, the zombies outside should disperse and allow them to sneak back out. And they have plenty of supplies in here to wait. But if not, they should find which exit looks the best and then throw a noisemaker out of the window on the other side of the store, luring the zombies away from the exit that they want to use and giving them a chance to run for a car. With nothing but time to kill and an unlimited supply of booze, the others all start partying while the mystery girl keeps watch. They learn that their new friends here are actually flight attendants, checking another activity off Akira's list. But his buddy Kensho rizzes them up in a matter of seconds and gets all the attention for himself. That's when the mystery girl finds Akira here wallowing in shame, and he finally gets a chance to introduce himself for the first time. But she doesn't exactly have the highest hopes for their survival if they keep goofing around. And as if to prove her point, that's when the zombified bus driver suddenly lurches up from the floor. Akira gets to his feet, trying to stay as quiet as possible, but he bumps right into one of their empty bottles before they've even made it 2 steps, forcing them to run for their lives. Instead of chasing them, the zombie locks in on some noise from the back of the store where Kensho and the stewardesses are having a little party of their own in the costume section. He's just about to reach liftoff when the bus driver here sneaks up from behind and chomps one of the girls on the neck. Somehow the other 2 idiots haven't realized that he's a zombie yet and starts trying to pull him off, but he sinks his teeth into the other girl next as Kensho finally runs away. Across the store, the mystery girl hears the commotion and decides that she's out of there, leaving Akira and Kensho to fend for themselves. His buddy rushes through the aisles until he finds a place to hide, but just when it looks like he's about to get caught, they hear music coming from somewhere else in the shop, luring the creature away at the last second. It turns out that the mystery girl didn't ditch them after all.
and after setting off a speaker to distract the bus driver, she makes a run for the door, only to be intercepted by the 2 zombie flight attendants. While they're chasing after her, the boys start going for the door instead, but when they realize that she's surrounded, they decide that they have to do something. Thinking quickly, Kensho sets off a bunch of fireworks to distract them while Akira circles around to save her, and working together, the 3 of them are able to lift the gate and get back outside. With the zombies still coming after them, they start searching the nearby cars to see if anyone left their keys, and as luck would have it, he manages to find a camper truck that starts right up. Shouting for the girl to get inside, she hesitates for a moment before finally agreeing to join their squad, and climbing aboard, they speed off just as a crowd of the infected almost surrounds their vehicle. After learning that the guys plan to become superheroes, she wastes no time telling them that it's a horrible idea, but she's happy to hitch a ride to the aquarium if that's where they're headed. Seeing how she's stuck with them for now, she reluctantly introduces herself as Shizuka, but she manages to make it clear that this team up here is only temporary. Even still, the boys here prefer to look on the bright side of the zombie apocalypse, so they want to turn this quest into a road trip with some fun stops along the way. The survival expert here insists that it's too dangerous, but after bumping into her at the store, Akira remembers her only weakness, a big bottle of sake, and they're finally able to convince her to lighten up and have some fun.
Okay, this girl is the only one with any common sense, and meanwhile, Akira and Kensho here still haven't learned their damn lesson. I mean, it's only been 10 minutes since their last near-death experience, and they're already planning what fun activities they want to try next, but I've got some bad news for you boys. This should be less of a road trip and more like trying to bring the ring to Mordor. So I'd be taking their new friend's advice a lot more seriously. Their plan is to travel from Akira's neighborhood somewhere near the Tokyo Tower and reach the Aqua World Aquarium in Ibaraki, about 80 miles away, which doesn't seem that far in theory, but everything changes when you realize just how many zombies are going to be in their way. Tokyo is the single most populated city on Earth, with a total population of about 37 million people, and a population density of about 3,000 per square kilometer. For comparison, that's almost twice the population and population density of New York City. Now, the good news is that they don't have to travel that far, and while the vehicle that they're driving, a 1990s E350 Winnebago, doesn't exactly get the best gas mileage at about 7 to 10 miles per gallon, it has a huge fuel capacity of about 30 to 40 gallons, meaning that, on a full tank, they can easily make the trip to the aquarium without stopping for fuel. If they have at least half a tank, they can drive straight out of the city with no stops. Otherwise, they should look for the most isolated gas station that they can find and fuel up quickly while 2 of them keep the zombies distracted because, you know, it's always better to get the most dangerous part of the trip out of the way first, right? I mean, you feel me? They should avoid major roads as much as possible, as those are going to be backed up with refugees turned zombies that never made it out of the city. Instead, I'd try to navigate along side roads that run adjacent to the main hallways, following Route 6 northeast out of the city for a straight shot to Ibaraki. You know, with how densely populated the route is going to be, they should avoid making any stops, whether that's for supplies, sightseeing, or otherwise, until they've traveled at least the first 50 kilometers of their route, putting them just beyond the Tone River. That creates a natural borderline between the Tokyo-adjacent suburbs and the more rural towns. See, I know this weeb life. Once they reach this area, the population density drops off by almost 84%, going from 13,000 people per square kilometer in the heart of the city to just 2,000 here on the outskirts, making it much safer to stop for supplies without being threatened. Another few days go by on the open road, with the crew stopping for all kinds of fun adventures as they slowly but surely become the 3 best friends that anyone could ever have. On the last night of their journey, they stop at a hot spring to check another activity off of the list, and opening up, Shizuka thanks them for saving her life, with Akira here secretly wishing that the trip never had to end. Sometime the next day, they spot the aquarium off in the distance, when all of a sudden the truck hits something in the road, causing them to swerve off course, and knocking Akira unconscious as he smacks his head on the closet. It was a spike strip, put out there intentionally by whoever calls this place home, but instead of being bandits or cannibals, it's actually something much worse. Several hours later, the kid jolts awake in a hospital bed only to find himself face to face with Chief Kazuki, his asshole of a supervisor from back at his old job. It just so happens that the production crew was filming a commercial for the place when the outbreak hit, and using his leadership skills, Kazuki here immediately took over as their new leader. Thanks to the fence and the endless supply of fish, they have everything that they need to survive right here at the aquarium, and he's been putting the other survivors to work as his labor force to keep the place up and running. To his surprise, he spots the pregnant couple from back at the apartment completing their daily chores, and he's relieved to see that they're both still alive, but the chief won't give them a second to talk, ordering the couple to get back to work. The craziest part is that he's even found a way to turn the zombies into employees, keeping a group of them in a big pen near the front gate to scare away any bandits who might attack the place for their supplies. For him, it's business as usual, making other people do the harder and more dangerous work while he sits back and reaps the rewards. And although this is basically Akira's worst nightmare coming true once again, he's still too brainwashed by loyalty to the company to stand up for himself, letting the chief here gaslight him into staying for the safety of his friends. Seeing how the bosses have turned his best friend back into their errand boy, Kensho here can barely resist the urge to crash out, but the husband convinces him not to cause any trouble for the safety of the other survivors. Meanwhile, sometime early the next morning, a scavenging team is out looking for supplies when a zombie falls into the back of their truck, but the guard is too busy worrying about his hair to notice. While the others are asleep, the husband shows Kensho and Shizuka here a hidden exit to where they've been keeping everyone's cars. They wonder why he's never tried to escape before, but he explains that everyone else stays there willingly because they'd know that they would never make it on the outside. At the gate, the resource trucks return and start offloading their supplies, but as soon as they open the door, the stowaway zombie lunges out and attacks the first person that he sees. In a matter of seconds, all hell breaks loose as their own horde of guard zombies goes rogue and breaches the perimeter, charging into the shelter before they even know what's happening. Okay, anyone who didn't see this coming is an absolute idiot. And right now, I'm looking at you, Chief Kasugi. You're supposed to be the smartest person here, which is why you get to bully everyone else around and make them do all the grunt work, right? But now it seems like your own arrogance is exactly what's going to lead to your downfall, and that's why you just f***ed up. Now, I'll admit that this disaster isn't entirely your fault. I mean, none of this would have ever happened if the scavenging team had been more alert. But when you're leading a community in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, you kinda need to expect the unexpected. And your whole so-called security system was like a house made out of dominoes just waiting to get knocked over. Using the zombies like guard dogs does seem like a great idea on paper, but the way you set it up was about as flawed as it could have possibly have been. First off, you need to be checking the scavenging trucks for stowaway zombies before they've entered the true perimeter, not after. Otherwise, you might as well not even have a fence at all. And then, look at how you have these zombies just pinned in here. Just one layer of fence surrounding them with absolutely nothing to stop them if they somehow made it past the gate. Considering how dangerous one zombie could be, what you needed here was a system of redundant gates that acted sort of like zombie airlocks, so that if an accident happened and they did get past the main gate, there would still be several layers of barricades to keep them from storming right into the facility itself. I mean, come on, man. Also, take a look at your guards. I don't see a single gun or even a weapon of any kind to help them fight back in the event of a security breach. Even if you don't have access to firearms, these guys should have been kitted out with makeshift armor and weapons. Otherwise, they're pretty much completely useless when it comes to doing their job. A so-called leader, like yourself, should have had this place running with top top-notch security, electric fences, rain catches, a garden, the works, you know? But it looks like all you managed to do was find a way to extend these poor people's miserable corporate existences a few months longer. So sorry, Chief, but that is exactly why you f***ed up. Inside, the survivors are taken completely by surprise as the zombies rush in and start tearing them apart. Some of them even get tackled straight into the tank, where the sharks start devouring anything that hits the water. Luckily for our heroes, they happen to be outside, trying to convince Akira that the three of them should sneak away. Kensho fixed the tire on their camper, and even he gathered enough supplies to last them a long time. But by now, the kid's already so brainwashed that he doesn't want to leave anymore, arguing that it's much safer to stay there. The group can't seem to agree anymore, and after getting into an argument, Shizuka here finds the boys' list in the truck. Looking it over, she notices there's only one activity left that Akira hasn't crossed off: become a superhero who saves everyone. And that's when she finally realizes what she has to do. Back inside, the supervisors notice that they seem a little low on workers, but the zombies still haven't made it to this part of the base. The girl runs to Akira, telling him that they're leaving and asking him one last time to come with, but he still can't find the courage to stand up to his old boss. Frustrated, she tells him how she used to be the same way, putting safety over everything else in life. But now, after their road trip, she's learned why it's so important to live a life that makes you happy. Holding up his bucket list, the girl reminds him that he never got a chance to finish it, and he starts having flashbacks to how much he hated mindlessly working at his old job. Seeing that she's getting through to him, the boss steps in and rips the notebook right out of her hands, telling Akira that it sucks, as he throws it to the ground and starts weakly stomping on it out of pure disrespect. It's enough to make him finally snap, and to everyone's surprise, the kid knocks him down and declares that he's quitting, telling the guy that he'd just rather risk his life outside than spend one more day working for him. It's a big moment, and now Akira is finally back to himself again, but it's interrupted when the giant horde of zombies comes rushing around the corner. Saving as many people as they can, Akira and his friends lead the survivors to safety just as the zombies are about to close in. They find the chief here hiding in the room above the shark tank, and Kensho immediately runs over to start roughing him up, until suddenly a zombified great white blasts out of the water and lands directly on top of one of the henchmen. For a second, it seems like they're safe because the shark can't move on land, but then a moment later, the legs of all the zombies that it's already swallowed come bursting out of its chest, giving it the ability to run like some kind of zombie sharkopede, and the survivors realize that they're completely f***ed. Telling everyone to run now, the group flees back into the hallway only to be cut off as the beast smashes straight through the wall, and the only thing left for them to do is hide inside of a nearby supply closet. The chief gets separated and tries to sneak away, but ends up getting the monster's attention instead. And after realizing that he's missing, Akira here decides that he needs to go save his life. His friends don't get it at first, but he can't be a superhero unless he saves everyone. And now that he understands, Kensho points to a display at the back of the room where they find the bite-proof suit that he's been looking for the whole time. Okay, a zombified great white is a combination of words that I never thought that I would be saying, but now it looks like Akira here has to battle one to the death if they're going to survive. The good news is that he finally has his super suit, but that still won't make him invincible, especially against Zombie Bruce here. Instead of using chainmail like a traditional Neptunic shark suit, his appears to be a bite-resistant wetsuit similar to those designed by the Australian company SharkStop, which use ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene woven into a textile mash, resulting in a traditional-style wetsuit that's incredibly resistant to punctures and tearing. I mean, they're the most advanced anti-shark suits in the world. But even still, they're only rated for species up to tiger sharks. I mean, by comparison, a great white has 4 times the bite force at around 4,000 psi, so even if the material prevents you from being cut, the bite wounds would still crush your bones. Now, knowing this, Akira can't rely on the suit alone to help him win this fight, but with some quick thinking, clever use of their environment, and of course the power of friendship, there might still be a way to fry this fish before it chomps anyone else. Now first, Akira needs to use his newfound confidence and the protection of his suit to lure the shark all the way down to the far end of the hallway. While it's busy chasing after him, Kensho needs to sneak out and go for the nearby forklift. Yeah, I've seen that one, because that's what's going to be the weapon that they use to take it down. Gotta be forklift certified. Now, let's assume this is an average-sized great white, weighing in about 1,500 to 2,500 pounds, and it swallowed up 20 zombies capable of producing 200 pounds of thrust per leg. With some math, we can estimate that it can reach a top speed of 10 to 12 miles per hour at a full charge. If Kensho here were to lure it into a blind charge while driving straight towards it with the forklift's top speed, with the forks raised to the head level with the shark, the impact could have a combined collision speed of about 20 miles per hour. I mean, that's more than enough to kill it. And as long as he wears his seatbelt, the forklift should protect Kensho from injury, allowing them to become superheroes just like Akira always wanted. Just when it looks like the chief here is done for, Akira comes swinging in like a Power Ranger and drop kicks the shark square in the nose, saving his life just at the last moment. The only problem is, this is as far as he got with the plan, and when the shark starts attacking them again, the chief panics and accidentally lets a bunch of zombies into the hallway. The asshole leaves him for dead, but that's when his buddy Kensho jumps on the forklift, using it to distract the shark, while he goes to rescue his boss for the second time. He finds Kasugi fighting for his life back in the tank room, holding back the zombies and telling the man to run. The shark eventually overpowers Kensho's forklift, but it's so blinded by rage that he's able to sneak away without it noticing. As for Akira, he's quickly overwhelmed and starts taking bites all over his body, but luckily the suit does its job, stopping their teeth from getting through. Kensho finds his way into the room through a hole in the wall, and the shark ends up wedged inside as it tries to chase after him. Just then, they hear music coming from the entrance and see Shizuka holding up 2 megaphones, using the sound to distract the zombies. Running past them and jumping to the top of the platform, she throws the speakers into the exhibit behind her, and the zombies tumble into the tank as they mindlessly chase after the noise. That takes care of the shamblers, but they aren't safe yet, because just when it seems like the fight is over, the shark breaks through the wall and knocks Kasugi to the other side of the room. Running over to him, Akira tries to get the man back on his feet, but the shark wakes up first, and all he can do is use a piece of the display to hold its jaw open. The post quickly breaks as the monster chomps down on his arm, but luckily he's protected by the suit, and that's when his friends get an idea. Grabbing a flashlight, Shizuka takes out the batteries and tapes them together, saying how Akira can use his suit as a conductor to overwhelm the shark's electrosensory organs with a direct hit to its head. There's just one problem. They can't get close enough to give it to him, but Kensho here finally remembers his football skills and hits him with the perfect pass, redeeming himself for blowing it during their last big game. Catching the pass, Akira leaps off of the platform and slams the batteries directly onto the shark's nose, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through its body that completely fries it from the inside out, finally defeating it once and for all. Worried, the kid rushes to check on his friends, but he's relieved to find that everyone made it through in one piece. Even the chief here is still alive, but the zombies have completely taken over the rest of the aquarium, meaning that they'll all be going on another road trip after all. Naturally, Kasugi here tries to stop them all from leaving, but after seeing what a real hero looks like, they've all been inspired to learn how to take care of themselves. Leaving the place behind, the trio hits the road, wondering what adventure they'll go on next, and Akira says that he wants to become a superhero full-time. But in the end, they finally learned the most important lesson of all. Sometimes the real zombie apocalypse is the friends that we make along the way. Man, what a fucking crazy movie. Never in my life did I think I would see a zombie movie like this, but I'm so glad that the genre is alive and well, and everyone can take it and bend its rules to their plot will. Having said that, did I miss anything? Would you guys have done anything differently? Let me know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like on this video and subscribe if you're not, and be sure to check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos exactly like this one. I'm the guy. We'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day.
I'm Benjamin. I'm the owner of All Nation Restoration. I started this business to do more than just restore damaged homes. I wanted to help people get back to life, and Chase for Business helps me do exactly that. It is literally what it says in the name. It is Chase for Business.
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
If you were the only one who can save the future president of the United States from an army of psycho killers, what would you do? The entire country's in chaos, and the very top leaders want you dead. So I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the killer politicians in the Purge election year. This man and woman have the fate of the entire country in their hands. They are about to face dozens of assassins as the streets burn in utter chaos around them. If they can just survive the night, they can put an end to the senseless violence for good. This group of corrupt politicians here are the new founding fathers of America. Among their many horrible acts, they support an event called the Purge across the country, where every year all crime is legal for 12 hours. Led by the current US president, the group is desperate for their candidate to win the upcoming presidential elections. Their candidate, Owens, is a religious minister and is also at the table to discuss his path to victory. The group discusses his opponent for the elections, being dismissive of her chances at first. But when they find out that she's gaining in popularity and has a chance to beat him, Owens starts looking afraid. The president is furious and swears that they should do everything possible to eliminate her as a threat. Sometime later, this woman, Senator Charlie Roan, debates Owens in front of a crowd of people. The man argues that the Purge is a good thing because it gives citizens a chance to release their frustrations and cleanse the nation. However, the senator points out that it's just a way for his party to make money while killing off the poor without consequences. She assures the public that she will stop the annual Purge if they elect her president. The senator climbs down from the stage and mingles with the crowd while her opponent stays above them, shouting that the nation needs to be purged. While the people are happy to speak with her, the woman's security chief gets nervous. This man, Leo, knows that Charlie is too valuable to the future of America to get hurt. He deploys his men to keep a closer watch on her as she continues to interact with the crowd. Meanwhile, the debate is playing on TV at a small deli. The owner agrees with Charlie's policies, but is not hopeful that she can make a real change. His assistant disagrees, believing that she can build a better future for working class people like them. One day before this year's Purge begins, the White House has a major announcement. For the first time in history, high-ranking political officials will not be exempt from the Purge. This means that even members of the government, like the senator here, can be legally murdered. Her team instantly recognizes this as a huge threat to her life and gets nervous. Leo tries to persuade her to hide out in a safe house for the duration of the upcoming Purge, but the woman refuses. She wants to show her supporters that she is truly one of them and does not want to run away or hide behind special protection, making it clear she'll stay in her home for Purge night. This has Leo worried. He knows that he will need to make extra preparations to keep his boss safe and agrees to do it, but this was their biggest mistake. Okay, this is a total death wish. It is crystal clear why those in charge changed the rules to allow killing political officials after years of keeping to tradition. They want to eliminate the senator during the upcoming Purge and face no consequences for it. Knowing that it will be the president and the government themselves coming after her, staying home during Purge night is simply not an option. These people have billions of dollars at their disposal and influence at every level of the community. It is perfectly reasonable to expect that they are both willing and capable of blowing up an entire city block and murder dozens of innocent people just to kill her. Not only will this be fully legal since it would occur on Purge night, but the government can bribe independent militia groups to do this for them, then claim that it was an independent act of terrorism. This means that no amount of good preparations or improved security at the senator's house can prevent what these very powerful men are planning to do. If I were Leo here, I would never have agreed to this and worked hard to change the senator's mind about using a safe house. Since she clearly cares more about the people than herself, the best way to convince her would be to stop harping on points about her personal safety and instead plan her good nature. I would explain that as the future president of the nation who can save everyone from the annual purges, it is her duty to stay alive. This is not a selfish act, but rather a necessity to protect the people because she is the only one who is popular and well-connected enough to rise to power and change the system for them. Playing further into her reluctance to receive special treatment, I would empathize that it isn't really about her at all, but about protecting any candidate on their side who happens to have the power to change the country. Once she's convinced, the focus here should be finding a safe place that is hard to find at all, rather than one which can be heavily defended, since the enemy likely has weapons capable of completely destroying a wide area. It really doesn't make much of a difference if it has advanced locks or fancy security cameras. Leo's best move here would actually be to take the senator out of town alone, ditching all their electronic electronics in vehicles or anything that can be used to track them. Then, using fake identities to rent a vehicle, they should drive into a rural and forest area to camp out for the night. This makes it difficult to launch a tactical attack on the senator, as there will be no maps of the area and heavy cover from helicopters or sniper fire. Thankfully, the four most forested states in the United States, Maine, New Hampshire, West Virginia, and Vermont, are all near the East Coast and within a day's drive from the senator's house in Washington, D.C. With the purge quickly approaching, foreigners have also arrived from all over the world to join the killing. They look forward to being able to murder and riot on the craziest night of the year. At the deli, the owner Joe catches these two students stealing some candy. He approaches them and gives them a chance to give it back without calling the cops. They are not afraid of him and refuse, threatening that they will turn the tables on him if he doesn't leave them alone. Just then, a woman appears and tells the girls to give the candy back. They instantly recognize her as a local legend and someone not to be messed with. The students sneer as they give the candy back to Joe before leaving the store. They have clearly not learned their lesson. Joe thanks the woman Lainey for her help. She's an old friend of his who used to shoplift from his deli herself, but has since reformed. Joe gets a phone call from his insurance company. They inform him that their terms have changed, and they will have to drop coverage for his store unless he pays them a large amount of money. Joe is furious. He can't afford it and knows that this means his deli will be completely unprotected during the purge. Thinking that he will lose everything if he lets the deli get destroyed on purge night, he makes a plan to defend it from looters through the night by himself. Both Lainey and his assistant warn him that this will be very dangerous, but the man is determined to protect what he's made. At the senator's house, Leo is prepping his team to keep guard over her for the night. He deploys guards to each room of her house, including some to keep watch outside. Leo has also added barricades to all the doors and windows to her home. The whole house will be monitored from a central command post, which has a view of the security footage from the many cameras around the premises. Charlie will have to stay in her office, which is the safest room in the house, where she will be protected by these guards. As night falls, Leo gives Charlie a final briefing, warning her not to leave the room for any reason till the purge is over. All his men are in place, with his most trusted assistants overseeing the monitors at the command post. At the deli, Joe locks up and climbs into the roof. He pulls out a pistol and a rifle, ready to defend his business through the long night. Meanwhile, on the streets, Lainey gets into a makeshift ambulance with a friend. Since medical services are suspended during the purge, they'll be driving around to provide emergency help to anyone who needs it. It is a very dangerous job, but the woman seems unfazed. That's when an announcement plays over all TVs across the country. It reminds citizens that all crime will be legal for the next 12 hours, and no one is safe. As the message ends, terrifying sirens ring out across the public broadcast system. The purge has begun. Okay, Leo's plan here is a huge mistake. Getting all these men on board to guard the senator makes her less rather than more safe. Given the deep pockets of the new founding fathers, no one else can be trusted. Even if the men on his team are genuinely good people, almost anyone can be bribed, blackmailed, or coerced into turning on them. Since all crime will be legal for 12 hours during the purge, there is nothing stopping the new founding fathers from kidnapping the child of one of Theo's men and forcing them into killing the senator in exchange for their child's life. Regardless of their loyalty, almost no parent would sacrifice their own flesh and blood for a woman they barely know. Leo here knows that not all of his men, if any, have been turned on him. Otherwise, they could simply surround and overpower him on the spot. This means that any traitors in the ranks or assassins looking on breaking in will be planning on killing Charlie very quickly, before they can be overpowered by the other guards. Leo here should use this to his advantage and hire a body double to lock herself in the senator's office for the duration of the purge. Since his rules are that no one enters her office but him, everyone else will be fooled as they will only see this woman from far away. Anyone looking to kill the senator quickly before escaping will not have much time to study the woman's face and kill the double instead. Many common methods of killing quickly and decisively, such as an explosion or gunshot to the head, also involve the victim's face getting disfigured. This makes it even more difficult for potential killers to notice that they have killed the wrong woman. Now, as for Joe here, he's putting himself in so much unnecessary danger. The roof he chooses to keep watch from is surrounded by taller buildings and the rooftops of nearby buildings. This means that there are 100 different places all around him which someone can shoot him from before he even has a chance to react. If the deli is left unguarded, it is only in danger of attracting looters. But with Joe sitting on the roof like an easy target, he will attract additional attention and draw in any purger looking to kill someone for fun too. If Joe absolutely wants to be there, the best place for him to keep watch will be from within the store, where there are only 2 entrances and shutters on both doors. This minimizes his disadvantage of being on his own, as any attackers will have to come through the narrow door one at a time, giving him the chance to shoot them as they enter. Ironically, the best way he can defend his store would actually be to leave a simple note at the entrances saying this deli contains no valuables and is booby-trapped to kill. This would would deter both looters and killers because it informs them that there is nothing to steal and no one to kill inside. Even purgers with a specific vendetta against Joe, like the shoplifters, will think twice before entering, likely figuring that the chance to vandalize the store isn't worth risking their lives. With the purge in full swing, Lainey sees the utter chaos as she drives through the streets. People have gathered in hordes to riot, many factions are roaming with weapons, and there are public beheadings as people cheer. At the deli, Joe's assistant Marcos arrives to help him defend the store, but suddenly they spot a car wrapped in lights, blaring loud music as it pulls up. It's the shoplifters from earlier, armed with guns, and they've returned with another friend. They have come for revenge of the owner and have no qualms about killing the man. Their leader threatens Joe, bragging she's already killed her parents and that he is next. As she's about to attack, Marcos shoots her in the ear. This scares the gang off for the time being, and they drive away, but the men know they'll be back. At the senator's home, these two men and the security team tamper with the surveillance monitor. They are traitors working with someone to kill Charlie, and this guard sends out a message for the assassins to make a move. Suddenly, a group of gunmen dressed in black ambush the guards outside, killing them. These men are heavily armed, and it's clear they're not only professionals, but have come here to kill the senator. The traitorous guard goes to the front door and lets the assassins inside. At the same time, Leo tries to reach the guards outside on his walkie-talkie, but doesn't get an answer from anyone. Knowing something is wrong, he checks the cameras and realizes that someone has sabotaged the feed. He fixes it and sees that all the guards outside have been killed. Leo springs into action and rushes into the senator's office. He tells her they are being attacked and unveils a secret trap door in the floor. Using it to get outside, the bodyguard quickly kills two assassins and tells the woman they will have to run for it. Back at the office, the two traitors break in to find her gone. They discover the trap door and know that she's trying to escape. One of them spots the pair from a window and a sniper starts to shoot at them. The survivors duck for cover as fast as possible, but Leo is shot in the shoulder. In the midst of firing back in desperation, Leo takes out his phone and activates a device. This makes a suitcase of the senator's office start to beep, and the traitor realizes too late that it's a bomb. Before anyone can escape the room, it blows up in a massive explosion. This gives Leo and Charlie the chance to run away. The two traitors and a gunman are killed in the blast, but the mercenary leader has survived and instructs his remaining men to go after the pair. Running through the streets, the survivors find two bodies dressed in red, white, and blue. It's strange, but as they're walking past them, the bodies spring to life and attack them with weapons. Leo shoots and kills them, but another man ambushes him from inside a car. As Charlie tries to help him, they are both ambushed from behind by purgers dressed as Uncle Sam and the Statue of Liberty. These are the foreign tourists who have come to enjoy American culture and, more importantly, join the purge. The whole thing has been a trap for anyone unlucky enough to cross their paths, and no one is coming to save them. Okay, Leo and Charlie let their fear take over here, causing them to make the wrong decisions. With the assassins still after them and the streets filled with dangerous purgers, they should have stopped running and acting like easy prey. These murder tourists have said themselves that they are out for blood because it is fun. And the same goes for the local purgers who are having the time of their lives killing people at random. This means that anyone perceived to be an easy kill be attacked on sight. The first thing Leo and Charlie should have done after escaping the house is to find a disguise so the assassins no longer recognize them. Using the dead bodies that litter the street, they could change their clothes and even smear their faces with any face paint or blood they can find. This is a common look for purgers and will help them blend in with the others roaming the streets. Next, as soon as they saw the Purge Sanitation Services truck pass by, they should have climbed on board. This gives them the chance to play dead and lay low among the other dead bodies in the truck until it has driven a safe distance away. According to Purge etiquette, vehicles that provide services such as Lainey's ambulance or this sanitation truck will not be attacked. If the drivers refuse to let them on board, Leo can knock them out and steal their clothes to pose as sanitation workers. This may be a bit cold, but the senator's survival here is more important than people who are knowingly risking their lives by being out on purge night. With that said, the way that Leo and Charlie walked into an ambush by foreign purgers also could have been easily avoided. The elaborate makeup and costumes the bodies are wearing show that they are willing purgers, people who seek out violence by killing others for sport on purge night. This means that they are sadistic and unhinged, way too dangerous to approach even if they are genuinely wounded. This is also an indication that they love the theatrics of the purge, and it would not be a stretch to imagine they are capable of being equally dramatic and playing dead to spring a trap on unlucky passers-by. Even more suspicious is the fact that these bodies have no visible wounds, and the walls of the building and car they are slumped against have no blood splatter on them. This doesn't make sense, because these people are posed as if they died instantly in a big fight, but a gunshot or slash wound would have left a bloody mess around their bodies. As a habit, Leo should give these lunatics the violence they want and shoot any bodies they come across in the head to make sure they are dead before approaching. The mob of foreign purgers drag Leo and Charlie to the middle of the road, preparing to execute them. At that moment, Joe and Marco spot the commotion near the deli and come to help. Before the purgers can react, the men shoot down the entire mob and save their lives. With no time to lose, all 4 survivors retreat into the deli where Joe and Marcos recognize the senator immediately. The older man is surprised that she is out in public on the purge night and asks what happened. Charlie tells him that her opponent, the minister, has sent men to kill them and that the assassins are still after them. Suddenly, the car with fairy lights returns. The shoplifters have come back with buzzsaws and they've brought even more of their friends with them. Speaking through the store's cameras, these teenagers tell Joe that they're going to kill everyone inside and burn his deli to the ground. They're trapped, and with no other choice, Joe calls Lainey for help. When she doesn't pick up, he leaves her a message that their lives are in danger and she needs to come rescue them. The teenagers pull out buzzsaws and start to cut through the deli's doors. These thieves are totally insane and start dancing and singing in the street as they prepare to kill Joe and his friends. At that moment, Lainey arrives in her van. Stepping on the gas, she mows down 2 crazy teens on the road before getting out of the vehicle and shooting the others who are attacking the deli's front door. With the road clear, the survivors go outside and head for Lainey's car to take them to safety, but Joe is reluctant. He sees that more thieves are sawing through the deli's back door and wants to stay to defend his business. His assistant convinces him to leave, saying that his life is more important than the store and that protecting the senator is just as important. It convinces him and they leave the deli together. As the survivors travel to a safe place in Lainey's van, they spot a helicopter above. It's the assassin leader and his men. They open fire on the vehicle with a Gatling gun, killing the civilian who was receiving medical treatment inside. Acting quickly, the survivors manage to drive under a highway bridge and stay out of sight from the helicopter. They figure out that the men have managed to track them somehow, and Leo realizes that the bolt in his shoulder is a tracker. He uses the van's medical forceps to painfully pry it from his wound. Taking a look around, the survivors spot a group of tough men fighting for sport nearby using medieval weapons. These guys look like trouble, but they can't get away without the assassins spotting them from above. Things get even more dangerous when the fighters spot the van and surround it. The men start to pound on the doors violently and demand to be let in. That's when Joe gets a clever idea and whistles out a distinctive tune. This stops the gangsters in their tracks as they recognize it and whistle back. Joe shares that he used to be a part of the Crips gang many years ago and still knows their signals. Recognizing that the survivors aren't their enemy, the men stand by peacefully as they open the van doors. The leader comes to greet them carrying an injured man, asking that the survivors help save his friend. Okay, this is the luckiest break the survivors have had all night. This group of a dozen strong, coordinated men are about to owe them a favor. These men will likely be delighted to take out the assassins because the survivors will save their friend, and the men after Charlie are obvious scumbags with visible racist slogans on their clothes. Even better, the assassins have no idea that they have found the tracker or that these men exist. This means that they will not even expect that the tracker is showing anything other than the position of Leo and Charlie. If I were in Leo's shoes, I would use the fighters to lead the men on a long and difficult wild goose chase. I would give them the tracker bullet and tell them the enemy is tracking it by air. If the fighters stay under the cover of the highway bridge or use trees and buildings to block the helicopter's line of sight, the assassins will be forced to chase them on foot. This would only play into our hands because the fighters can take the tracker far away in one direction while I escape with the senator in the other way. Since the fighters are physically fit and know the city well, they can easily lead them on a chase for hours. When the assassins do catch up with them, they are in for a nasty surprise because the fighters outnumber them and have a whole cache of weapons at their disposal. It doesn't matter if not all the assassins are killed. The only aim here is to keep the senator alive till the purge is over, and it becomes too risky for the ruling party to commit a crime by trying to murder her again. Once Leo and Charlie slip away from the assassins, they can take full advantage of the senator's popularity. True to her values, Charlie lives in a poor neighborhood within walking distance of Joe's simple deli. Her continued empathy towards the working class is entirely different from Minister Owen's strong stance against them and has won her many fans. In fact, there is a nationwide movement of working class people in support of the senator and her beliefs. This means that it is very likely the residents of this neighborhood will be willing to help her if they encountered her on the street. By asking Joe or Lainey for advice on who is likely to help if approached, they can knock on the door of one of the area's residents. If they can find someone with a home who agrees with the cause and wants to protect Charlie too, Leo and Charlie can hide out in the resident's house for the rest of the night. It will be impossible for the assassins to track them down there because this resident has no known connection with the senator and, to the outside world, simply appears to be keeping to their house for the night as expected. Knowing his helicopter can't fly under the highway, the lead assassin sends his men after Leo and Charlie on foot. He sends them the location of the tracker and instructs them to capture the pair. Arriving at the coordinates, 2 men find the place empty and notice the tracker on the ground. Just then, a bunch of gangsters appear behind them. They have come to kill the men in exchange for the survivors doing them a favor and saving their friend. The lead assassin can only listen over his walkie-talkie as his men are gunned down with the fighters and realize he's been tricked. The survivors arrive at an underground triage center where injured victims of the Purge and homeless people can hide out for the night. They meet the resistance leader, this man Dante, who has been speaking out and fighting against the new founding fathers for some time now. Speaking with Senator Rowe, Dante learns that his enemy's behind her attempted murder. The two disagree on how to defeat the new founding fathers, with Charlie refusing to stoop to their level of violence, and Dante arguing that violence is the only way to get things done. With the senator now safe, the other survivors leave to return to the deli, while Leo stays behind to watch over Charlie. As he's looking around the facility, Leo spots a back room guarded by Dante's men. Sneaking inside the room, he sees blueprints and pictures of new founding father members on the wall. Just then, he is caught by Dante's men, and a fight quickly breaks out. Leo gets the upper hand and holds one of them hostage. The senator hears the commotion and walks in as Dante's lieutenant calms everyone down. She demands to know what is going on and spots the plans on the wall, figuring out that Dante and his men are going to kill Minister Owens at a church he will visit in a few hours. She is furious. She asks Dante's men to call their leader and tell him to call off the assassination. In the senator's mind, she can win the presidency fair and square and will not have her opponent's cause strengthened by making him a martyr. Dante's men refuse and tell her that it's too late to change the plan. Suddenly, Lainey's friend walks into the room and warns them that trucks are approaching their underground facility. Even though the new founding fathers have no idea that the senator is there, they have sent an army here to kill Dante and will kidnap her if she doesn't leave. As the others prepare for a gun battle, Leo and Charlie escape out a back door. Walking along an alley, they trigger a tripwire and narrowly escape a giant blade trap that swings down inches from their heads. Calling Lainey for help, they see her car pull up and quickly get inside, where Joe and Marcos have been waiting. With the 5 survivors reunited, the bodyguard asks Lainey to drive out of the city entirely so they can lay low until the purge is over. Okay, the senator here is making no sense. Having Dante's group kill her opponent is not a bad thing, and certainly not something she needs to push back against so harshly. Many neighbors would have already seen that her house has blown up, and the bodies of her security team are all over the porch and roof. It'll be clear to everyone that she's a victim too. The new founding fathers were the ones who publicly revoked the purge rules protecting government officials, which was aired on national TV across the whole country. Since this was an important broadcast involving life and death consequences for all residents, the public would have tuned in and have very clear evidence that the new founding fathers are the real reason both Senator Roane and Minister Owens were allowed to be targeted. They will be the ones the community will blame for Minister Owens' death. If any of the assassins survive the explosion, the police may even manage to question them and uncover that Minister Owens himself is responsible for the attacks in Charlie's house and the attempts to murder her. There are too many factors that can go right for the senator here that it isn't really worth any effort trying to save her opponent. In fact, Dante revealing that he's willing to do whatever it takes to ensure Charlie wins the election is a huge asset to her team. They have many trained men as well as intelligence on the opponent's strategy and movements. They are the perfect candidates to carry out the senator's business without having to get her hands dirty. If I were Leo here, I would work very closely with Dante to eliminate all threats to the senator. Even if they are caught, I would keep her out of it and make sure everything is traceable back to me, so Charlie's reputation is not damaged at all. Using what we know, we could feed Dante information about the group of assassins Minister Owens has hired. Dante's men have the resources to capture one of them and the resolve to use illegal, painful methods to get information out of the captive. In the best case scenario, this captive will be able to give us evidence that the new founding fathers are behind the plot to kill Senator Roane. This concrete proof can be in the form of text messages, bank transactions, or emails that only the assassins would have, and that we need Dante's underhanded methods to get. This evidence can then be leaked to the press shortly before the election to ensure that the public turns against Minister Owens and throws their support behind Charlie. Once she's in power, she can decide for herself if she wants to keep Dante's crew around as her private army or throw them under the bus as scapegoats to cover our tracks. As the van speeds out of the city, it is suddenly crashed into by another car and flips over. The assassins have found them again. The men drag the senator out of the van and force her into their vehicle. Leo gives chase and fires at them as they drive away, but it's too late. The vehicle is armored and already halfway down the street. The assassins have successfully kidnapped their target. Thinking about why they didn't kill her on the spot, Leo realizes that Minister Owens must want to oversee her public execution personally at the church event. Seeing no other choice, he resolves to rescue her on his own. Joe, Marcos, and Lady insist on joining him because they believe in Charlie's cause and know that electing her president is their only hope of ending the purge forever. They gather the weapons they can and leave on foot to rescue her. At the church, the assassins tie Charlie up, dress her in a white robe, and deliver the woman to the new founding fathers. In the pews, a congregation of people have gathered for a special purge mass. Minister Owens gets on stage and gives a speech about how important it is for the new founding fathers to stay in power, insisting that the purge is too important to end because it purifies those who stand against them. He then reveals the first person to be purified, a junkie who wishes to make amends for his behavior. The man has been tied up and is wheeled onto stage. Minister Owens unveils a table full of weapons that have been cleansed in holy water and invites this creepy priest to the stage. This man is a longtime supporter of the new Founding Fathers and is overjoyed that Owens has given him the honor of killing the first victim. The priest takes a knife and approaches the tied up man before viciously stabbing him repeatedly while the crowd watches, cheering him on. As the helpless man dies, Charlie watches in horror, knowing that she's next. In the tunnels underneath the church, the other 4 survivors catch up with Dante and his men. The bodyguard reveals they know about the plot to kill Minister Owens and tell them that the senator has been kidnapped to this location too. Leo tells Dante that the priority now should be to rescue the senator and that the original plans to target Owens are not as important. Finally on the same page, they enter the church from the tunnels and start to sneak up some stairs into the main hall. On stage, the minister gives another speech and tells the congregation that he has a special guest. The priest wheels Charlie out and the minister lifts the veil over her face. The crowd is overjoyed, excited to see the woman they hate killed off for good, and erupt into applause. That's when the President of the United States is invited on stage, and the minister makes it clear he will be the one who gets to execute Charlie. They have no idea that the survivors have reached the upper level of the church and are working quietly to kill the few guards patrolling the area. They ready their weapons as they look down on the execution that is about to happen below. Okay, this is terrifying. The president himself is so corrupt that he would murder a political opponent on stage without any of his followers batting an eye. His presence here makes sense alongside the new information Leo has gathered, that the assassins were never trying to kill Charlie on the streets. They want to make a spectacle of her death in front of their followers. Someone as tactical and well-trained as Leo should have been prepared for this possibility. If I were Leo, I would have given the senator 2 things when we first escaped the house, in case we ever got separated. First, I would have sewn a tracker into the lining of the bulletproof vest we give her, so I'll be able to know her whereabouts at all times if we ever got separated. Next, I would give her a device no larger than a wallet, which can fit in her pocket. This would be a miniature version of the bomb that was planted in her office. This gives Charlie a last resort explosive that she can activate with the tap of her finger, and use as a distraction or bargaining chip if she ever gets captured. If she activates it while around her kidnappers, they would recognize the beeping as an incoming explosion and run away from her. This gives her a chance to throw the device at them before it blows up, and use the distance they've created to make a run for it. Even better, if Charlie is brought into the company of someone important to the new Founding Fathers, such as Minister Owens, she can threaten to blow them all up unless she is set free. These tactics work perfectly with the fact that they want her alive. The assassins are more likely to give in to her demands than kill her on the spot, or risk her blowing herself up in desperation. Leo's next problem is to figure out how to rescue the senator without risking her life. Since Minister Owens is there, it is very likely that security in the church will be very tight and heavily armed. He should avoid a gunfight at all costs, because Charlie could get killed in the crossfire. His best bet would be to catch a pair of followers in the streets as they're walking or driving up to the church. Then, he can steal the clothes of one follower and leave them as a hostage with Dante's men to force the other follower to bring him safely into the church as their invited guests. While this is a risk, there are easily over 100 followers in the church, and no one is paying any attention to them. Sneaking in this way is still far safer than starting a shootout. Once inside, he will be mere feet away from the senator and has a better shot of rescuing her. If the group thinks that Leo is too likely to be recognized, the plan can easily be replicated by one of Dante's men or one of the other survivors. So long as he look good in a suit, fit the demographic of new Founding Fathers followers, and can act posh, they will be able to pull it off. On stage, the president picks up a sharp blade and approaches Charlie, holding it to her throat. He tells her that her death will be the rebirth of the nation and brings the knife forward, drawing blood. Just then, Marcos shoots him in the head with a rifle and kills the president of the United States on the spot. It's a shocking moment that takes everyone by surprise, and a vicious gunfight breaks out as the guards fire to the upper level while the congregation panics, running for safety. Suddenly, more guards enter the building, and the survivors try to return fire but are overwhelmed. They are forced to take cover behind the pews as the gunmen below mercilessly fire at them, but while they're hiding and unable to move, a new series of gunshots ring out. Then, everything goes silent. Peering out from their hiding spots, the survivors see that Dante and his men have killed all the guards and saved them. The survivors climb down to join them on the main floor and reunite with Charlie. She is shaken but unharmed. Gunshots continue to ring from other rooms in the building. Dante explains that his men are continuing to search the building in hopes of finding Minister Owens. Shortly after, Dante's soldiers tell them that they have found and captured Owens in a room on the basement level and are ready for him to execute the minister. Dante leaves to carry out this mission, but the survivors follow him to the lower level of the church. Senator Roan throws herself between Dante and the door, begging him not to execute Owens. The survivors and Dante's his men have a tense standoff, with both sides drawing their weapons ready to shoot the other. Charlie pleads her case to Dante, saying that they shouldn't use the same methods as the evil new founding fathers. She urges him not to make matters worse by making their enemy a martyr and winning him more support. She asks that he trust her to win the election on her own and change life for the better for all of them. Unconvinced, Dante enters the room anyway and prepares to kill Owens. He points his pistol at the minister's head and gets ready to pull the trigger. After a short pause, he realizes that he'd be giving him exactly what he wants and refuses to do it. Dante emerges from the room with Owens, still alive, and tells the senator that she better beat him in the elections. The survivors enter the next room where a bunch of people have been held hostage and start to untie them, while Dante's group enters the parking garage to find escape vehicles. Suddenly, they are ambushed by the remaining assassins. Dante is shot in the stomach and falls to the ground. Hearing the gunfire, the bodyguard rushes out to help him, but the resistance leader knows he's dying and tells Leo to cover him as he has one final move to make. As Leo distracts the enemies, Dante hotwires a car and crashes it into two of the men, crushing them against a wall. That's when the lead assassin shoots Dante in the chest, killing the reluctant hero instantly, meaning Leo is the only person to face off against him. Okay, this is terrifying. None of these people seem to realize that they have just killed the president. With him dead, there is now likely a power vacuum within the new founding fathers, with Minister Owens as the new face of the party. This is the survivor's best chance to expose the minister for the lunatic he really is, and take down the reputation of his entire party. The man is already yelling about murder and acting totally unhinged. If we put him in front of a video camera and talk about the dead president, or using the purge to commit murder, he will be a goldmine of crazy quotes that are totally out of line for the next president to say. With some clever editing, we can even turn his ranting about murdering Glee and others suffering into him celebrating the president's death or being behind the murder. Once the purge is over, the footage of Minister Owens making a fool of himself can be broadcast to the public, causing them to lose all confidence in the new founding fathers ahead of the election. Even the parishioners will back up this version of events. From their perspective, Minister Owens led the president on stage, as his men invited the president to come forward and kill Charlie. Shortly after, the president was shot from the upper floor, where only the minister's guards were stationed. The whole chain of events can easily be spun into an assassination planned by the minister to seize all power for himself. Dante and his men also made a critical error in trying to escape through the garage. If they had spoken to Charlie first about how many more threats she spotted while held hostage, she would have told him that the assassins who kidnapped her, as well as the crazy priest who stabbed Amanda to death, are still on the loose. In addition, they saw for themselves that dozens of parishioners escaped the main hall when the gunfight broke out. These are people devoted enough to the evil cause that they celebrated the thought of the senator getting murdered. There are simply too many unknowns in play for anyone to be venturing to new rooms like the garage. Even if there was no one else inside, any reinforcements coming to help their enemy would be lying in wait outside the church for any vehicle exiting the church. What the new founding fathers and their army would have heard from the followers who escaped is that the president and Minister Owens were in the building when they were attacked. This means that they will be prepared to come in at full force to rescue their leaders. The survivors' best bet would be to retrace their steps and escape out the secret tunnels underneath the church which they entered through. In fact, Dante's team specifically reopened sealed tunnels for this mission, so none of the new founding fathers are even aware they exist. Leo and the lead assassin exchange gunfire, but they both quickly run out of bullets. The man pulls out a combat dagger and charges at Leo. With no other choice, the bodyguard takes out his own knife and goes to face down the man in hand-to-hand combat. Both men swipe each other many times and start to bleed badly, but despite being slashed across the chest and back, Leo manages to gain the upper hand. He stabs his opponent repeatedly before finishing the man off with a kick to the face, and the man slumps to the floor dead. Back in the basement room, one of the hostages freed by Charlie tries to run out in panic, but the door's opened by the creepy priest, and he's got a shotgun. He brutally shoots the man before entering the room and shooting Marcus in the shoulder. With his gun out of ammo, he takes out a pistol and aims it at his true target, Senator Rowan. Just before he can kill her, Joe jumps in front of her and the men shoot each other multiple times until the deli owner finally gets a lucky shot, blasting the insane priest in the head. The purger falls to the ground dead, and now they're finally safe. With that, the other survivors rush to Joe's side, but the man is already dying. He shares a nod of respect with Leo and tells his assistant Marcos to continue his legacy through his deli before drawing his final breath. 2 months later, the senator finishes casting her vote while back at the deli. Marcos watches the results of the presidential election and finds out that Charlie has won the race, officially making her the president of the United States. As her first order of business, she vows to end the annual purge for good and finally put a stop to the senseless violence once and for all. That's when Lainey visits him, and they are both happy to see that Charlie has won. As they return to their day, the news reports that some factions have begun to launch violent protests, unhappy that Senator Rowan has won, teaching America an important lesson. You can't please everyone. But what do you think? How would you beat the purge election year? Let me know with a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Be playlist for more videos like this. Until next time, have a damn good day.
CrowdStrike, Endpoint Security. CrowdStrike pioneered an adversary-focused approach to modern endpoint security. Contact us to learn how you can stop adversaries faster with CrowdStrike Endpoint Security.
Evolution is a complicated process. The fact is, descending from a single ancestor isn't exactly a straight and linear path. Much like the branches of a tree, offshoots can happen which may flourish or expire based on availability of sunlight and nutritional resources. In our own species, there have been a few offshoots of humanity going all the way back to Australopithecus and progressing towards Homo sapiens. One species in particular that we are aware of but still not 100% sure what happened to are Neanderthals. Odds are, however, they were just kind of bred out of existence by Homo sapiens a while ago, which is why I myself have more than 60% Neanderthal DNA than others according to my genetic profile. Anyhow, Caveman Roanoke confirmed, but apart from that, evolution is a constant and changing process. Species arise from it and even cohabitate in the same time periods as seen by the previously mentioned Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. In the movie The Descent, this is no different. An offshoot of humanity dating back likely tens of thousands of years has taken up in an area due to some reason not fully understood. Humans used caves as shelter back in the days of spears and rocks, but this particular group appears as though it was fully human at one point, but instead of continuing to leave the cave, they continued to dwell within it, which affected their bodies and adapted them to their surroundings. So it's pretty clear what we were talking about today. Let's discuss the cave dwellers from the movie The Descent and see what sort of adaptations formed due to these creatures' evolution under the surface. But before getting to that, I'm shamelessly advertising my 4th channel because we are approaching 10,000 subs on it. Just because Halloween is over, it doesn't mean the Spookfest needs to end. I'm still narrating stories over at Roanoke Tales if anybody's interested, and I will drop that link in the description. So, for all the new people, there will be a timestamp up on screen to bypass the summary of this movie. Odds are you probably have seen it as it was fairly popular and from 2005, but if you don't want it spoiled, head there, and if you really just kind of want to see the summary of events, well, then you're in luck. Alright, everyone else, let's see what happens when a group of women fight against cave monsters with razor-sharp teeth. Likely, it's nothing good. We open up our jaunty cave trip story with some kayaking and some overly awkward moments that I still don't really understand, having seen this movie like multiple times. As a small group kayaks down rapids, they get to their pickup point where Sarah pushes Juno into the water, and then the music kind of just turns ominous. I know you can't hear it, but it's like, okay then. Paul helps Juno out of the water and gets kind of weirdly personal and starts taking off her helmet while his wife tries to get out of the water and then goes to check on the kid. Nice job, Paul. As they drive off, it's clear that Paul is contemplating something while Sarah is trying to talk to him. Doesn't seem to be going all that well, and she asks him, what's wrong? He mentions that he's just feeling distracted and actually is literally distracted as well. In a brief moment, someone with an unsecured load of copper pipes in Final Destination style runs into the car, sending the pipes through the head of Paul and presumably through the daughter in the backseat as well, as both of them are taken out in one fell swoop. Sarah wakes up in the hospital in an undetermined amount of time later, and then comes to the realization that something is wrong. She begins to hallucinate as she runs down the hallway with the lights turning off before coming to the end and then running into her friend Beth. I reckon it can be assumed that this must just be a few hours later, seeing as she still has her wounds and only her friend is really there, but Beth is actually the only person that stuck around, with Juno having long since left or never arrived. Also, what a great friend, and that great friendship will totally screw them later. After burying her family and a year later, a trip has been organized by Juno to go caving, and Sarah has flown out. It is supposed to sort of reunite the group. They all head to roughly my neck of the woods, known as the southeast of the United States. I do want to point something out though. For those of you in North Carolina, you may notice that this looks nothing like North Carolina. Watching this, I said to myself, bro, those aren't the right type of trees for this climate. Now, I'm not a botanist, and I'm not saying that those don't exist out in the Appalachians at all, but not to this capacity. This movie was actually completely filmed in England and Scotland. Oh, and on that note, my Dog Soldiers video, I want you to know that I do know those are different countries, but they are a part of the same kingdom, like a United Kingdom, like a UK perhaps. So anyways, that was just a quick fact for you. As they all convene at the cabin, they start popping bottles and having a good time. Sarah's a bit of a downer for, a moment, recalling what Paul said, or used to say, about loving daily. Regardless, more women have joined the troupe. Holly, Sam, and Rebecca are also avid cavers and want to explore and reestablish a connection with Sarah after the accident. As they all rage and have a good time, Holly mentions to Juno that the cave that they are slated to go to is just a major tourist trap. Because of that, apparently you can't have fun. Juno thinks about this as they head into the next day. Like an absolute psychopath, Juno then goes for a run early the next morning after a night of drinking. As she does, she hits up all the cabins and begins waking everybody up, getting them ready to go caving for the day. Predictably, everyone is in pretty rough shape from the night before, but everyone eventually starts to move. They take one last group photo before leaving, expecting the day to be an absolute blast. Unfortunately, Fate is fresh out of fun and really only has bloodbath left over. They get into their cars and head out in the woods in what I can only assume is like a 2005 BMW SUV ad placement by how many shots it's in, and then they arrive at their parking location. It zooms, it's really lame. Anyways, they begin to hike through the woods where they come across a deer corpse. This body is not really eaten to any capacity, but instead just has small bite marks on the neck. A predator would have probably dragged this thing off and eaten it a little more, which is strange to see. It disturbs the group, but they press on, stacking it up just being a mountain lion or a bear. As they continue to hike, they finally come to the opening of the cave. Now, believe it or not, I actually used to cave in college. Nothing quite like dropping into a cave. It's pretty fun, except for that one time that I got separated from the group and my flashlight died. Yeah, we had actually just watched this movie too. God. Anyways, they all seem a bit nervous, and Juno is the first to descend with the rest of the group following suit. Now, to spare you the whimsical wonder of a cave, the group walks around oohing and awing at it, which is pretty spot on. If you've ever got a chance to go, I'd say definitely go. Just don't let the bloodthirsty monsters get you, and don't dwell on that, and it shouldn't throw you off. As they enter one chamber of the cave, they begin to take a break and look around. Sarah is told to stick close, but she says that she will, and then she goes off to look for the next area. She eventually finds a route, and Holly moves through it to determine where it goes. As the rest of the group goes through, Sarah finally begins making her way through. However, while she does, she gets stuck and has a freak out. There is nothing quite like getting stuck in a cave with hundreds of thousands of tons of rock above your head. Definitely puts the old meat suit into a panic mode. While she panics, her friend turns around and attempts to calm her down. It quasi-works until a rumbling can be heard overhead. An aptly timed earthquake causes the cave to shake and move. This begins closing off the small tunnel in the cave, and the two quickly begin clambering out of it. They barely escape, but as they do, they forgot their rope bag, which they direly need later on. As they exit the cramped area and begin talking about other exits, the map they have is completely useless. However, because they don't know if those exits are even still open or even still exist. As they discuss how the park rangers will come to find them, Juno reveals that this cave system is not the one they said that they would be in. Instead, nobody is coming for them. Juno says that this is a completely undiscovered system, and she wanted them all to discover it together and maybe give it Sarah's name. Which the rest of the group calls BS on that and says that she was just seeking her own glory and brought them all to meet their end, essentially. Deciding they have no choice to go back, they now have to keep pressing on to see if the cave lets out somewhere else. They come across a massive cavern with an unknowable drop. It's too far to jump across, and they will need to manually set connection points to shimmy across, and as they do, one by one go. Juno is left to pull the points just in case it's needed later on, and then she falls. She is caught, but it slices open the hand of the belayer. Continuing through the cave, they find the first signs that others were there at some point. Cave paintings appear on the wall, which interestingly, if you look at one in particular, it suggests a woolly rhino which existed in western Siberia 8,000 years ago. What it was doing in North Carolina at this point is beyond me. As they move even further, they find climbing equipment from some people some time ago, believing it to be about 100 years old. Nobody uses that stuff anymore, which means more recently, someone had been down there, yet it remained undiscovered, which suggests that they never really got out. With this realization, the morale begins to drop deeper as they move deeper into the cave. Holly ends up seeing what she thinks is daylight and takes off running. Despite being told to stop that it's not daylight, she continues to haul away from the group. Completely by her own fault, she runs out and then falls into a hole. She's grabbed but eventually slips through the grasp and then breaks her leg, creating an open wound fracture. If you would like to know what that daylight was, apparently it was phosphorus. As they attempt to set the fracture and stabilize it by tying an axe to it, the sounds attract something in the shadows. Sarah goes to investigate, quickly seeing a creature but not being able to get a good look at it. As she peers into the darkness, Juno arrives to jump scare the crap out of her by asking her what's going on.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
She goes on to explain that she has seen something, and Juno reports back to the group that Sarah thinks that she saw something, but Sarah knows for a fact that she did. She begins explaining that this creature is out there and what it looks like to the rest of them as they incredulously listen to her. Now more slowly than ever making their way through the cave with Injured, they all begin to panic to a degree. they can hear something around them, and with Sarah saying she saw something earlier, Rebecca begins to call out into the cave, wanting to know if anyone may be there or listening. So this opens up an entire can of worms on the group. As the camera pans around, it spots a creature behind Beth staring at her with pointed ears and disfigured skin. It runs past, and the group panics. They point their flashlights up, seeing that these things are actually crawling on the walls and ceilings. An attack on the group ensues, where Holly is eventually cornered by one and has her throat ripped out by a quick bite. When it does, Holly quickly drops due to the shock, and Juno and the creatures begin fighting over the body. Juno attacks the creature, and it lets out a yell, alerting other nearby subhumans. One jumps onto Juno, and the other takes the body away. Juno overpowers the beast, and then uses an axe to take it out. And here's a perfect example of why you don't sneak up on someone who's pumped up on adrenaline in a cave, being attacked by unknown creatures. Beth quietly approaches her for some reason, which Juno assumes is another monster, and then uses her axe to hit her through the neck. For real though, this is completely Beth's fault. I don't care what is said later in the movie. As Beth falls, she grabs onto Juno's necklace and pulls it off like, oh, what a massive betrayal. No, Beth, you could have said, hey, it's Beth. The group is, at this point, completely scattered, with them all ending up in different chambers. Sarah in particular ends up in the boneyard. As she scans around with her camera, she finds many different types of animals, suggesting that these things are actually hunting on the surface, but she also finds human remains, indicating that they will definitely eat humans if given the chance. And she witnesses this firsthand as the creatures rip apart Holly right in front of her. Sam and Rebecca are currently hiding in a small dugout area of the cave as another one of these creatures move through. They attempt to stay as quiet as possible, but her watch ends up going off. Before the creature is able to kind of echolocate it and attack them, Juno is back up on her feet and begins yelling out for everyone. The creature hears this and then takes off to go locate her, leaving these two alone for now. As the creature approaches Juno, she shines her flashlight and it stops. It listens, but it can't seem to locate her until finally it just runs off. Moving back to Sarah, the creatures have had their fill and move out. She lights a torch and begins looking around the gore all around her. Seeing human remains and what's left of Holly, Sam, Rebecca, and Juno all meet back up as Juno takes out one of the creatures. As they do, they inspect it to see what it actually is. They see that it has massive ears, its skin is pale and devoid of pigmentation almost entirely, and they appear to be completely blind, with the pupil being as white as the eye because it is underdeveloped, suggesting that these things have been down here for a very long time. Generations, in fact. With Sarah still moving alone through the bone pit, eventually she does spot Beth laying on the ground. Beth is still alive, but unable to move very well, suggesting that maybe there is some spinal cord damage to the hit to the neck. She goes on to say that Juno did this to her, which again, I'm sorry bro, but you did this to yourself. However, she is correct in saying that Juno did leave her there to kind of meet her end, but again, after she fell, most people would have likely assumed the same thing. Beth is basically just, she's kind of a douche. Regardless, she hands Sarah Juno's necklace, which has the same words inscribed on it that Paul used to say, which indicates maybe there's a little more between Juno and Paul than Sarah knew. Beth is in a great amount of pain at this point, and she asks Sarah to end it. Sarah reluctantly agrees and then smashes the old brain case with a rock. Immediately after this, Sarah is attacked by a child form of these creatures. She ends up taking it out, and whoops, there's Mom to inspect why her child isn't moving anymore. Sarah takes off with Mom right behind her. She falls into a pool of blood and slowly resurfaces, and as she does, player 2 has entered the game and begins to attack her. She's able to grab a deer antler and then hits the creature directly in the head with it, taking her out in the process, and as she moves towards the torch, another appears and she bludgeons it with a bone, taking that one out as well. The other part of the group decides that they need to go back out the way they came, even though there's a little cave-in and there's nowhere to go. Juno, Rebecca, and Sam all try to escape, and as they do, Sam goes back up into the chasm area to set the points. As she does, another creature arrives and bites her throat out. Before she bleeds out, she is able to get a stab in and drops the creature, but she meets her end shortly after. As they watch this, Rebecca is then grabbed and pulled back by the creatures and eaten alive in front of Juno. Juno basically says screw that and jumps in, knowing that there is nothing she can do for anyone at this point. She lands in some water luckily, and as she does, the creature is down there that attacks Sam, and it's still alive. It begins to attack Juno, but she overpowers it and ends it under the water. After this altercation, this only leaves her and Sarah left. They all meet back up, and when they do, Sarah's looking a little worse for wear. However, they don't really have time to squabble with the newfound information as a group begins to attack them. After taking out multiple of these creatures, Juno then stands in front of Sarah. Sarah shows her the necklace, which indicates that she knows about the extracurricular activities that took place. They hear a screech, and then Sarah stabs Juno in the knee with the axe and leaves her to her fate. Juno looks out and sees roughly like 20 of them have shown up to attack, and a scream can be heard as she is eaten. Sarah finds sunlight amid a pile of bones and then begins clawing her way up and finally out of the ground. As she does, she runs through the woods and then gets into her car before driving down the road. She stops to throw up and looks over to see Juno. Now the question is, was this all a hallucination considering she has hallucinated before? Did she actually survive that crash, and was this just her brain's interpretation of hell? Well, interestingly, that's the American version. Not sure why she had to escape, but in the English version, it's a little darker, perhaps indicating that she actually is in hell. She wakes up after dreaming that she escaped, and she is still in the cave with the monsters. Pretty dark. So first things first, let's discuss what these creatures are and how they got there. Again, it's not a secret that humans actually used to use caves for protection from the elements, and with the constant temperature between about 49 to 52 degrees on average, there is a cave in Texas that is 70 degrees. This provides a great haven for humanity. Cool enough during the summer to get out of the heat, but warm enough in the winter that even a small fire can keep you warm and comfortable. However, these creatures are different from us Homo sapiens. They are what's known as a troglophile, not to be confused with troglodynes, who move in and out of cave environments like bats, or troglobites, which cannot exist outside of a cave and are permanent cave dwellers. Instead, it's more of a middle ground, and this is suggested by the fact that the boneyard shows they have plenty of creatures that live on the surface that they hunt, likely hunting at night, seeing as pigmentation is low and sunlight would burn quite badly. This means that they bring their prey back to the cave to be consumed. Now, something to note about their designation is that if I really do wish there was more of a middle ground between troglophiles and troglobites. They would be leaning more towards troglobites, and this is because of their adaptations that they display. Being closer in structuring, there are many differences between cave dwellers and humans that can be easily identified. Human adaptation is still a very real thing even to this day. In fact, it was recently discovered that more humans are growing an extra artery in their forearms. The median artery within the forearm usually goes away as we are formed in the womb, and the radial and ulnar arteries take over. However, in some people, all three arteries still exist into adulthood, meaning that it's a permanent trait. In the 1800s, it was observed that maybe 10% of the people had it, but today it can be found in 35% of humans. And if you had to ask me, I think the overall increase in exercising our society engages in, like bodybuilding and upper body exercises, has put biological pressure on this part of the body to deliver more blood, and as a result, this artery sticks around as it's being properly utilized. But that's just my hypothesis on it. Regardless, environmental pressure can cause adaptations to form, which we wouldn't see in other areas of the world, even in, say, like towns in northern latitudes where darkness is common. Not to mention the probability of inbreeding and the effects it had on these groups that remained isolated within the cave. So let's discuss what sort of adaptations that we see within the cave dwellers. Starting with the feet and basing this on the hands, we don't really see it that much. There's like one scene, and even then you can't really tell, but considering they are able to crawl up the walls and across the ceiling, it can be assumed that really the claws must be sharp, and the feet have likely had the toes lengthened to be able to grip onto the ceiling and hold on. Otherwise, it would be all upper body holding them, and that does not appear to be the case. The overall appearance of these creatures is that they are roughly humanoid in shape. Seeing as they stem from humans, this is completely unsurprising. However, their skin may be thicker than that of humans. This is judging by the fact that they appear in an area, like the cave, with no fire, or at least no use of fire in this cave system. The creatures would have to contend with 49 to 52 degree temperatures, which if you are completely exposed to, can over time cause you to enter hypothermia. So to combat this, the thickening of the skin would allow for better retention of heat. Not only that, but with this skin thicker, abrasions from the cave would likely be less serious than in regular humans. These adaptations allow them to exist within the environment and also move outside the cave for a limited amount of times. The hands, as mentioned, possess claws which can be used for slashing, and internally, their strength appears to be greater than that of a normal adult female. Now, the creatures that do attack are mostly male, which typically the male of a species will have a higher threshold of strength than a female. But considering how they move and crawl on their walls and ceilings, it would be like doing pull-ups every time you wanted to move. So they would likely be stronger than an adult male as well, or an adult human male. The face in general is where we see largely the greatest variance of adaptations within the body. The reasoning behind this is because this is where most of the senses are going to be, as well as adaptations in the brain, which we'll get to those in a moment. Concerning the face, moving to the mouth of this creature, it's clear to see that they are purely carnivorous. Humans are omnivorous, which is why we really don't have incredibly sharp teeth and we possess molars. However, with these creatures, every tooth is sharper than that of a canine, which is absolutely used for predatory purposes. Moving up to the nose, we see some variance amongst the populations. Some seem to have roughly a human-shaped nose, however, with the overgrowth of skin, like that scene when the camera is flipped into night vision, there are still some of those who have more like a slit, and it travels up the entire bridge of the nose. Likely this would be to draw the scent of prey in, seeing as these creatures are much more animalistic than human. Moving up to the eyes, we see that they are largely just underdeveloped. Their blindness is not so much because of just the sheer darkness of the cave, but due to the fact that eyes are actually incredibly expensive to maintain for our meat suits. We don't think about it, but forming and continually upkeeping the eyes in our day-to-day life utilizes a lot of vitamins and nutrients. Not to mention the constant stream of information to the brain and what it has to process as a result of this functioning organ. In the caves, these creatures only saw darkness, so without the need for them, over time the eyes just became less and less developed as nothing was put towards its survival, and instead it was really more of a tax on the body. We see this within the iris of the one that Juno takes out. Slightly blue around the iris, it turns milky white just a few millimeters out from that, indicating that this is really just a leftover trait at this point and serves really little purpose. Instead, the creature appears to hunt by a form of echolocation and likely scent. Scent, based on the actual structuring of the nose, would probably indicate that the olfactory bulb is more developed within these creatures, but they were not able to smell humans close to them, so I seriously doubt that's their main form of actual hunting. However, concerning echolocation, this would imply that the temporal lobe of the brain is still quite developed. They would emit sounds much like that of a bat, which ironically, or really I guess unironically, their ears almost look like bats. The sound waves travel out, or the prey emits a sound, then the cave dwellers are exceedingly good at picking up the sound with their forward-facing ears. And this is how they are able to locate the women in the cave and continually find their location, despite the fact that the cave actually, believe it or not, muffles sound. When I got lost in the cave without a flashlight, I ended up yelling out for my group. I didn't hear anything and they didn't hear me. Eventually, I just followed the chamber's wall until I felt something that felt familiar, and I was like, oh, okay. And it turned out to actually be the passageway, in which case they were in the chamber right next to me. They just couldn't hear me. So caves are not always these echoey, billowing things. A lot of times it just completely screws sound. Anyways, getting to the internal portions of the brain, a few things can be assumed based on human evolution, reproduction, and environmental pressures. So it's clear, firstly, that this thing was likely a Homo sapiens at one point. Way back in the caveman days, looking at their overall height and build, they were not Homo neanderthalensis. And I do want to point something out because there is a, I guess, debate about is it Neanderthal or Neanderthal. The Germans pronounce T-H-A-L, at least from what I've come to understand, as a T sound, not a th sound. So it actually is Neanderthal, but nobody's gonna fault you for saying Neanderthal, by the way. Anybody who does, they probably should just get over themselves. Anyways, standing over the women, it appears that the males are roughly about 6 feet tall, or maybe even thal, or a little under 2 meters tall. The likely split between modern humans and this creature would have happened all because of the cave, which would have led to further issues for them. Likely in the beginning, there were a group of standard Homo sapiens living within this cave. However, something seems to have happened that trapped them. Their cave paintings show that they used to be more intelligent once upon a time, but have likely long since lost this ability. And this is something due to what is very well known in caves, and its name is scarcity. Any animal that exclusively lives in caves will experience this issue and must adapt accordingly. Ecosystems are tightly knit and can be thrown off balance extremely easily within caves. Likely this group got trapped a long time ago and they were able to survive by eating what was in the cave. Judging by the fact that the cave-in happens due to earthquakes moving through the area, this is exactly what shut in the original family that lived in this cave. As they adapted to the system of living, their bodies would have begun losing the adaptations that we have, and then they would have lost the expensive adaptations like skin pigment, eyes, and brain function. With low nutrition, areas of the brain would have likely been less important, like higher thought, for instance. Neural connections over time would have very clearly degraded amongst generations if, say, an entire population of many were in this group. However, here's the problem. This likely wasn't a large group. In reality, there may have been only around 20 or 30 people if you were lucky. Which brings in our next issue, inbreeding. What happens when creatures inbreed? Well, it can amplify issues and aberrations within the genetic coding of an individual, making them even worse. Over time, this can have a phenotypic impact because of the genetics. Think of it this way. The entire human race were plunged into darkness underground, and we continued to have the genetic exchange necessary for maintaining health. Our evolution towards looking like these creatures would be incredibly slow. We may become more animalistic and feral over time due to scarcity, but our outward appearance would remain kind of more intact because of our genes. Other adaptations would arise as the successful survived, but you're talking millions of years before any considerable changes. In the descent, however, it can be assumed that these people's group are only maybe tens of thousands of years old based on cave paintings. And in fact, it takes place in the United States, where we didn't leave Africa in any real capacity until about 100,000 years ago. Because of this group couldn't be that old. For mutations to arise to make them look like this, and not just that, the differences amongst group members, says to me that inbreeding was a major issue. We see one female with a child. No other females are spotted, mainly meaning that she's like the cave bicycle. Everyone's had a ride unless it's some sort of alpha situation, which is really never divulged to us in the first movie. Then over time, possibly what was keeping them going is like another earthquake managed to shake loose the enclosing of the tunnels, but by then, the brain was already heavily affected by generations of inbreeding and loss of mental ability. So for instance, it's known that the nobility in Europe kind of stuck with the same type of inbreeding even amongst cousins. And this would have their children struggle to remain as mentally apt as their parents were, and this repeated cycle produced more and more successive mentally deficient children. Running with the same idea as concerning mental faculties, these creatures that were once human emerged back onto the surface and likely found that their skin burned by some unseen force due to lack of pigmentation. And with their brains massively degraded and their inability to see means that much like animals, they retreated back into the cave only to come out at night and hunt when their skin didn't burn. Their instincts were still intact from years of living within the cave, and because social ability is just ingrained in humans, these creatures are adopting the pack mentality. But their hearing had gotten better, which means that they were relatively successful hunters along with pack hunting when they were back on the surface. And this kept their subspecies alive for the time being, but again, there were no new genes being introduced into the lines, and because of this, as they continued, they would likely have become even more inbred to the point that infertility would become a massive issue, not to mention lifespan significantly decreased, and just general ability to do anything would elude them eventually. But this group of women actually just happened upon possibly one of the last few generations of these creatures, so massive oof at that point. And to think, they really just could have gone the natural way and resorted to cannibalism. But wouldn't that repeat the cycle?
If you were trapped in a city where a cloud of toxic mist flooded the streets that will kill you if inhaled, what would you do? Paris has turned into a death trap, so I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the toxic mist in A Breath Away. This man is going to regret being French. Arriving in Paris on a plane, Matt here travels back home to reunite with his family after a long trip to Canada. He leaves all of his belongings at home and goes downstairs to help this elderly man here. It's his sickly neighbor, and neither of them realize that soon, more than 1 million people in Paris are going to die. When he comes back up, Matt's greeted by his wife Anna, who tells him that she's currently busy working online and can't talk right now. He walks into his daughter's room to say hello, and finds her inside this oxygenated enclosure. Sarah has a severe autoimmune disease that forces her to live her life in this small bubble. She's never seen the outside world and likely never will. He hands her a present through a small hatch, and when the girl opens it, she finds several scent vials inside. Taking one of them out, she discovers an SD card hidden underneath and inserts it into a VR headset, giving her an amazing view of the Canadian countryside and ultra-realistic detail. It's the only time she gets to experience the outside world, but that's going to change very soon. After her dad leaves, she chats with her friends online who suffer from the same condition that she does. Her female friend hangs up on the group conversation to talk to her crush. The boy Noah complains, saying that she does this all the time, but he doesn't realize that Sarah here has a crush on him as well. Meanwhile, Matt approaches his wife after she finishes her work to discuss some important matters. He tells her that he was in Canada and found something that might help their daughter's condition. However, it would mean interrupting their life here and moving to Canada. His wife insists they wait for more information, but he tells her it's now been 12 years since her daughter has been trapped in her sterile tube. He doesn't want her to wait any longer and miss out on her life, with no idea that he'll never get a chance to see it. Later, while Matt's taking a shower, a news report announces that an earthquake hitting Denmark and Sweden measured 6.7 on the Richter scale. That's when he feels a shaking sensation like never before. An earthquake hits the city, causing the furniture to shake and the power to turn off. Matt gives Sarah a call on a walkie-talkie to make sure that her tank is safe, and checks outside to see what's going on. He sees people running around as sirens blare in the distance, and soon, something terrible is about to happen which will change their lives forever. Everyone starts panicking as massive clouds of toxic mist begin to spread throughout the streets of Paris. The man sprints back into his house and grabs his wife, who's currently with Sarah. However, they're forced to leave their daughter in the home until they figure out what's going on. They run upstairs and into their elderly neighbor's apartment, who have no idea what's happening. Worried, Anna calls their daughter, who tells them that she's completely fine. They check outside to see the extent of the damage, and find that the mist has risen nearly all the way to the top balcony. It's absolutely terrifying, and they're lucky to even be alive. The couple try to figure out what caused it, but can't come up with any logical conclusion. conclusions. Seeing helicopters flying overhead, they decide to go back inside since the mist is nearly reaching the floor of the balcony. Anna calls the daughter to find out how long until the enclosure runs out of power, and Sarah tells her she has 4 bars left. This means that if the mist doesn't dissipate within 10 hours, she will suffocate and die. Matt decides to climb up to the roof to get a better view of the city, but it's a horrifying sight. He finds that his surroundings are shrouded in the toxic mist, with barely any signs of human life still around, and the city streets impossible to see. Using his binoculars, he spots a pair of survivors climbing on the roof just like him, and realizes that the situation is looking worse by the second. Okay, so in this version of the world, the oxygen levels have gone so bad that certain children aren't able to live and breathe outdoors. Earthquakes are happening in locations that don't historically have fault lines, and Matt and the old man with an oxygen tank even discuss how bad the environment is getting before the earthquake strikes. Preparing for something like this to happen by purchasing survival resources and a natural disaster stockpile of food and water earlier probably would have been a good idea, especially since Matt has a daughter that can't live outside of her tank. It's hard to know what exactly is wrong with Sarah, because her condition is described as being allergic to the outdoors and doesn't exist in reality. But what we do know is that she has to be in a hermetically sealed tank, which keeps out any and all airflow and gases. Not only can Sarah not breathe the air outside, but her skin may not be able to touch unfiltered air. However, preparing for Sarah to be able to handle the situation or survive her tank malfunctioning isn't hard or expensive in reality. All of the supplies that Sarah would need for her parents to keep her safe from the environment can be found online and for less than $1,000 total. Professional grade hazmat suits complete with self-contained breathing apparatuses can be found online for $150 to $300 depending on the type you decide to purchase. Therefore, not only could they have disaster-proofed their apartment for their own needs, but they could have prepared themselves for Sarah's needs as well. Sure, Matt and Anna need to go up to their neighbor's apartment initially, but by having their own tanks easily on hand, one trip down holding their breath to their own apartment could have saved them all a major headache. Matt and Anna were smart to have gone as high as possible quickly, and they knew to get away from the air without any other warnings. So it's safe to assume something bad happening wasn't totally unexpected and could have been better prepared for. The other thing that Matt and Anna are forgetting is that this is a natural disaster of huge scale, and it's happening all over the world in other countries. Like all natural disasters, aid and resources are usually sent once it's safe for relief teams to do so. Although they don't know how far the gas stretches across the city or the country, the gas has to end somewhere unless the whole world has been covered in it, which means that the French government or other allied countries will be able to deploy rescue helicopters to save people. In reality, this happens all the time with situations like hurricanes and earthquakes. The safest bet and Matt and Anna's best chance of survival is alerting these services of their whereabouts by starting some sort of contained fire on the roof. A flare gun would be the best case scenario, but it's unlikely that they have this since they're so unprepared. Matt climbs down and the elderly man tells him that his son lives 2 blocks away, but with no phone signal, he can't call him. The neighbor is worried about him when his wife interrupts to ask about when they'll be meeting up with their son. It's strange, and he explains that his wife has memory issues. Matt walks back in to tell Anna what he saw, revealing that there will be no signs of rescue, and it doesn't seem like there will be any for a long time. The elderly man finds a radio and tries to fix it up. However, he can't seem to get it to work. Matt decides to take a look outside the front door, touching the mist in the stairwell and finding it has no effect on his skin. He walks back in and talks to his wife about Sarah. They would have to hold their breaths for 4 minutes in the mist just to reach their daughter's room, and recharging the enclosure's battery already takes 1 minute. It would be completely impossible to do it without dying. That's when Matt realizes that his sickly neighbor has an oxygen supply and he lives on the floor below them. He opens the window and climbs down a pipe, ending up in his friend's apartment. Looking around, he sees that his neighbor has died from the mist, but continues searching. The man is about to take a breath any second now, but just in the nick of time, he finds an oxygen tank and ventilator. Using it, he quickly puts the ventilator on his mouth to save himself from suffocating. That's when he hears his wife calling his name and walks to the window, telling her that he found oxygen and is going to replace Sarah's battery. Suddenly, he hears a strange noise in the other room, and as soon as he opens the door, a puppy comes running out. But something is wrong. There's an adult dog also inside the room, but it's lying dead on the floor. For some reason, the puppy is immune to the effects of the mist, and he'll soon find this out the hard way. With time of the essence, Matt makes his way back to his daughter's room. He passes her a care package and tells her that he has to leave immediately because he's running out of oxygen. The man plugs a spare battery into the enclosure and reassures the girl he'll be back. When he leaves the apartment, he takes a quick look on the city streets. Dead bodies are scattered on the pavement, and there are no signs of human life anywhere. He checks inside the cars for supplies, and that's when he hears a loudspeaker in the distance. Okay, Matt here is not thinking clearly. Admittedly, makes absolutely no sense that he thinks rescue won't be coming only a couple minutes after the disaster has struck. If anything, seeing other people on their rooftops waiting to be saved should be even more of an indication that rescue teams will eventually come. Unless everyone in the French government and military, as well as the UN, are dead, Matt is being completely stupid here. Not only that, but when the man is in the room with his daughter where the batteries are, he should have been thinking ahead to move the spare batteries closer to the tank so they could be easily accessible when they need to be changed. He knows that he will eventually have to do this regardless of if he still has an oxygen tank, but instead, he wastes this opportunity to make them easier to access, and he doesn't know that this is a serious mistake he will soon regret later. For context, he makes time to go outside and take in all the dead bodies on disaster, but won't spend more than half a minute to cut back on the time he might need later in order to save his daughter. Sarah still has at least 8 hours on her battery, so it makes sense that he doesn't want to waste the rest of it and change it now, but he's not thinking in terms of their long-term survival goals. The other thing is that now that Matt has the oxygen tank, he has the entire building he can explore to forage for food and other survival objects. Finding anything from backup power resources or weapons in case of invasions could protect him and his family for a much longer period of time. Matt and Anna also live in the neighborhood, so they know exactly where the local grocery and appliance stores are. Since the fog has almost killed everyone on the ground, nobody will be manning the registers, and Matt can easily take whatever his family is going to need. If it were me, although it might not be a long-term solution, Matt should locate his local appliance stores and take air purifiers, vacuum cleaners, and window and door sealant and caulk. The gas from the earthquake might rise, and who knows how long it could take before the apartment that they're in is completely unlivable. The father needs to prepare himself to make a safe space or room in the apartment that he and the rest of the family can stay in without oxygen tanks. This is risky because Matt isn't an expert when it comes to building airtight spaces, but because of Sarah's enclosure, we know that it's possible to keep the gas out. Matt is also able to move through the gas with only an oxygen tank, which is not sealed to his face by much, so it's possible he can create a room that keeps the gas out regardless of how high it rises. I would do this by locating a room in the apartment with the least amount of windows and doors. I would then seal off all the doors with caulk and sealant to make sure there aren't any gaps that the gas can leak through. Then, to get out from time to time, instead of putting caulk on one of the doors, I would hang floor-to-ceiling plastic outside to be able to exit. I would place remote-controlled air purifiers and vacuums in between the outside of the door and the plastic shield to suck up any toxic gas that has crept near the door as I pass through and enter. Matt rushes over to find a soldier directing dozens of people to a nearby district situated above the fog. Asking the leader for more information, the man tells him that he has no idea where the mist came from and hands him a proper gas mask with a new supply of oxygen better suited for the current conditions. The soldier tells Matt to come along since everyone's evacuating the city and have no idea if they'll ever return. However, Matt tells him he has to go back to his family. He asks him for another oxygen pack before leaving, so the soldier obliges and sets off into the fog. The father goes back to the rooftop apartment with a bunch of equipment and tells the survivors about the soldiers he met. He says that they still have no idea what's going on, but insists the group should stay here for the time being. That night, he checks the level of the mist outside. Using a marker to measure the depth, he realizes something terrifying. He walks back inside the apartment and tells his wife that the mist is rising at a few centimeters per hour, and it's not going down anytime soon. Based on how far the gas has reached throughout the city streets, he estimates that 2/3 of Paris is already dead, and calling public services like the police and ambulance is no longer an option. The next day, Anna fixes up the radio, which broadcasts a government announcement warning everyone to stay in their houses. Suddenly, they hear something from outside and climb up to the roof to check their surroundings. In the distance, they spot a riot happening at the Sacré-Cœur Basilica and realize that every high-altitude area is crowded with the survivors. Anna suggests they head to Charlotte's house, a friend of their daughter's. That way they can link up with their family, and their 2 daughters can share a bubble together, but there's a problem. They can't transport Sarah without a special suit that allows her to leave the bubble. Now they have another task at hand. Go to Central Paris where they can find the special suit in a lab that is 90 minutes away from their current location. Matt says he'll travel to Central Paris alone to find the lab, but Anna here tells him that it's extremely easy to get lost and unable to find your way back. She volunteers to come along and they grab their oxygen tanks, ready to leave on a journey that could easily end in both of their deaths. Before they leave, the parents visit Sarah and tell her what's going on, explaining that the mist is showing no signs of dissipating. She asks them for a favor, telling them to go check up on her friend Noah. His parents weren't home when the mist arrived, and now he's all alone. They hesitate, but she convinces them to take a quick look on the way to the lab. Okay, Matt and Anna are taking action here that is not necessarily helpful to their long-term survival. It's a good idea to team up with other families that face the same issues as we do. That way we can pull together our resources for all of our children's survival. With that said, if they had created an airtight room safe from the gas, then they could have saved a lot more oxygen to be used for several days. Matt and Anna also have no way of knowing that the friends they want to go stay with are even still alive after the earthquake. It's also not totally clear what's keeping Matt and Anna from entering Sarah's tank themselves if worse comes to worse. Sarah has had to get in there without allowing any outside air in at a certain point, and there has to be a way in case of emergency. It might get a little cramped in there, but cramped is better than dead. If Matt and Anna have no other alternatives and aren't able to create a safe room of their own from the gas, it would make sense for only one of them to go instead of two. That way, they can conserve as much oxygen as possible. Sure, it might be dangerous for Anna to go alone, but it's more dangerous to use that much oxygen when there's a deadly gas rising all around them at every moment. It's also not totally clear why Anna and Matt's phones aren't working. The power in the house is off, which would affect landlines, but unless the earthquake has taken down all of the power lines in the city, or the gas has some sort of electrical current running through it, there's no reason that if they change their location to a different part of the city, that they might be able to contact someone. If it were me, instead of going to collect the suit for Sarah, I would break into houses and cars to try to find phones or laptops that are able to connect to the internet or a cell tower. This might mean going a further distance out of Matt's neighborhood, but it can't be any further than an hour and a half on foot. But finding a place where we can make contact with the outside world will be invaluable to helping someone find us and transport us out of there. Another thing that Anna and Matt should consider when doing this is to get their hands on a motorcycle or moped to drive around the city. Vespas are more common in a city like Paris and would help with oxygen conservation while they search. The problem with the car is that the streets are blocked by other cars, but a moped would help them zip around with no problem. In the worst case scenario, if they aren't able to find a working phone or laptop, iPhones have something called SOS mode that calls local emergency services even when they don't have cell service. Outside, the parents wander the streets while looking around the city center. Everything is in ruin, and it's clear anyone without an oxygen supply would die in an instant. They find the bicycle store where their daughter's friend lives nearby and go to check on it. Suddenly, they see an unchained dog in the distance, and it's out for blood. The animal chases them through the streets, forcing them to run for their lives. They run around multiple corners while the dog continues getting closer. In the mist, Matt loses sight of his wife and ends up falling into the river. Anna manages to hide from the dog, but bumps into a car door, making the animal realize where she is. The woman runs into a nearby bus, and the dog follows, chasing her inside. Luckily, its leash gets stuck in a suitcase, saving her from a gruesome dog bite. Scared for her life, she uses a hammer to break the bus window and escape, before checking to see if Matt's still in the water, but he's nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the husband manages to climb back up to the surface and is completely exhausted from having to carry the weight of the oxygen tank. He makes his way back to where he fell and takes a dead man's coat to keep him warm, noticing a dead body in a hazmat suit inside an ambulance. Anna keeps walking around the city streets to find nothing but dead Parisians scattered throughout. That's when Matt comes out of the mist, and with the couple reunited, they continue their way to the lab. Okay, Anna and Matt decide to run from the dog because it's out for blood, but this is actually a huge mistake. Not only are they wasting precious oxygen by running, but there's no way that they'll be able to outrun the animal. On average, dogs can run at 15 to 20 miles per hour versus the average human that can only run about 9 miles per hour. That means that dogs are typically about 8 to 9 miles per hour faster than humans. Outrunning the dog is never going to work, and they're only wasting their breath in the meantime. However, they're both wearing oxygen tanks connected by wiring that could break at any moment if the dog takes a bite at just the right place and the right time. That would leave them both at the mercy of the gas outside that'll suffocate and kill them within seconds. The two also have no idea if the dog is rabid and has been affected by the gas in any way. A bite in this situation could be fatal, so the two of them need to act fast in order to prevent any damage to their tanks or injury to themselves. If it were me, I would use the hammer to hit the dog in the eyes. When an aggressive dog attacks, it's recommended to try to hit it in its eyes, groin, or ribs to injure it and throw it off of you. Like any creature, animals typically react to pain, and a blow to the head with a hammer could stop it dead in its tracks. Now, nobody wants to harm man's best friend, but this dog doesn't exactly see Matt and Anna as a friend, and they're in an already terrible life or death situation. The other thing they should remember when trying to survive a dog attack is to protect their face, chest, and throat, as well as their thighs. An injury to the thigh could be fatal, and it's best to be bitten in the shin or forearm to minimize the amount of blood loss and overall damage taken. If Anna and Matt are able to calm the aggressive dog down and back away from it, they shouldn't look it in its eyes, and they should turn to their side as they try to step away slowly from it. Looking a dog in the eyes can prompt it to attack again, and ignoring it is the best strategy to get it to leave you alone. Dogs often attack when they feel they need to be on their guard, so by not looking at it, they will provide no threat to the dog. Making it inside, the parents find the scientist dead on the ground and a fire starting in one of the rooms. They walk further in and find the room where the protective suits are stored. Taking one of the cases, the couple walks out of the lab and heads down a hall, but that was their biggest mistake. A fire explodes from one of the doors, knocking them back back and setting Matt's clothes on fire. Anna quickly extinguishes the flames, but notices something terribly wrong. The tubing on her husband's oxygen container has broken apart, and now he has no option but to share oxygen with Anna. They make their way to the roof as fast as they can while she shares her air with Matt to keep him alive. They make it to the top of the lab and into a meeting room to get some fresh air, barely surviving almost suffocating to death. Anna checks her husband's wounds to find they've gotten very bad. She goes to look for supplies, while Matt notices that the people who have gathered at Notre Dame have set up an SOS sign. The woman comes back with a first aid kit and patches them up, allowing them to take a short break before continuing on. Suddenly, Matt realizes that her oxygen tank is nearly empty, meaning they won't be able to make the rest of the journey together. He insists she go it alone and come back later to help him. However, the mist is still rising, and it's only a matter of time before it fills this room. He tells her to give the suit to Sarah. That way their daughter can make it to the pharmacy where she'll hopefully find an oxygen tank. From there, they continue their search for Charlotte and wait until something is done about the mist. With no other way to save their daughter, the woman kisses her husband goodbye and heads back to the apartment. Matt walks into the rooftop and takes a look to see that the mist is reaching dangerously high levels. He makes his way across the buildings until he finds a rope and climbs up, pulling himself onto a parking lot, but something's wrong. There's a trail of blood leading to the interior of the garage, and it was left behind by this dead body outside. Making sure nobody's around, he checks inside to find an oxygen tank and a bunch of other supplies. Matt quickly puts on the gear so he can make the journey back, but when he walks out, a police officer arrives, telling him to put the tank down. Matt realizes that he's about to be killed like the man outside and comes up with a clever plan. He puts on his gas mask before tackling him down several floors. They land on a car window and the cop drops his gun. The two try wrestling each other off, and the man tries to pick up his weapon, but that was his biggest mistake. Matt takes the opportunity to restrain him until he breathes in the gas, ensuring his death. Okay, with no other oxygen tank, Matt here is running out of options, and it's a good thing he tells Anna to go on without him. If he was thinking clearly, he would have let her go alone to begin with, but now that he's here and they're down to one tank, it's better that she leaves without him. However, they make another huge mistake at the science lab that could have helped both of them leave together and keep them breathing a longer period of time. Sarah is a child that has a special kind of allergy to the air outside, so the lab has devices that are meant to help people with the disease breathe, and the suit itself will help her breathe and walk around freely without any issues. Instead of just leaving, Anna should have done a very simple and easy thing. Get two other suits for her and Matt. Anna and Matt are literally in a laboratory full of other devices that are meant to help these children survive their disease. This is the golden opportunity for them to get everything they need in order to breathe freely for weeks, if not months. Even though Matt's oxygen tank is broken, Anna still has enough remaining oxygen to go back down into the lab and collect these suits by herself. If they take the suits out of the cases, they might even be able to carry several more for their elderly neighbors. But instead of taking a second to think what's the best action to take here, Matt and Anna overlook the easiest possible thing they could have done to help them survive. The only thing that may excuse this brutal error in judgment is that the disease is a fairly new one, so the lab may only be focused on younger people. But that doesn't mean the suits don't come in different sizes that they could have fit into. The other thing here that Matt didn't do when he had the chance was take the gun he saw leaning against the wall when he took the oxygen tank in the parking lot. This is a near-apocalyptic situation, so he doesn't know when it would come in handy, and for no reason at all, he just decides to leave it. Matt here has to be assuming that the oxygen tank belonged to the dead man he saw on the roof when he walked in, because someone alive would never just leave an oxygen mask when there's a deadly gas around them. Anyone that's alive would be pretty pissed off if someone took one of their most important tools for survival, and there were bound to be repercussions for taking it. Taking the gun may have actually kept the situation from escalating to violence, because when the man outside comes in to see Matt with his mask, he has a gun himself and thinks he has the upper hand. If Matt had had the weapon to protect himself, the man outside may not have bothered fighting him and let him go, since he would be harder to take down. Anna rushes to make her way back home, but there's a problem. She's losing all of her oxygen supply and barely makes it back to the apartment complex. Suddenly, she realizes that the suit container is burnt and checks inside to see that the suit is wrecked, meaning their trip was an entire waste of time. Later on, Anna talks with Sarah about the mist, and the daughter asks her if this was God's doing, but Anna here doesn't think so. She tells her that she's a physicist, meaning that all actions have counter-reactions. This mist was not a result of divine intervention, and there must be a way of logically explaining how this mist disappeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, she realizes that Sarah's battery's at 5%, meaning she has very little time before her enclosure runs out of pure oxygen and she suffocates. To make matters worse, she has no oxygen supply to walk downstairs and replace it. Meanwhile, on the streets, Matt begins to make his way back home, catching a glimpse of another survivor rushing to a different part of the city, and it's clear there's barely anyone left. At the the apartment, the survivors discuss whether or not the elderly man could go down to replace the battery. Anna thanks him for offering, but knows that if he goes down, he won't come back up. That's when she gets another call from Sarah, who asks her what it feels like to be in love. The mom is glad to hear it, and asks if she's interested in the boy who she's always talking to. Suddenly, Anna realizes that her battery has reached 2%, and the situation is critical. She tells her that she's going to hang up and be there soon. The woman leaves the apartment, taking a big breath and running downstairs. Inside Sarah's room, the battery turns off, and the toxic mist begins seeping into the tank. That's when Anna arrives with no mask, replacing the battery while trying not to breathe in the toxic mist. Matt finds the apartment and rushes inside to Sarah's room, who tells him that Anna is in trouble. Terrified, he goes looking for her, finding his wife lying on the stairwell, and realizes that she's dead. Later that day, he notices another earthquake hit the city and goes outside to check the gas levels. Suddenly, the toxic mist begins to rise rapidly, and it's clear the entire apartment will be covered in the poisonous substance in a matter of minutes. Matt tells the elderly man that he's going to grab the protective uniform he saw in the ambulance for Sarah, and while he's at it, grab masks for the elderly couple to get them out of here. The old man tells him that there's no need. His son is already dead, and he knows they'll never make it out alive. He wishes Matt good luck and tends to his wife. The couple lie in the bed together and watch the mist slowly sleep inside. Matt leaves the apartment to talk to Sarah, who knows that Anna has died. He tells her he'll be going out to find a suit, but the daughter objects. She doesn't want him to die as well and be left all alone, but he promises to return. Riding outside, he finds the suit in a nearby car and opens the door to take it out the dead driver. He rushes towards the apartment, but spots a working motorbike and drives his way back to save time and oxygen. Suddenly, a kid steps into the road, making him crash, and he flies off the vehicle before falling unconscious. He wakes up bloody and bruised, but his oxygen tank is still intact. Worried, he goes to the apartment and calls Sarah, but doesn't get any response. At this point, Matt is incredibly injured and takes a moment to rest. Suddenly, he sees two children in the distance, and that's when Sarah rushes out of the mist, reassuring him that she's immune to the mist somehow. Okay, Anna here has an impossible decision to make. She could run down and help her daughter and risk her life, or leave her daughter to die. She only has moments to decide what to do, and the damage on the suit that she's brought back is extensive. It looks like she has no other options, but there's actually something she could have done to have increased her chances of survival. Anna has said before that it takes 4 minutes door to door to change out Sarah's battery, and if she did it, she would be very close to making it. But the average person can only hold their breath for 1 to 2 minutes, so this means that she actually has really good lung capacity. So since she only really needs a minute or two max of oxygen, Anna should try to find a way to trap extra oxygen in a glass jar, like a mason jar, in order to breathe it halfway through her trip down to Sarah's tank. This might sound silly, but she only really needs another breath of fresh air to have made it back up to the stairs in time, and trapping air isn't impossible if a jar is sealed tight enough. Think about putting a perfectly sealed glass jar in water. It floats on the top of the water because it has enough oxygen in it so that it's less dense than the water around it. If the jar is sealed tight enough, no water will seep into the jar, leaving the oxygen perfectly uncontaminated. The lids of mason jars are also often made of very thin metal and easy to pierce. Anna could use a metal object to pierce a small hole in the metal and suck out the oxygen that she needs before it's too late. But instead, she wastes her time saying her goodbyes to her daughter and goes down unprepared. After waking up from passing out, Matt is actually in an ideal situation here. He has a mask with a full tank, as well as a suit in case the tank runs out. His daughter no longer needs a suit to survive outdoors either, and Matt has a motorcycle that can drive him out of the city as quickly as possible. If it were me, since Sarah no longer needs her tank to survive and can't leave the mist, I would hop on my bike and head out of the city towards the nearest ocean and leave her with Noah. The ocean acts as a natural air filter and absorbs toxins at nighttime, making the beach the best place for him to go to be able to breathe. The closest beach to Paris is the Surf Salon de Dieu. Hopefully, before Matt reaches the beach, he'll find the natural stopping place where the mist ends, or a government official to get him out of there. If worst comes to worst though, the ocean isn't a bad place for him to live out his days. Sometime later, he has a dream of his daughter running around the fields, finally free from the confines of her disease. That's when he wakes up in a comfortable looking bed and gets up to call Sarah. He asks her to recharge the battery in his enclosure, unable to leave the outside because of the toxic mist.
But what do you think? How would you beat a breath away? Let me know with a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos like this. Until next time, have a damn good day.
What to do, everybody? I'm Arctic. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome back to Killer Clowns from Outer Space, the game 1 year later. Well, I guess it depends if you pre-ordered the game or not. This month, May, marks the 1 year anniversary if you got the 1 week early access, and the beginning of next month marks the 1 year anniversary for everyone else. But mainly just wanted to hop back on, clown around, and see what's going on with this game 1 year later. And we actually also got some cool news. They are doing a 1 year anniversary update for this game. And this is what we can expect for this anniversary update for Killer Klowns. We got gameplay / balance adjustments, new challenges plus rewards, new clowns, new cosmetics, and more. Bro, what I really want for this game is the big top clown spaceship map, bro. Where's that at? They gotta bring that to us for the 1 year, bro. But this anniversary update is coming very soon, probably towards the end of this month or very beginning of next month. So when that drops, we'll definitely be back to check out that update. But for now, we're gonna hop into some Killer Klowns, have some fun. We're gonna play a couple matches as clowns and as humans as well. So sit back, relax. Hopefully you guys enjoy. Let's get it. Here we go. Hopping on in with the clowns. We got Jumbo. And another clown over there. Wait, there's a human right there. I'm coming in hot. We got Shorty. Hup. Wayne drop. Drop top. We got the choo-choo train gun, yo. Yo, what's good, human? What's good, human? What's up, mate? Don't mess with me. Oh, come on. Precise hits. Boom. Come on, man. Yo, should I whack with my jaw? Yo, what's good? Oh, he's running. Dang it, I can't reach him. I need backup, clowns. I'm chasing one. He's got to be out of stamina soon, right? What's good, buddy? What's good? Oh, 3-hit combo. Oh. Come on, stamina. We're cooking. Oh, we got him. Let's go. Beat him to a pulp. Oh, one more time. Ow. Oh, that was fun. Right off rip. 1 human down, 6 more to go. We got a, oh shoot. What's all that mad noise? Someone trying to escape already? Yo, if 3 humans escape, that's fine. We just gotta eliminate 4 of them, and then we're good, right? Yo, we're good, buddy. Trying to distract me? Can I cotton candy this? They already got it cracked open, bro. Or something. I don't know what's happening. Let's go chase this human that we saw. They ain't playing around. I hear rattling over here. Who the freak? I could jump over there, but let me go ahead and fortify this real quick. Yes, sir. Where we jumping to, folks? You need help over there, buddy? I don't know where I'm jumping to, bro. Let's go ahead and just sit back and chill. And find some humans over here. Yo, another human eliminated. Hey, buddy, you need help over there, buddy? Wind drop. Bop. Let's keep it pushing. Oh, we got the LOL ability activated. We saw that. Oh yeah, I forget. If you get those stray cocoons and place them in the generators, you get your abilities faster. I just remembered. All right, humans. Where you away, suckers? I ain't got all day, man. I gotta go home, eat my clown popcorn. Delicious. Hey, I'm too short to ride this ride. Oh shoot, I gotta pay attention, not gonna lie. Yo, these humans are playing stealthy. Oh, never mind, they make a mad noise. We're good. It's a human. What's good, buddy? Wayne drop. Drop top. Missing all my shots. That's crazy. Yo, what's good, clown? He landed on top. Backup has arrived. Shorty needs no help. I am the help. Hup. Come on, boy. You want some of this? Come on. Yo, he's got a sniper cocoon gun. Cotton candy gun. What's good, lady? I ain't letting up. All right, man. We got to keep on running. The stamina's kind of scuffed right here. That's fine. They went this way. Oh, I see him behind that building. I see you. Come on, humans. They're going this way. Watch this. What'd I tell you? What's good, lady? I'm a sniper. I'm a sharpshooter. And don't you forget it. Come on. Behind the cart. Yo, he's got a gun. He's got a gun. And he's not afraid to use it. What's good? Oh. Yeah. You want to play some games? We can play games. Huh. Yo, we cooking? Kind of cooking? My ankles. Come on, recharge the stamina, bro. They can run for days. Dang, she's running for days. Where'd she go? Is she really in here, bro? Shazam, baby! Come on now. You ain't going nowhere, baby. One more. Let's go, bro. We schmoving. Hiya! I'm gonna hook you up, baby. And you're gonna like it. Boom. Yo, someone making mad noise right here. What is that? Oh, I think someone's about to escape. What the? They're reviving people. Get bombed, sucker. Yeah, I'm gonna beat you down with this. Hup. Dang it. Switch weapons. We're going to this. What's your lady? What's your lady? What's good? Come on. We got her. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. We're cooking. Oh. Wait, actually, I'm gonna be back for her. I'm gonna go back to this machine and cotton candy it. Oh, that person just escaped. That person just broke out. Hey! Let me do some of this. There we go. For the greater good of mankind. I gotta go back to that generator and that human's gonna go save that person at the generator. Whoa! 2 for the price of 1. What's good, ladies? Come on now. Come on now. Ah! They're gonna beat me to a pulp. Run! Ah! I'm LOLing. Yo, full backup. Wanna get beat up, boss? Come on. Come on. Yeah, who's running now, boy? Who's running now? Get him. Let's go ahead, Clown Talent, this one. Whoop. Yo.
Ain't you supposed to be asleep? Chat Final Destination, man.
Yo, what it do, buddy? I'm Marte. Hope you have a good day. You don't know what time it is. It's F13 today, baby. So happy Friday the 13th to y'all. But I got some bad news for y'all. This is the end for Friday the 13th, the game. We got this little note a while ago saying that the game will function until at least December 31st of this year. So I'm pretty sure that's the last day you're going to be able to play this game online. The server's going to be shutting down. I think after that date, though, you're going to be able to play this game offline just with bots. But I'm not too sure. But with that being said, let's just go ahead and enjoy the game while we can. We're going to be playing the game as Jason and also another game as the counselor. So sit back, relax. Hopefully you guys enjoy. And let's get it. Yo, baby. Welcome back to F13. What better way to play as a counselor than Chad, dude? Woo. And dude, we on a good old classic Camp Eagles. Hey, baby, let's go. All right, dude. Yo, Jason, I'm sorry to say, today is F13. It is your day, but nah, I got a bow stick with your name on it, and I'm gonna be escaping on you too. He's gonna get the smoke. We're gonna be shining on him. Crazy. Yo, I gotta remember my buttons. Ankles, ankles, ankles. There we go. I'm all calibrated now. I just gotta remember the ankle button, aka my skills. Boom. Oh, pocket knife. Yo, we locked and loaded. Actually, bro, peep out the thing on my back. Walkie-talkie, don't want that. Machete, I'll save that for later. Who goes out here? AJ. Oh man, she left me on red. That's crazy. Let's go ahead and go. Where we going? I don't know. I kind of want to bully Jason, so let's go ahead and do that. Check out the barn, bro. Oh shoot, AJ following. She following me, bro. She wants my number. Nothing useful in here, I don't think. Oh, gas can. Hey, yo, AJ, do yourself a favor.
I'm an amazing DIYer. I'm an okay DIYer. But you gotta keep trying, right?
I'm done. I'm done.
You've said that before.
No, I'm walking now.
Still, as bad as I am at doing my own DIY, I'm really pretty good at doing my own pest control. Manufacturer's defect. Bessie sends a kit right to your door. It's a quarter of the price. It's as easy as can be. And, kiddo, are there any more bugs?
No, there isn't any more bugs.
We also don't have a basketball hoop anymore. But that's beside the point.
Why are we using government money? Why are we shuttling $10 billion from the U.S. Treasury to soda companies? And we have a metabolic disaster happening among kids. My name is Callie Means, and this is my story.
And pick this up. You the smart ones around here. You the brains, I'm the brawn. I got your back, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. She don't wanna do no work, bro. She just wants to have fun. I get it, I get it. Oh, let's go. This way, baby. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Okay, let me go ahead and get a map really quick. I'm the bootleg Tommy Jarvis, yo. Boom. Alright, open my map button. We got 2 cars. Very nice. Where's AJ at? She's over there. Nothing over here. Sometimes some good loot spawns here. I'm gonna check these cabins for battery and keep it pushing. We are going up against a part 2 Jason, dude. The hillbilly beanbag Jason, which I'm all for. I don't mind, except when we take off his mask. Then it jump scares me because his face is hideous. Anything in here? Nope. No battery either. All right, AJ, where'd you go? I'm gonna check this cabin. You never know, man. These victims, they blind sometimes. Hey, yo. Anything good in there? He ignoring me. Okay, I'm gonna assume he looted up everything. So let's just go back to AJ. Who this down here? Yo, Bugsy, what's good? Dap me up. Bro, he leave me hanging, bro. All right, checking the map. It seems like AJ did put the gas. Very nice. We just need car keys and a gas and battery for each of the cars. Any goods over here? Absolutely nothing. But we do got a campfire. Roasted marshmallows. Tiffany, baby, you come here to join me? No one can resist the Chad. Yes, sir. All right, let's go ahead and go. Yo, Jason, bro. Where you at? I've been searching for him for the past 10 minutes. Is he playing? Oh, he playing, bro. We got some sightings. The door's been busted. Oh, shoot. I don't know how I feel about that. Ahoy, mateys. Yo, let's all stick together and jump Jason. How's that sound? Capiche? Hey, relax. You can agree with me with a different way, yo. You don't have to smack me. All right, let's go ahead and, wait, where's the... oh, wait, I hear Jason. Where is he? Wait, is this a phone house? Let me see if this is the phone house really quick. It is not, dude. Where's the phone house? Oh, it might be at the barn. I think it might be at the barn. It is, dude. I'm going for it. Let me go ahead and regen the stamina. Let's see if he actually trapped it or not. And he didn't. Bro, is this a baby Jason? I don't know, but flawless victory. You already know. LB. RB. Next one's LB. Watch this. Oh, RB. LB. Oh. Oh, shoot. I fumbled. They brought Jason right towards me. I just need 2 more clicks. RB. One more. Help. Where's he at? Someone called the popo. Let's go ahead and go inside. I hear his music and I don't like it. Where is he? Yo, what's good, boy? Angles. Oh, shoot. Oh! I got your back. I'm calling the popo, too. Get my back, yo.
Please get out here.
Is this enough time?
No, this is not a prank.
I don't think it is. I'm about to get got.
Please help.
I'm gonna waste my pocket knife. Ah! My pocket knife is gone. That's the last time I'm helping y'all. Every man for themselves. All right, I got this. Watch this. Watch this. Hup! Boom! Get smacked. Oh, let's go ahead and take off his mask. I got you, baby. Oh! Oh! Boom! I'm the lifesaver around here. Ah, someone save me, please. I saved all of you. Oh, thank goodness. One more smackage. Someone call the popo, bro. Hup! Woo! Ankles. Oh, they're actually calling. Oh! I gotta snap him, bro. Hup! Oh! Get smacked with the fire poker. You already know, man. We gotta start dancing. I'm a nice distraction. Jason can't. He can't look away from me, bro, because it's my nice bod. Not gonna lie. Yo, AJ, get off the phone. Holy. Hup! Ah! Nah, we cooking. Yo, how long does it take to call the cops? What's the freak going on around here? One more smack, one more smack. Hup! Boom! Hup! Ah, save me, bugs! Blaze! Oh.
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know, Tommy. You tell me. But we back as Tommy Jarvis, bro. Yo, Jason, you thought that was the end of me? Nah, I was just getting warmed up. I've upgraded to the real Tommy Jarvis, baby. All right, let's go ahead and help out the counselors. The cop says, "Call what you got, 3 minutes and 40 seconds." Let's go ahead and go for a midnight swim. You already know. I see Jason over there. Wait, let me check my map. Everyone's over there. Yo, are we gonna try and eliminate Jason Voorhees? I'm down. Let's start swimming, yo. Not good. I'm out of stamina in the middle of the ocean. Hopefully I don't die from some sharks, especially Jason Voorhees. All right, let's go ahead and regain the stamina when we get on shore. Crouch, crouch. Yo, Jason, I'm gonna get my revenge. No one kills Chad except me. All right, that should be enough stamina. I'm coming, y'all. Wait for me. Yo, I'm here, baby. Hey, yo, Jason, look at me when I shoot you in the face. Boom. All right, guys, open the front door, please. I'm out of stamina. I'm gonna die already. Open sesame. Is there a window that's not been... All the windows have been crashed. I don't want to jump in because then I'm gonna damage myself. Hey, yo, toss me a machete through the window. Oh, we got the sweater girl right here. Let's go. I need a weapon. There's no weapon in here. No! Break free! Oh! Mask is off! We could kill him in here! Yo, that was close. Ah, I got pocket knife, don't you worry. I got an axe. It's that time, Tiffany. Don't flop. We flopping. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Jason, Mother
Hup!
is talking to
Oh! Let's go, bro. Nah, we asking him a question right here, literally.
Good boy.
Slow motion. I'm sorry, Jason, on F13 as well. Oh! Nah. Yo, who cleaned up all this mess, though? We're inside my house right now. Not that crazy. Oh, let's go, baby. It's that time. Jason.